listen to digital friend. Do I know you? Spotted bugs every time you log on. Maybe you forgot to turn your cheeks on. Spotted bugs every time you log on. Maybe you forgot to turn your cheeks on. Eyes on the screen, that's all you need to tell me. Games play, eyes on the screen, that's all you need to tell me. Something about the night, that's when another night. Something about the night, something about the night, that's when another night. Something about the night,
It's so sweet, all this is behind my skin. I don't think I might be the only one in this lobby. I could crash out, do you like me? She a waifu, not a wifey. I was Titanic when you saved me. You a cosplay tryna send me. So sweet, feel key, battery, replace it, don't let it deeply. Distance, isn't it? So sweet, feel key, battery, replace it, don't let it deeply. Distance, isn't it? So sweet, sweet, feel key. Eyes on the screen, that's all we need. Tell me am I your entertainment? Eyes on the screen, that's all we need. Something about the night, that's when another night. Something about the night, that's when another night.
In the valley alone, let's stay inside and we can go alone. Friendly picks the fears and waste our precious time. Find me in the caves, I promise you'll be fine. Love of mine, me online. We could be a fan, finding eggs and yes. Farm, mine, fish, swish. 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 morphine kissing nostrils stacking, run that shit back again. Acid dripping, silver spinning, scrape inside my head. She's living, breathing, unreal being who lives inside my head. All this time, always I find she's writing crystal diamond, shining, finding all your crying, trauma shaking.
Hi. Let me lower this. I think we're gonna yeah, we'll just delete the stream after. I usually stream on YouTube. I also stream on YouTube, but what's it called? They generally don't like when I am playing music. So we're gonna see if it being super low is fine. If not, whatever, I'll live. Today has been a day. Today's been a fucking day. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't eaten today, so I'm eating right now. So forgive me. I was so busy. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna fucking do. Yeah, it's good lord. Good lord. I gotta stream on Twitter too. I stream everywhere. Trying to. We're gonna chill. Oh, thanks. Yeah, Mocha made them. We are gonna. Should we do white hair or black hair today? I think we. Hold up, I forgot. I'm supposed to. Well, actually, let me hide myself super fast. There. Ta-da. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I like longer hair would be cute. God, this album I listened to when I was sad. Should we go back to it? My favorite album of 2023. Fuck it. We're gonna we'll watch some videos. I saw some interesting ones. One of them was why the internet old internet felt scarier. The era of unexplainable videos, which was kind of an interesting concept. I just need to distract myself. I was playing Monster Hunter, trying to like get a little bit to like prep up, but okay. Isn't this a horrifying cover? I'm gonna... Do I need to make myself a little smaller? I don't think I need to. That is a thumbnail. You ever just get so frustrated you, like... You want to cry? You know what I mean? Like, not like you're sad, you're like, oh my god, like... But you're just frustrated, and that frustration, like, you want to let it out in a way that makes any fucking sense. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the burritos I'm having is pretty good. Sorry. Okay. Rather than feeling bad for myself, we're just gonna watch this. Distract ourselves. Let me know if the volume needs to be adjusted.
To many of us, the internet has been a constant in our lives. But to some of us, we can remember a time when the internet was an unknown frontier of mystery. Most of us stuck to the main sites like YouTube, but for those whose curiosity could not be sated, they went to more obscure sites. It's there that they found many of the iconic creepy videos that are now mainstays of creepy internet horror. There was a sort of vibe that these old pieces of media gave us. It was like watching a video that was not meant to be watched, or discovering something that wasn't supposed to be found. These videos gave us a feeling of unbelonging, like trespassing in a restricted area. The content of these pieces of media were often absurdist in nature, and not every single one of them had a point to get across. Some were made for the simple purpose of disturbing the viewer, but all of these videos had one thing in common.
I haven't seen all of
Every
these.
camera was a person, and behind every weird absurdist aspect of the video was a human mind who intentionally designed it that way. The very fact that what we were seeing was made by a human mind was a disturbing concept in itself, given the macabre and unsettling content often contained. The fact that someone went through the effort of creating these disturbing pieces
Those
of
are
media
creepy, I will
gave them
say.
more of a staying factor in the mind of those who witnessed them. The fact that a person just made what you witnessed, and though absurdist and confusing it may be, it might just have a point or message it's trying to get across. These thoughts I just conveyed to you were exactly what fueled those mysteries into becoming what they are today. But this era of the internet has faded a bit in modern times, and I fear that it's only going to get worse with the advent of AI.
I mean, no, I don't think it's AI that's gonna ruin it. It's like,
about how AI
it's more like, to me, with more information, it peels back the layers, you know? It lights up the darkness of uncertainty. The scariest part of things is what we don't understand, what we don't get, what we don't know. Like one of the scariest parts of a horror game is like you don't want to get caught by the monster because what is it gonna do to me? How is it gonna hurt me? How's it gonna off me? Um, and then you think about that, and that is scary. It's like looking down a dark hallway. It's scary. Oh no, what are you gonna do to me? Yeah. Also, hi, Milka. It's also that like when you see someone standing at the end of the hallway, you're scared because you don't know who they are, you don't know what they're gonna do. You're not scared of there being a person because if it was your friend, you're not scared. It's just your friend at the end of the hallway. But it's when someone you don't know. You don't know what their intentions are. Step monster, yeah. So I think that's what's scary, and with the advancement of the internet, we get more access to see those things. You have people, I mean, you literally have people that can identify, like, you have people playing fucking GeoGuessr. Like, they can literally figure out where you are just by looking at a picture of you. They're like, oh, it looks like you're in, I see this statue and it's turned 180 degrees facing north. And then they figure out exactly where you are. So there's that level of like, we can figure out a lot of information now. We can, obviously not everything, but we can figure out a lot of shit now. So I think when it comes to like a creepy video, someone can debunk it really quickly. Like it's quickly debunked. Yeah, knowledge is absolutely power. Hi, crew. Mwah. So I do think part of that is also Resident Evil 9 Leon. Thanks for the follow in the Cult Avengers Day. I forgot to say that. You followed when I was away. Recognize that dirt? Yeah. Their name is literally Resident Evil 9 Leon. That was just so funny. I was like, Moko, is this an alt account? But yeah, I think that takes away from the fear because we can figure out a lot of information really fast.
The devil and we need to abolish it completely. Nor am I the type of guy who's going to sit here and tell you about how AI is going to turn the world into an autonomous utopia. But I'd be lying if I said AI wasn't going to have some negative consequences.
I think that's a very fair take. AI isn't going to make the world perfect, and AI isn't going to plummet us into the depths of hell. However, AI will have positive and negatives. Like, to anyone that thinks AI won't have any negative consequences is just as delusional as the people that think anything AI makes is evil and serves no purpose. Like, there is a middle ground.
More people write off strange videos as AI generated, even when they're not.
That is true. That is true. One of the biggest issues with AI right now, I do love the dab emote. One of the biggest issues with AI right now is that at the moment, we disregard a lot of videos that seem too good to be true because a lot of them are AI. I mean, literally, like, I was able to clock it pretty easily, but, like, I saw someone was like, oh, I made this mask, and it's like it's like a mask of, like, a person, and it looked exactly like the person and when they put it on, and it was, like, obviously AI, and it turns out it was AI, because I could easily identify that, but there are times real things happen, and people immediately say, oh, it's AI. And, like, no, that shit really happened.
Something weird, unsettling, or unexplainable can be dismissed as a product of an
algorithm.
algorithm.
Oh, yeah, it is great.
How many of these internet
There's a little
mysteries
dab
will
in
be
play.
written off as AI in the future? So, before that,
Oh, I hate looking at that picture.
Let's look back at a few of the internet's strangest legends, the ones that captivated us, confused us, and made us question what we were really watching, and see how the people of the times reacted to them when faced with these disturbing videos. Back in 2009, a strange video appeared on YouTube titled I Feel Fantastic.
2009.
No description, no flashy thumbnail, nothing to explain what you were about to see. Just a humanoid mannequin named Tara the Animal.
That is one of the biggest things. I mean, misinformation has always been a problem, but AI has only exacerbated that problem because you can make it more convincing. Like, there's already so much misinformation, there's so much lying that happens. Now with the use of AI, it's like even easier to fabricate shit. I mean, obviously it still was easy, like you can obviously tell a lie, but like it's easier to fool people now. 100%.
over and over again.
And people are already easily fooled, but like old people will believe anything. You show them AI and they're like, how did that cat have a shotgun? And it's like, no, Ethel, the cat did not have a shotgun.
At first, it didn't seem like much, just a strange art experiment maybe, but the longer you watched, the more unsettling it became. The song itself was hollow and it looped endlessly, until the melody started to feel more like static and background noise rather than music.
This is creepy.
People started to comment, asking what it was. Some thought it was an early AI demo, others thought it was a student project. But as the video spread beyond YouTube onto Reddit, 4chan, and creepypasta forums, the tone of the conversation changed.
But you know, here's the thing. This is also what made it scary, is that people on like Reddit and shit, they would actually just make up stories and people would believe it. Yeah, I mean, I think there are some funny AI things, like the AI, like, like the cat with a shotgun is funny. Okay, I know it's AI. I don't care. It's funny. I think it's funny. I think it's stupid, but I think it's funny, and that doesn't bother me. Also, Moko, you are right. That is my plan. If I can't get if I can't get it, then that's my plan. I'm not letting it get me down. It frustrates me and it bums me out, and I want to scream and I want to cry. Not because I'm sad, because I'm annoyed. I know that there's a way forward, and I know I can make it work, but I'm just really frustrated. Like when I get really frustrated, I want to cry. It's not like me being like when I get really angry, I want to cry too. It's not me being sad. It's me being like so mad, so annoyed, so betrayed, hurt, whatever it wants to be, that I'm like, I need to let it out. Just cry a lot. It's okay. I don't cry that much. That's the funny thing. I've been crying. I mean, I cried when it came to my parents' stuff. That when I was actually sad. I wasn't frustrated. I was legit sad. That is the last time I cried. No, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the cult. I hope you enjoy your stay. Mwah. Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's anything it happened. Oh yeah, when someone's like, "Look, this person got hurt," and it was like, I mean, you've seen this stuff. Do you remember? I can't remember. I think it was the 2016 elections in the U.S. Some girl was like, no, it wasn't even some girl. It was an account that was like, "Oh my god, I was just attacked by a random man," and they posted pictures of this girl that was injured. You know, she was bleeding out of her like face, right? Like, out of her forehead or something, or like this side, her like temple or whatever, right? She was like covered in blood, and it was shared for a really long time. Like it was shared around, and it was just the behind the scenes footage of a horror movie. Like I'm not even joking. It was the behind the scenes footage of the horror movie where the girl took a close up picture to show off the gore and the blood effects. I'm not even joking. It had no AI, but people lie all the fucking time, and AI only makes it easier to do that because you can make it convincing videos. I mean, obviously, like to the trained eye, you can be like, "Bitch, that's AI," but for the most part, people are easily fooled. So AI is only makes it easier to fool people that were already easily fooled. You know, it makes it even simpler. So, you know, that's one of the huge negatives, is that like the people that were already primed to be fooled they're the easiest targets for them.
Eerie details. In one frame, Tara appears to be laying on grass outdoors, which is then followed by a shot panning to the outdoors towards a hill. That one sequence from the video was enough to spark one of the internet's early viral horror theories. Threads began to circulate claiming that the creator, John Bergenon, had murdered a woman and built Tara as a robotic replica of his victim. Some said the outdoor scene showed the very place where she was
See?
buried. The story spread
See?
across message boards like wildfire.
Now,
especially as the
I'm
internet
wondering if
refined its
someone can
information.
fucking geoguessr this shit now. You know what I mean? They can just be like, this is exactly where it was. Like, fucking, you know, this was in Louisiana,
About
bitch.
Bergman himself. In 2010, curious users began digging deeper. They found traces of a now defunct website called TaraTheAndroid.com, which described Tara as a part of a robotics and vocal synthesis project. It had short clips of Tara speaking, references to version updates, and text that sounded more like patch notes than anything artistic. But as quickly as people found it, the site disappeared.
Yeah, I think
Bergenon's account went silent. His
if
online
he says
presence
no,
vanished, and all that was left was the video.
I'll just take the L.
The disappearance only made the mystery worse. People began archiving everything they could find, and new theories kept emerging. Some argued it was part of a hidden ARG. By 2012, I Feel Fantastic had cemented its place in the internet's haunted archive.
ARG means augmented reality game. Augmented reality meaning like it takes place online or in the virtual like space and in real life, hence the augmented reality. A good example is like I just watched it. Some games do it. Like Overwatch did it where they had a game where you had to figure out how to find Sombra, which is their character. So people thought this was a game.
Videos that felt too real and too specific, too easily dismissed. Countless analyst videos appeared on YouTube, each one trying to decode the mystery. Some broke down Tara's voice, saying it was made with a program called Vocaloid. Eventually, fragments of the truth did surface. John Bergenon himself, years later, confessed that Tara was never meant to be a part of any horror story, that she was simply the product of an early robotics and voice synthesis experiment. But by then, it didn't matter. The legend had already taken root.
Wait, so we actually know that it was just a test and it ended up being creepy. That's kind of funny.
The next video we're going to talk about is one that's always lingered in the corners of early YouTube horror, the Pennhurst found footage. It wasn't flashy. It didn't rely on
Am I doing?
jump scares. There wasn't even music.
I am
What made
doing.
it terrifying was how real it felt. It was supposedly discovered by a group of urban explorers who broke into the Pennhurst State School and Hospital, an actual abandoned asylum in Pennsylvania. The facility itself was a real place with a dark reputation. From the early 1900s till its enclosure in 1987, Pennhurst was known for its inhumane conditions, patient abuse.
Some of those words were wrong. It's not enclosure. It's closure. Because they shut down. Enclosure, like, means like space or place. So I hear that? I appreciate it. It's been a bit of a struggle. I'm trying to get my rig done, and I got an update today, and there really wasn't an update. Like, the update was extremely, like, nothing was done. Some things, like, out of, like, let's say 10, I think, like, 3 things got fixed. And he said he's unwilling to do the rest.
And years of government neglect. When the footage surfaced, that grim history became a part of its DNA. The video itself was simple: grainy handheld camera work, dim flashlights cutting through crumbling hallways, and distant echoes that might have been water or footsteps. The explorers whispered to each other as they moved deeper into the ruins. There's no music, no editing. People who saw it back then weren't sure what to think. It started circulating on MySpace horror groups, small paranormal forums, and early YouTube channels that specialized in haunted locations. Some believed it was authentic, maybe part of a police investigation or genuine tape found in a building. Others thought it was a student film made to look real. By 2008, more copies of the video began surfacing under different names, like the Pennhurst Lost Tape, Pennhurst Experiments, and the Asylum Recording.
Experiments.
Some versions were only a few
Also, thanks for the
minutes
follow.
long,
What can you call it? I hope you enjoy your
others
stay.
just 10.
Mwah.
But none of them had the original
How'd you find me?
uploader's name. That only added to the myth. People started speculating that the explorers never made it out. A new forum post even claimed that their bodies were discovered.
Of course, they never made it out.
Though there was never really real evidence of that. By
Yeah.
2015, most of the original uploads had vanished. Channels were deleted, forums were archived, and what's left now are low-resolution copies. You can still find fragments of today buried under compilation videos and lost media playlists, each one claiming to have the original. Whether it was a film student project, a hoax, or something stranger, no one ever officially claimed it, and maybe that's why it's still remembered.
That is creepy that no one claimed it.
SuicideMouse.avi is one of those stories that feels older than the internet, like a whisper through old forums and early YouTube
I've never
comment
seen this one.
sections. The legend
safe.
goes like this.
Mwah.
Sometimes in the early 2000s, a file began circulating online called SuicideMouse.avi. Supposedly, it was a lost piece of Disney animation, hidden in the archives, never meant to be seen. The video was said to show Mickey Mouse walking down a black and white street that seemed to loop endlessly. The background never changed. Cracked sidewalks, repeating buildings, and a strange sense that the scene was slowly decaying with every step. At first it looked like one of those early 1930s animations, silent and harmless, but after a few minutes the audio began to distort. Low static mixed with faint piano noises, then a rising drone that didn't sound musical at all. Buildings tilt and melt into shadows.
Okay, this
As
is
Mickey
creepy.
keeps
I get it.
walking, his face makes a grin, his expression twisting into something between glee and pain. By the end of the video, it supposedly cuts to black. Then, according to legend, there's a faint scream. Not Mickey's, but human. The origins of this story are difficult to pin down, but most trace it back to 2008 when a creepypasta post titled SuicideMouse.avi began circulating on message boards like 4chan and Something Awful.
Thanks,
The
Fast.
post
I
claimed
appreciate
that
it.
A Disney archivist had discovered the reel while digitizing old animation cells, and that after viewing it, the archivist took his own life. Of course, there's no record of such an event. But
Yeah,
the
because it
internet
didn't
did
happen.
there.
Yeah,
It's
there's
the
no
perfect
record because it
blend of
didn't
nostalgia
happen.
and horror, taking something as wholesome as Mickey Mouse and turning it into something grotesque. People began to make their own recreations almost immediately. By 2009, YouTube was full of versions of SuicideMouse.avi, each one slightly different. Some added distorted music, video filters, others mimicked the creepypasta's description frame by frame. The recreations made it worse in a way because no one knew which one was supposed to be the real one. That
Yeah.
uncertainty fueled
So I
the
have a
myth. Some thought
problem
it was
with you.
inspired by
So
Walt
as
Disney
soon
animated urban
as
legends,
we find
like the
out who
rumor
you
that
are,
Walt Disney had
trust you
produced
will be
darker
dealt with.
experimental
Period.
shorts during the
Period.
Great Depression. Others said it was an allegory for creative burnout, with Mickey endlessly walking towards nothing. But to most people online at the time, SuicideMouse.avi didn't need an explanation, it just needed to exist.
Yeah, it just needed to be
That
creepy.
was the magic of early internet horror. The grainy visuals and lack of source, the fact that someone could say it was
Yeah,
found in
again,
Disney
it's the
archives, and
unknown.
for a brief moment, you believed it. One of the most disturbing and mysterious videos ever to circulate online is known simply as Blank Room Soup, or sometimes Freaky Soup Guy. The footage shows a man sitting at a small
I've heard of this,
table
but I've
in
never
an
actually
all-white
watched
room,
it.
sobbing quietly as he eats a bowl of
Because I've
soup.
seen a few videos like
Beside
this where
him
they
stand
talk
two
about it.
figures dressed in oversized black and white
Okay.
mascot
We're
costumes
sitting back.
with large cartoonish heads. They gently pat the man on the back, comforting him as he cries. There's no explanation, no introduction, no dialogue. Just the unsettling contrast between the man's despair and the mascot's calm, almost tender gestures. The video quickly spread across forums in the mid-2000s,
Playboy.
with people speculating about its origins. Some
Are
claimed it
you?
was a piece of performance art. Others believed it was footage of a kidnapping victim being forced to eat the remains of another person. The costumes were later
That's
linked to a
stupid.
performance group called Ray Ray, who confirmed that their original suits had been stolen, adding another layer to the mystery of the footage. Whether real, staged, or something in between, Blank Room Soup became one of the internet's most haunting videos, the kind that sticks with you long after it ends, precisely because it never gave you an answer. All of these videos reached acclaim and have been immortalized in internet horror space. For most of us now, these videos were like campfire stories that we
Ow.
heard a long time ago.
My
I
elbow.
wonder if others still remember them as we do. And it's clear that everyone kinda remembers this era of the internet, creating a bit of nostalgia in return to that era. Recently, a new internet mystery has reared its head that you may not have heard
Hate
of.
that.
It goes by the name of the McGrady tapes, and it
Hate
shows a lot
that.
of similarity to the internet mysteries of old. In the early
Hated that.
2000s, a peculiar incident occurred in the small town of McGrady, North Carolina. It began with a seemingly innocuous act. A blank VHS tape was left outside of a Blockbuster store. The tape, unmarked and mysterious, piqued the curiosity of the store's employees. Upon viewing it, they were confronted with a chilling scene that would haunt them, and eventually the internet, for years. The footage was simple, yet profoundly unsettling.
I
It
hate
depicted
that.
a person crouching beneath a bathroom stall, their face peering up from the floor. The camera remained fixed on this perspective for an agonizing 40 minutes. The employees, disturbed by the content, handed the tape over to the authorities. In a bizarre
Next
twist,
to
a
install,
police
yeah.
dog trained to detect human decomposition reportedly reacted to the tape, suggesting the presence of human remains. This detail, though
Supposedly?
unverified, added an eerie layer
Yeah,
to the
no
story,
way.
blurring the lines between
No
reality and
way.
fiction. The tale of the McGrady tape gained traction online, particularly on platforms like TikTok, where users shared their interpretations and theories. The narrative spread quickly, with many captivated by the idea of a lost piece of media containing a haunting, unexplained mystery. However, as with many urban legends, the truth behind the McGrady tape was more mundane. The footage was eventually traced back to a 2016 prank video by the YouTube channel Prank City. In that video, a mannequin head is placed under a bathroom stall as a part of a prank. The image that had captivated so many viewers was nothing more than a stage setup
Thank
intended
God.
to elicit a startled reaction. This story has all the hallmarks of a great internet mystery.
Thank
An
God.
obscure story, grainy, creepy, unsettling footage, and even a reference to the early 2000s, with the tape being found at a local Blockbuster of all places. There is certainly a want to return to this internet era. What made these videos so special was the human element. Every flicker, strange pause, every inexplicable detail hinted at a creator behind the camera, someone who intentionally crafted these unsettling moments. And that's where AI changes the game. In the future, it's easy to imagine that entire categories of weird, unsettling, or obscure media could be ignored or ridiculed, simply because an algorithm could have made it. The thrill of discovery, stumbling upon something you weren't meant to see, questioning what is real, could fade away. If every
I would
strange video
argue
is
it's already
dismissed as
faded
just
away.
AI, then the magic disappears. That feeling of finding something you weren't supposed to see, gone. Videos like I Feel Fantastic, Penhurst, or Suicide Mouse thrived because they felt human, imperfect, and unknowable. If we start assuming everything strange is machine-made, that unique sense of wonder disappears. Now people won't even ask the question of, whoa, was that real? They'll just assume it was AI and move on. So, as the internet keeps evolving, we should try to remember why these videos endured. They weren't polished, but they also weren't hastily put together. They were human, mysterious, and a little bit forbidden. And that's why, even today, the feeling of stumbling upon one of these old internet mysteries can't be replaced. These videos were the campfire stories of the internet, strange, unsettling tales that you whispered about and passed along.
Disturbing
For a brief
internet
moment,
iceberg.
these mysteries let us step into
I'm
the
gonna give
unknown,
myself nightmares.
and that feeling still lingers, even now.
Gonna give myself nightmares.
Rob Hegan Yergna refers to a YouTube channel with thousands of videos over the span of years. The name of the channel backwards translates to Angry Neighbor, and once watching the videos, you can see why. All of the videos show a black screen, with audio being the only thing discernible. What can be heard in many of these videos are the sounds of someone's house through a wall.
Hate that. Hate that. I saw this video in my related. I haven't watched it. Is it a good video? Should we watch it?
These sounds range from loud music to loud children running around and making noise. The title of the videos share the thoughts of the person uploading them, often being hostile in nature, saying things like loud, rude, annoying, nosy neighbors. Some of
Whole
these videos,
fucking
however, don't
family.
really seem to record anything at all, which implies that whatever is supposed to be recorded is not loud enough to be picked up by the microphone, underscoring just how obsessive the person running the channel is. Not only that, but the profile picture of the YouTube channel creates some concern, as it shows multiple guns lined up, making some believe that the obsession with the neighbors might come to a violent end. One big question that remains unanswered is where exactly the audio is being recorded from. Most assumed that it was from the apartment or house next to the neighbors, but some have speculated that the audio sounds like it's taken from inside of the house where the commotion is happening, giving the audio a more sinister implication. The channel stopped uploading many years ago, and no definitive answer has been given as to the outcome of the feud between these neighbors. In the end, what makes this case unsettling isn't hidden codes, ARG elements, or elaborate myth-making. What exists instead is an
popcorn?
extensive digital archive
Yeah, I need
of
my
thousands of
over-salted
uploads,
popcorn.
documenting everyday domestic noise, reframed as harassment or hostility through the lens of the uploader. And Rix refers to an obscure early internet mystery surrounding a website for a disease that didn't exist. The site, hosted on Angelfire, an under the domain enrixangelfire.com presented itself as a medical information page describing a strange disease called Enrix, sometimes also referred to as Gomek syndrome. The content
It
was
will be
largely
difficult to
written in
know.
Thai and formatted like a legitimate health resource. At first glance, it seemed clinical, but interacting with the page quickly changed that tone. Clicking on the image of the doctor on the homepage would cause the text and visuals to progressively corrupt. The page would glitch and distort and eventually reveal a smiley face along with a message thanking the visitor. Other
Okay, that's
sections
pretty
of the
creepy.
site contained corrupted text, strange formatting, and a hidden bypass login link that redirected users to a YouTube video titled Paris Phone Numbers Station. When
Paris
viewers
phone?
converted the audio numbers in that video to ACI,
Paris phone.
they spelled out the phrase evident agenda. This only fueled speculation that the site was
Bitch.
part of an ARG. People also were talking about a large Thai PDF
Persephone?
embedded deep within the site, later identified as an official Thai Department of Mental Health hotline manual. Ultimately, the giant manual had no hidden meaning. The mystery, however, was resolved in a much simpler way. Paul Hubbins, a developer and artist, publicly acknowledged that he created the website as a personal project, reportedly to scare or troll a friend. There was no larger conspiracy or ARG. The site was later removed from AngelFire, leaving behind only archives, mirrors, and discussions. Asuba Bawana is a term that, when searched
I swear
up on
it's just
YouTube,
misspelled.
would present a
I
bunch
swear.
of gore videos and footage from surgeries showing organs and other gory videos. Many were rightly confused by this, and upon further
Ew.
inspection, people found out that the term related to a form of Buddhist meditation that requires a practitioner to focus on very body parts and organs. The search allegedly surfaced videos featuring graphic thumbnails and including decomposing bodies, autopsy imagery, and other unsettling
Jesus.
visuals. The practice was mainly used to try and overcome lustful thoughts. Many didn't know what the term referred to, so many were confused when they tuned into it and saw a bunch of gore, turning it into an internet mystery. Magabond.com is a website that is now defunct as it requires Flash to run properly. But there was a time when the site was functional, and when it was, there were a couple videos on the site that had greatly disturbed people. But in able to understand these videos, one has to have some context. The name Magabond comes from a YouTube channel that goes by the same name. The channel posted many videos where the runner of the channel would just record themselves doing nothing but looking at the screen. For some reason, these videos were quite popular, and they all came out 11 years ago.
Okay,
All of
that's
a
pretty
sudden,
creepy.
Magabond stopped uploading entirely, leaving many wondering why she stopped uploading. Someone, however, started a rumor that she had gone missing, making many think that something tragic may have happened to her. It was then that Magabond.com was created.
No,
and these
it looks like she has
disturbing videos
vlogs
started to
too.
appear on the site. The videos showed a man in a gas mask obsessing over the YouTuber, putting her face on a projector screen and caressing a photo of her. Not only that, but words and sentences would pop up
Yeah,
on
we
the
scroll
screen
down, so I
occasionally,
are scrolling,
and when
conquering,
translated, would lead
going
to
noise.
erotic
Try the
novels,
screen. That's pretty
implying
creepy.
disturbing intentions. To make bad implications
Jump scares like
even
that.
worse,
Ugh.
the third video showed a photo of the YouTuber and a doll with worms crawling out of its head, followed up with imagery of someone squirming
Ali J,
under a
thanks for the
blanket.
follow. Welcome to
Then
the cult.
at the
I hope
end
you
of
enjoy
the
your
video,
stay.
the text
Mwah.
says,
Welcome.
"I'm sorry." Many came to the natural conclusion that the man in the mask was a kidnapper who had taken the girl and ended her life. This conclusion, however, was
How'd you
false.
find me?
Thankfully, the creator was later found out to be an art student who was looking for a way to get attention and a lot of traffic to his project. Essentially, it was a hoax. Magabond herself was later confirmed to not be missing at all, and later on, some people even found her modern accounts on social media, where she continued to post pictures and videos there. This whole situation really emphasizes how online rumors can spiral out of control incredibly quickly.
This is what I'm
and
telling you
provide
about,
opportunities for
you
people looking
guys.
to
This is what I'm telling you about. It's so easy for people to just lie online. It's crazy.
make a hoax. Godly Recon is
Fischler?
another odd case,
Oh,
as there
well,
are
I
many
appreciate
conflicting
you.
stories on what is
Appreciate
the
the
real state
follow.
of events. The mystery began when a YouTube channel called
Be warned, I do
Nation
adult
Squid
content.
posted a video called Top 10
Not
Creepy
here,
Things
obviously.
from the Internet. One of the entries on that list was a defunct YouTube channel called Godly Recon. Nation Squid himself posted an archive of the videos from that channel, and looking through them shows nothing out of the ordinary at first. It just seems like a regular video log from a random woman on the internet. But later in videos, she mentions that she is being stalked by someone and is rather distressed about it, wondering if it's someone who watches the channel or just a random admirer.
Thank you
The
so much for
final
the tier 1
video,
sub.
titled
I
Goodbye,
appreciate it,
is
babe.
where this mystery turns into something truly dark, as it starts with her talking to the camera before a loud bang could be heard.
Okay. Okay. That is horrifying. That is horrifying.
Automatically, people drew the more obvious conclusion. Godly Recon was a video blogger who gained a stalker who killed her and posted the last video leading to the channel
Unlikely.
being taken down. But that's not the end of the mystery. When people went looking for the original channel on the Wayback Machine, nothing could be found, leading some to believe that the channel never existed in the first place. But how could Nation
That's
Squid have
trippy.
seen these videos? Well, Nation Squid says that the channel in fact did exist in some time, citing the dates of the videos on his archives as proof. But people pointed out that those dates could in fact be edited to look older than they actually are. This led to a couple of theories. Some believe that Nation Squid is responsible for making the videos and tried to pass them off as being lost to time. Nation Squid himself was working on an ARG at the time, showing that he could be capable of such a thing. Another more scandalous explanation portrayed Nation Squid as the stalker, and that's how he has the videos. Some believe it was a hoax. Others think that it was an attempt at
Probably a
ARG.
hoax. Probably
Some
just
even
trying to
think
get
that it's real.
attention.
Help with advice.
Bitch, we
is
don't
another
even find
YouTube
the
channel
end of it. I
mystery,
mean, I
but
guess
this one feels
it's
more
just
grounded in
we don't
real.
know.
The YouTube channel
I think he
covered
faked
the
it.
torment of a
No
couple
way.
on a farm
No
stand.
way. Because it's
The
so
couple
easy to
made
fake shit.
repeated claims
And the
about
fact that
being
there's
harmed,
no
monitored,
Wayback Machine, no way.
or targeted by the government. All of these claims are made in the descriptions of their videos. The actual claims about what exactly they thought was harming them is unclear, as many of the descriptions are rambly in nature, but it seems that the couple thinks that the Department of Defense or the government were sending signals in the direction of their homestead. This seems to be the explanation for all of the mishaps that they suffer through in all of their videos. On the channel, there are videos that show blurring cameras, claiming that it's proof of electronic interference, and even a video of a sick and dying cow that they also think has something to do with these signals.
That's just sort of
From
sad.
shattering teeth to vomiting in
I
the
don't
middle
want
of
to
the
see
night,
that.
all of these things seem to be tied to the mysterious signal. A Facebook page was connected to the couple, and from there, similar posts followed. However,
Thank God
the
I
Facebook
didn't see
page
that.
can't be found today. Many think that the couple has schizophrenia or some other mental illness, while others think that there's genuinely some type of government malfeasance. I couldn't find any info of the couple online, and there's no confirmation on what their names are. This dead end, combined with a deleted Facebook page, made many believe that the government really might have been involved. To this day, the YouTube channel remains online, though no official explanation has ever been offered.
That's horrifying.
John Lang was a resident of Fresno, California. John became increasingly convinced that local authorities, and specifically members of the Fresno Police Department, were targeting, harassing, and stalking him, according to the accounts tied to his online activity.
I know, right?
And
Like, I don't
the
want to see
Lang
that.
Marine YouTube channel
I don't want to
he
see anything like
maintained.
gory
Lang
or
claimed
like.
to have
I don't want to see any of
uncovered what he
that.
believed to
I'm
be
good.
a police-run ticketing scam that disproportionately affected low-income drivers. He posted the commentary, photos, and security camera footage showing unmarked vans and police vehicles near his home, asserting that these were signs of surveillance and intimidation. On his YouTube channel and social media, Lang repeatedly documented what he saw as escalating harassment, footage of vehicles parked outside of his house, people loitering near his property, and
That is
strange activity caught by
creepy.
cameras he had installed facing the street. In mid-January 2016, Lang posted a cryptid message online that if he were found dead, it would be because of the Fresno police, a prediction that unnerved many who saw it. Just days later, on January 20th, 2016, Lang was found deceased inside of his burning home. Early reports from the Fresno County Coroner's Office initially suggested conflicting details about his death, including statements about stab wounds and the fire, but authorities eventually ruled it a suicide.
I
Alternate
appreciate
media
it. Be
sources
safe.
have speculated
Mwah.
that something more sinister might have occurred. This is one of those cases that gets a little too real. No alleged leads attached to this one. A man burned alive in his house, and many think it was an assassination. And to be honest, it's hard to disagree, making John Lang a perfect entry this
Yeah,
far down
that
the
actually
iceberg.
makes sense because
Lex the Wonder Dog.
why
is
would
an
he burn
internet
his house
mystery
and
about a film
house
that doesn't exist.
his house and then
No
stab
video of the
himself? That
film
makes
seems
no
to be on
sense.
YouTube or anywhere on the internet. At first glance, it sounds completely ordinary, a family film about a highly intelligent dog named Lex. It has an IMDb page and has a listed runtime of 92 minutes. It even credits a director, Sidney Ling, but according to the users on r/Lost Films, that's where things start to fall apart. Despite being listed as a full feature film, no one has been able to locate a surviving copy. No VHS transfers, no DVD prints, no theatrical posters, beyond a few scattered images. Not even low-quality clips uploaded to obscure forums. For a film supposedly released in 1973, the digital footprint is almost non-existent. Reddit users began digging
Well, that's
deeper
crazy
and
true.
uncovered an even stranger detail. Sidney Ling, the accredited director, was allegedly only 13 years old when the film was made. Some older editions of the Guinness Book of World Records reportedly listed him as the youngest person to direct a professionally made feature film. That claim alone would make Lex the Wonder Dog historically significant, and yet no one can verify it. So the mystery isn't that Lex the Wonder Dog is very disturbing. It's that it might be historically important and yet effectively erased. A feature-length film, a world record claim, a teenage
That is
director, and
crazy.
almost no surviving evidence. WKCR hijacking refers to an alleged hijacking of a college radio station in the 90s. The hijacking was brought to attention by a post on 4chan, where the poster talked about how they liked to make it a pastime to listen to the station and record interesting occurrences on tape when they happened. The station, operated by students at Columbia University, was known for jazz programming, news, and experimental broadcasts. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then, the music cut out. In its place was high-pitched screeching, distorted tones, heavy breathing, and a calm female voice, reading what sounded like obituaries.
Oh god. Oh god, I don't want to listen. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. Mwah, 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 mwah. Thank you, I really, really appreciate it. Oh my gosh, if you guys got a gift sub, make sure to give heart to the anonymous gifter. You know, based anon.
After several minutes, the regular broadcast resumed. The original poster says that the broadcast disturbed him so much, he threw the original tape he recorded the audio on in a drawer and tried to forget about it. Many online tried to piece the contents of the broadcast together, but many of the names
I'm so tired. I got like no sleep last night.
To each other.
I don't.
When the radio
I want to
station
play
was
Resident
questioned about
Evil,
the event, they chalked it up to a
but
hoax
I know I'm gonna
played
do
by some
bad.
of the
I'm
members
so
on the
sleepy.
station, with no actual significance. Another piece of info that brought legitimacy into question was the fact that before it circulated on 4chan, it was posted to Reddit, specifically in the horror fiction community r/NoSleep. That detail changes everything. On r/NoSleep, stories are presented as real. That's part of the format. Authors do not break character. Readers suspend disbelief. It's collaborative fiction built to feel authentic. So when a story called Old Tape appeared on there, it immediately blurred the line between documentation and storytelling. Was it an archival discovery, or was it a piece of immersive horror written specifically
it's
for
written
that
that like
audience?
fucking
Story
stupid.
written
Come on
in
now.
a
Come on now.
fictional
Come on
community.
now.
That interpretation was very plausible, but when questioned, the original poster said that while aspects of the No Sleep story were fake, that the overall premise of his post on 4chan was the real story. Some believed him, while others thought it was an excuse for trying to pull a legitimate hoax based on a fictional story he invented. Still,
100%.
no confirmed answer remains. There's a horror story on the internet that doesn't come in the form of a single file, a cursed site, or a forgotten videotape. Instead, it exists as a sprawling, fragmented saga pieced together from dozens of anonymous comments scattered across threads. A narrative stitched together by fans into what is now called Mother Horse Eyes, or the Interface series. Starting around April 2016,
That's
an
a
anonymous
creepy
Reddit
name.
user posting under the moniker Mother Horse Eyes, often shorted to 9M, 9H, 9E, dropped hundreds of cryptic narrative fragments into unrelated comment threads across the platform. People gathered these bits and assembled them into an overarching mythology. At its core, Mother Horse Eyes isn't just horror, it's cosmic body horror and conspiratorial science fiction. The story weaves themes of government experimentation, LSD-induced psychological transformation,
that's
and
kind of cool.
grotesque flesh interfaces. living organic portals described as tunnels of pulsating tissue that connect worlds and mutate reality itself. The narratives span decades, locations, and genres. One thread touches on experimental subjects returning encased in a sack-like construct. Another recounts military expeditions encountering unearthly phenomena. In another story, follows future societies harnessing the biological network system. There's even a cosmic maternal figure, Mother Horse-Eyes herself, whose nature is ambiguous as her name is unsettling. Fans and commentators have debated what Mother actually represents. Some see her as a
trippy as
literal
fuck,
cosmic
though.
force, others
I'll say
as
that.
an allegory for human delusion, addiction, and societal decay. The reception is varied. Some readers find the story
I don't think it's
deeply
that deep.
compelling, a tapestry of interconnected horror and philosophical reflection. Others criticize its sprawling, almost aimless structure. But regardless of interpretation, Mother Horse
I don't think it's
remains
that
one
deep.
of the internet's most
Unlikely
unusual
that
horror
it's that
phenomena.
deep. What?
Not confined to a single medium, but spread across comments, forums, fan sites, audio readings, and countless discussions. Very few people know where the original ends and the legend begins. I want to thank
You're
all
scared?
of you for
I
watching
get
my
that.
videos on the
Me
disturbing
too. Do you guys watch
And for
Creepcast?
those who are
I
not
wish
into that
I
sort of
did.
content, I
The
sincerely
format is so
apologize.
long.
This marks the end of this iceberg.
It's so long.
But for those who are new and want to watch from the very beginning, keep a lookout for the compiled version of the past 4 videos. That being said, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video.
I see that. There's one that Moko said. It's a horror game.
When you think of educational games, you probably think of something like this,
God. Did you guys play educational games?
as opposed to something like this. This is Cosmology of Kyoto, a point-and-click adventure game where you explore the ancient Japanese capital of Heiankyo, which today is known as Kyoto. You encounter various historical figures, visit famous sites, learn how the different castes of people in society lived, and run into ghosts and demons who will kill you in horrific ways if you aren't prepared.
Oh.
It's a game
Okay,
that
he might be a
mixes
freak.
historical fact with folkloric horror in a way that I've never seen done outside of books and movies.
In your
So
words,
get your
oh God.
encyclodias ready, along with your Buddhist sutra to ward
There was
off the
that
malicious
one
spirits,
typing
and let's
horror
dive
game. It was
into
like blood
Cosmology of
typers.
Kyoto.
That looked fun. I know I'd be shit at it.
Cosmology of Kyoto was developed by SoftEdge and published by Yano Electric for PC and Mac in Japan in 1993. It was released in English for Macs in 94 and got an English PC release the following year. Riding the wave of the all-encompassing mist and coming out on one of those newfangled CD-ROMs, Cosmology of Kyoto seemed poised to be one of those games that found their way into nearly everyone's home as a curious oddity. You know, one of those jewel cases you'd pull out of the weird rack on the side of the computer desk at a friend
That's
or
funny.
relative's house and be like, huh, what the hell's this? But sadly, this wasn't to be, as the game sold poorly. But it did garner
the game
a
in
fair amount of
English?
critical acclaim. Even famed movie critic and notorious video game hater Roger Ebert named it as one of only 2 games he had ever played and enjoyed, the other
What?
being Myst. Before we go any further, I want to give a special thanks to these dungeon connoisseurs and dungeon architects who support me on Patreon. If you'd like to watch
What should
videos
I?
early, and
You know, he has a name for his subscribers. Should I have a name for those of you that are subscribed? My little bitches. No, I'm just kidding.
possibly get your name in upcoming videos, click the
La
Patreon
house.
link down in the description to find out how. Now, you can find Mac, Windows
Horse.
3.1x, and Windows 95
Automod got
versions
you.
of Cosmology of Kyoto through sites like My Abandonedware and the like, but good luck getting them to run on modern systems. Luckily, there's a site by the name of the Collection Chamber that has you covered. Here you can find a Windows
The
3.x version of the game that's configured to run in DOSBox. The owner of the site has already done all the heavy lifting to get this to work, so all you need to do is download the game game, run the installer in the zip file, and voila, it just works.
It just works.
The collection chamber is an amazing site, by the way, with a depository of hundreds of old abandoned games, and the person who runs it has reconfigured all of them to run in DOSBox on modern systems. So go check it out and consider donating to them, because they're doing God's work over there. So once you hop into the game, you're immediately greeted with the main menu. Choose New Game and you're thrust into character creation. Yes, this game has a character creator. Select married or single, male or female, and as far as I could tell, these have no bearing on anything. Then type in your name. Don't mind that you won't be able to see what you're typing. This is an unfortunate side effect of DOSBox emulation with this game. Oh, but be sure to remember what you type. Your name is also your password when loading a saved game. Next, you can choose what your character will look like, but don't get too excited. It's not that advanced, and everything ends up pretty much looking like a me reject in the end. Text scroll that goes
I just had a Seth Rogen laugh.
Gives you the historical context
Oh my God.
of the game, and also lays out some of the more supernatural and occult themes that are present. In 1787, the Emperor of Japan moved the capital to Kyoto after a series of bloody civil wars. And the intro paints the emperor's reasoning for the move as motivated by a curse put on him and his court by the prince who died in the old capital. So the emperor wants to escape the vengeful spirits.
We need to watch a Seth
created by so
Rogen
much
movie.
bloodshed. The city of Kyoto is fortified with occult defenses, and thanks to this, the culture of the city blooms. Now it is the 900s, 10th century Japan. Kyoto is a prosperous city on the surface, but underneath there are political power struggles, sickness in the streets, and a series of fires and other misfortunes. The ending of the intro text puts it better than I ever could. Out of the darkness, out of bounds, demons and goblins appear. It is a time when the darkness is truly black, when the light which shines reaches far into the soul. The space that is Kyoto works like a mirror that projects the depths of the human mind, and it is about to become the mirror of your mind. As I mentioned earlier, Cosmology of Kyoto mixes the factual and the folkloric, basically recreating the mindset of a person living in 10th century Japan. It was a superstitious time. Many people believed in the existence of ghosts and demons. As far as they knew, those scary cautionary tales that we consider fiction nowadays were true. And so, as you explore the city...
Imagine how miserable it must have been to live in a time where people genuinely believe that stuff. Think about that. Like, that sounds awful. Where they're like, oh, you can't go to the store after like 12 p.m. because the ghosts are gonna, I don't know, fertilize your eggs and the dead will be reborn. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what?
And demons catch glimpses of things out of the corner of your eye, or something popping out from behind a building for just a moment, and you'll think maybe you imagined it, but more likely it was actually there. You start in a field near the main gates of the city with nothing in front of you but a mirror. Picking it up and checking it will reveal that you are naked. That's no way to walk around a city. So find the corpse to the south and steal its clothes. And
you know what, Moko? I'd watch you play this, as weird as this
is. Even though this game is fully translated into English with an official Western release, the directions at the top of the screen were left in kanji, Japanese characters. So you'll probably need a little primer on what they mean. This symbol, kita, is north. Minami is south. Higashi is east, and Nishi is west. Commit these characters to memory because as you go deeper into the city, it'll be helpful to know which direction you're facing to move around and find your way to specific locations by using your map. Now that we've got some clothes and money, we can head into directions. The city, which is to the north. But there's a demon to the east that we can play whack-a-mole with, who will drop a signboard that's actually an amulet. And this will come in handy in just a second. Moving north through the bushes brings us to the main gate. However, if we try to enter, a voice tells us to go back. Turning east, we find a samurai, who we can have a chat with.
This is like the most... I did not expect voice acting. You're in? I know, I'm like...
Voice acting in the game
I'm interested. It's like, I've got like
and the acting is top
fascination.
The entire thing. It
just
really
to know what's
grounds you
happening.
In this foreign world. And I'm just glad they didn't attempt to dub the voices into English. 1990 standards of voice acting would have made this a laughable experience.
Listen, fucker. Mind your own business. This is my business, shit for brains. I don't like your attitude.
There's not a whole lot of music.
I don't like your attitude.
Is foreboding and atmospheric. The perfect creepy backdrop to the dark streets of ancient Kyoto.
Where did I put these pills?
There are a lot of strange and unnerving sound effects too.
Hold up. 1 second. I gotta go. Take that.
Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself though. The samurai at the gate notices our amulet board and says it belongs to him. If you return it, he'll be grateful and tell us his name is Watanabe no Tsuna. The amulet was stolen from him by Tsukumogami, the demon of passing time. And that
His
must have been the little
pronunciation is
fella we
actually
played
pretty good.
whack-a-mole with. As we continue our conversation, he'll ask you if you feel something weird. This will have a typing prompt pop up on screen, introducing us to
hi,
another
Casper.
mechanic for interacting with people. Again, because of the emulation, we can't see what we're typing, but luckily most of the time when this pops up, you'll just have to type yes or no. But there are a couple times where you'll need to type something specific. Anyway, typing yes will have Watanabe turn around in time to see a demon about to attack him. He'll wound the demon, and to thank you for warning him, he'll give you his sword, the Beard Cutter. Pretty good prize for just answering a question. If you say no, the demon will appear, but Watanabe won't give you the sword.
I want to listen, but I'm looking for this. I'll take my medicine. Let me get my medicine really fast. I need to take all of my medicine. I need to take my zinc. I didn't take it. Hmm. Okay, I'm back. Ooh, sorry. Let me get a blanket too. Go on. Your cozy time. mega cozy. Ooh. Okay, sitting. Oh, actually, uh, that's fine. Yeah. I want to get candy and then some water. Actually, I brewed some barley tea, and I want to have it cold 'cause the last time I had it hot, which it actually did help me sleep. I added a little bit of honey. It's not sweet. It's just not bitter anymore. Well, it's got a slight bitterness, but it's hard to describe. So if you guys have never had barley tea before, right? I know Mocha, you have. Mocha's actually the one that recommended it to me. This bitch is more Japanese than I am now. Not sure. Um, um, it's not bitter in the sense that when you think of bitter, like, I'm trying to think of something that's bitter. Get yourselves. Oh my gosh! Thank you. Holy shit! Thank you, Ali J. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Mwah. Thank you. Oh my gosh! While I was gone. Ah. Mwah. 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 Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, it's bitter in a different way. It's a little so the way barley smells is it's a little cardboardy, if that makes sense, like wet cardboard. It's not bad.
Afterwards. Whatever you choose, now that the demon at the gate has been driven off, you can
I like it
enter
hot
through
better.
the main gate, or you can
That's
turn
not as
west
good
and follow
cold.
a white fox through a hole in the outer wall. You can even skip the encounter with Watanabe entirely by choosing this path. Either way, you'll end up inside the city. By now, I'm sure you've noticed the strange presentation this game has. As was pretty common for early computer games, much of the screen real estate is taken up
Something
by
cardboard
UI
a little
elements,
bit.
and the actual gameplay is relegated to a small portion of the screen. The unique thing about Cosmology of Kyoto is that it allows your view of the world to be presented in widescreen. Well, not true widescreen, especially back in '95 if you were playing on a CRT monitor, but the image itself is wide, and this view lends the game a unique look. The illustrations are all gorgeous, with a muted color palette and deep shadows, giving it a dark and creepy edge. The sky in the background
creepy.
and the empty, eerie streets really give this game a forlorn and foreboding feel.
Yeah,
the
no, that's
character
a
designs really add a lot of personality
God,
to the
the
game,
eyes.
combined with the limited, uncanny animations. And yeah, while most of the animations only consist of a few frames, they move smoothly whenever there is animation on screen, and it looks great. I've already mentioned the directions in the top middle, and clicking on them will open up a map that displays your location, which will be incredibly useful once we start moving around the city. You've also got your settings on the top right, which only consist of a volume meter and voice subtitles toggle. The top left has a reference button, and this is pretty impressive. If you feel like you're in over your head with all the historical information or strange horror events that happen in this game, you can click the reference button to get a rundown of what just happened to you. Every place you visit, person you talk to, or strange event you see is inspired by some real-life event or story, so you'll be able to get context for everything happening in the game. And the reference menu updates as you experience different things. Then you've got a list of categories in the bottom left, which allow you to look through everything included in the game. It's like having an encyclopedia of ancient Kyoto and Japanese history and folklore at your fingertips. This is where the educational aspects of the game surface in their most clear-cut form. But going back to the main screen,
A
we
very
still have the bottom portion to check out.
easily
On the left-hand
excitable
side is
boy,
a
you
little
know?
square, and clicking on it brings up some lines above the box. This is your karma meter, and it raises and lowers depending on your actions
my
during
hair?
certain events.
Yeah, it's been
Having
growing out
different
a bit.
levels of karma affects other mechanics in the game, which I'll get to later.
You look
Next,
like a
we have
penis.
the middle boxes. The top one displays text and also shows item illustrations. The bottom is your inventory, where you'll see the names of things you're currently carrying, and clicking on them will bring up an image of the item in the top box. On the right side is another square, like your karma meter on the left, but this one represents how many coins you currently have.
Protect
There are
your
ways to find
Shirokodama.
or earn more money,
No.
and again, I'll talk about this more later on. Once inside the city, the game world is completely open for you to explore. Cosmology of Kyoto places a lot of emphasis on free exploration and making your own choices for different events. You don't have to see all the events or collect all the items available in the game to finish it. In fact, you only really need 2 items to complete the game, and one of them isn't even Watanabe's sword. Though, having a sword will make things much easier. And if you're thinking that this is just a breezy, educational adventure with
Hi,
no
Nova.
risk, well, you're wrong. There are encounters
Welcome.
that
Thanks for
will
the follow.
kill
Welcome to the cult. I
but
hope you
there
enjoy your
is no
stay as
game
well.
over.
Mwah.
You'll be sent
We're
to
watching
hell,
this
and you'll have
old,
to endure some
like,
tortures before you're
horror
resurrected
game.
as a new person, brought back to the world of
Jesus.
the living in the same spot where you died.
No, stop.
You can even loot your previous corpse for your clothes, items, and the money you
I
were carrying.
control my
But your
tail.
karma level is reset after each resurrection. Certain events are reset after death as well, and some events are dictated by your karma level. So you may want to redo some things to raise your karma again. Karma also dictates which version of hell you're sent to. So you may find yourself in Jigoku, being tortured by various demons, or Ashura, getting beat up by the gods. If your karma is too low, you might not even be resurrected as a human even. You can also be resurrected as a dog. I tried to get this to work during my playthroughs and couldn't. So I'm not exactly sure what needs to be done to trigger this, but I've read that it's a thing that can happen. So there's no way to game over, but you can get stuck not having the right items or not knowing exactly where to go or what to do. Anyway, I'm not going to go over all of the events you can run into. There are close to 100 throughout the game, and like I said,
Damn.
you don't need to see all of them to finish. But I will talk about some of the more interesting ones that I ran across, as well as the major ones that you need to complete to progress, and the ending. I feel like most people aren't going to seek this game out, and instead would rather just watch a video about it. But if you're one of the ones who'd rather play it for yourself, then just know that there are
Thank God
spoilers
someone's
from
so
on for
real
pretty
about
much the
that.
rest of the
Some people are
video.
like, no
If you're thinking about
spoilers.
playing it, it really is best
It's
to
like, bitch,
bumble
you ain't gonna
around on
fucking
your
play
own
this
and try
shit.
to figure things out. And you can always
Except
come
for
back
you.
to watch this video after you've tried it. With that
Most
out of
people
the
are not
way,
gonna play this fucking
let's
game.
get
I'm not gonna play
exploring.
this game. Dick knows. Squidward.
Despite the dark mood hanging over the game, there's a lot of people out and about on the streets of Kyoto. An old woman praying to a
Hi,
Jizo
Jade.
statue,
Mwah.
a group of beggars and vagrants, thieves, merchants, noblemen. The game does a good job at showing the disparity between the common folk and the wealthy elite. This is most well illustrated in an event where you find a group of peasant kids playing a game called Gicho, which is sort of like an early version of croquet. One of the kids whacks the ball and it ends up hitting the guard of a nobleman's carriage. The nobleman pays no mind to the peasant child, but the angered guard wants to dole out a punishment. If you interfere, you'll wind up dead. And if you don't, the child will be cut down, beheaded right in the streets. Then the nobleman and his group just continue on as if nothing happened. The child's decapitated body will be left in the streets for the rest of the playthrough for you to run across whenever you return to this part of the city also. Ew, pretty gruesome. You also run across some, how should I put this, propositions from a few characters who will then lead you to an abandoned home and then, well, the...
Titty.
But these encounters always end in a ghost or demon showing up and killing your lady companion, which is such a shame. She was just a good girl.
Yep, she was a good girl. Mama's apple pie. The 4th of July. She was a hooker!
While wandering around
So
the opening
wait, so
district, you'll run into a group of
if you
beggars.
pick up a
If you give
hooker,
some
the
coins
hooker
to one of
dies?
the old men, he'll tell you about Nichijo, the priest. And a couple of streets over, you'll run into him, and he'll invite you back to his shrine. There, you can watch a ritual being performed.
Yo.
And Nichijo will ask if
They
you
got
want to become
Caillou
a
in the game.
practitioner of esoteric Buddhism. Say yes, and you'll get to practice the ritual yourself. It doesn't matter if you perform it correctly, but when you leave, Nichijo will give you a sutra scroll for your protection. This is one of the 2 items needed to complete the game. Armed with the sutra and the sword, you have all you need to protect yourself while wandering the streets of Kyoto. You might
My
run
usual
across
stream?
some bandits.
No, sometimes
and
we
they
play
can be cut
games.
down, but the
Sometimes we
timing
just
is
watch
really
videos.
weird and
Today's a
will
watching
probably
videos.
require some practice.
Had a rough
Your
day.
sword
I'm
can also
tired.
thwart some of the demons, but most of the time you'll need the sutra to exercise them. There are a few more events in the opening district, like an encounter with a group of demons who are trying to make a person out of a corpse, a procession of ghosts who don't let you pass, and a strange shrine with chanting coming from inside.
Oh, Sutra, no.
You can't
Oh.
enter, but when you try to pass, it will
Alex, thank you so
teleport
much
a
for
few
the
spaces back. This also
5
makes
gift
me
subs
wanna talk about
again.
the eerie
Mwah,
atmosphere in the
mwah,
game
mwah,
that isn't really
mwah,
related to
mwah.
the supernatural stuff. Your map
Thank
shows
you,
several
I really
streets and
appreciate it.
pathways that you just won't be able to access.
You embark. Oh,
Some
ruh,
are blocked physically or
ruh.
metaphysically. I don't know, like by this strange force at the shrine or by the entourage of ghosts. But sometimes there are just darkened streets that you don't have the option to walk down. It gives everything a really foreboding and creepy feeling. Like, what's down those darkened streets that the game doesn't want me to see?
You know, I will say, I do notice that games back then, like PlayStation 1 games, are scary looking.
Yeah. Anyway, get your sutra and head to the market district. There are various
Lachlan, thanks
shops
for the
here
follow.
where
Can
you
call
spend
Jam
your
Jersey.
money. You can also borrow money from the supposedly
Yeah,
kind-hearted
it's like
Madam
the.
Moneylender,
It
but you
kind of
need
looks
to
like
give
you're
up
in a
something of
box, no
yours in
matter what.
exchange. On my first playthrough, I gave up the sutra because I didn't want to give up the sword. Little did I know the sutra was way more useful. You don't really need to get any more money or buy anything at any of these merchants. There's a lot of useless stuff on sale, and adventure game logic might lead you to believe that some of it might be important later on, but none of it is. As far as I can tell, there are no events where you need to use any of these items that you can buy. The weapon seller near the market entrance
The
sells a
graphics,
bow.
true.
And this is the other item that we need to complete the game. But there's an event a little later on that will net us a free bow for the cost of some negative karma. But hey, at least we don't need to waste our money buying one. There's a monk preaching to a group in one corner of the market who will teach you a Buddhist chant that will raise your karma. And there's also a
He is
cockfighting
just
ring where you
blind.
can bet on fights and win some money, but I've only ever lost trying to bet on these. The main event of the marketplace are these 2 men who have captured a girl accused of stealing. Help her out by scaring off the men with your sword, and she'll guide you through the exit of the market area and into the second opened area of the city. You'll follow her to a place called Kawara Noin, the abandoned villa of an old nobleman. She'll go up to the house and invite you inside, where the 2 of you can find shelter from the darkened streets. But just as you're about to enter, the girl's pulled inside by a demon. Entering with your sword drawn, you'll find her corpse strung up inside.
She got mega stuck.
There's nothing left to do here, but you should re-enter and say yes to the ghost who appears and speaks with you. This will allow you to enter the grounds again for another event later on. If you don't do this, you won't be allowed to re-enter. Now you can freely explore the second area of the city.
See, this is like
section
some
much bigger
like
than the
bullshit. Like
first,
ain't
with many
nobody.
more events and also more dangers.
What
like
shoes are
groups
that?
of
That
roaming
ooh, that's a
demons,
good
thieves,
point.
and other strange happenings that can leave you dead and on a trip through hell for reincarnation if you don't choose the right action. Again, many of these events have historical or folkloric backgrounds, so be sure to consult the reference whenever you witness something that leaves you scratching your head, which will probably be often. At one point, you'll run into Watanabe again. The demon from the front gate will reappear, but Watanabe will break his sword trying to attack it. Let him borrow the beard cutter, and he'll vanquish the demon once and for all.
Oh, 片付けない。か片付けのござった。
He'll also return the sword to
Oh,
you
the samurai
afterwards.
speak.
Down the street beyond him, you'll encounter a floating skull, which leads to Tsuchigumo, a spider demon. Kill it with the sword to find the skulls of its victims inside its stomach. There's also just a demon plank that flies out from the
No,
side of one of the
welcome. Hi,
streets.
Blood.
This
How are
thing
you?
can kill you, so get your sword ready to fend it off. You'll also find a glowing house where a priest and a husband go inside to find the haunted corpse of the wife who lives there, and the husband just rides her corpse around to subdue it, which was a pretty ridiculous moment.
What is happening? What? Why does it sound like the beginning of a song? Hey, Sean Kingston.
You may also run across a woman peering at you from behind a fence. Interacting with her will have a handmaiden deliver a poem to you. If you were diligent in your reference work, you'll know that this was a poem with the first line written by a poet and the last line spoken to him by a demon. So obviously nothing good is going to come of this. After reading the poem, you can go in and speak to the woman, and she'll tell you to meet her at the Kawaranoin, the place that the girl from the marketplace led you. Nothing bad ever happens when you follow women there, right?
Is she the demon?
本当に来てくださいましたね。お待ちいたしておりました。さあさあ、もっと近こう。ああ
Harakoon. Oh, she's fat? That's the jump scare?
私の愛しい人を奪いよった憎いやつ口惜しいこの上は取り殺してくれようぞもう死んでおるわ
She made her bald?
Well, yeah, sad. She was such a good girl. You can also find a carriage somewhere in the streets that
Wait,
will
why
take
did
you
that
back
need to
the
happen?
first
You just got a
district of
girl
the city.
killed.
But you can also just walk back there by passing through the market district again. Anyway, the other major event that you'll want to find here is the man sleeping by one of the palace entrances in the northern part of the city. The palace is your main destination. You can steal his bow, arrows, and his bags. He'll wake up and blame the theft on a demon, and not the guy standing right in front of him holding all of his stuff.
ユミはどこへ行ったお主見なんだか
Just fucking robbed him.
お
You don't want me neither.
鬼じゃ
The crazy thing is you just let that demon kill people and you don't even get rid of the demon.
鬼じゃ鬼に袋を取られた
This deals a negative hit to your karma, but if you didn't buy the bow and arrows from the weapon seller earlier, you're going to have to do this. At each of the palace gates, you'll find guards that won't let you through because you're dressed like a commoner. One of the front gates has a man who challenges you to a game of backgammon, but he's a filthy cheater because as I was about to win the match, he crashed the game, so screw that. Along one side of the palace walls, you'll find an opening.
You would
can
never
slip
catch
through.
me playing
there are
that
several
fucking
events
game.
inside, but you'll want to find the trees and follow the figure through them. This person will confront you and reveal themselves to be a demon. Using the sutra will ward them off and allow you to continue through the forest. And then this fox demon comes out and like pisses on you. I have no idea what the hell's happening here.
Sorry.
On the other side of the forest is the palace grounds, but to enter the palace itself,
Yes?
you'll need some new threads. So
Sorry,
look for
I
the
was paying
demon
attention to the
chowing
video.
down on a fat nobleman. Banish the demon with the sutra and steal the clothes off the corpse. You can enter the palace now, and once you do, you're on the path to the endgame, and there's no turning back. Inside, you'll meet the Emperor, who talks about how great the capital city is and how the wards protected him from the terrible things that followed him
Oh, I
from the
miss
old
Luna.
capital. Then he disappears. Exploring the throne room will make the demon Nue appear, which is basically a Japanese chimera. Here's where you need the bow. You'll have to time your shot to hit the Nue as it descends from the clouds. You only get 3 chances, and the timing is a little specific, so you might end up dying. Luckily, if you do, you'll be reincarnated near the palace, and we'll just have to pick up your nobleman clothes and the rest of your items off your corpse there. You'll have the bow and arrows as well. Or you can just, reload a save. Killing the Nue will cause a secret passage to open in the throne room, and following the path here will lead to a group of nobles discussing the fact that the capital hasn't had any rain lately. They notice your presence, and you get a chance to answer them when they question you on what you're doing here. It doesn't matter what you type, because they all get stomped on by a giant demon in a sequence that actually made me jump. What the fuck? Next, you'll find a hooded figure, and after speaking to him, you'll be caught in the collapse of the palace, and both be sent
Another
to hell.
Anon. Anon, thank you so much for the 5 gifts, those babe.
With their spiked clubs
Oh my
before I
gosh,
realized
thank you
could
so
just
much.
click on the hooded figure to advance things. Nichijou will show up and lead the hooded figure out of hell. If you answer yes to his questions, he'll tell you to find the blue light.
It's
and
like
follow
that.
it back to the world of
What
the
is that?
living.
That
If
one
you say
video
no,
of
you'll have to watch all the
going,
torture
and you get a
scenes in
sub, and
Jigoku,
you get a
but you'll still
sub.
be able to follow the blue light out. Afterwards, you'll be reincarnated and find Nichijou chanting. With the ethereal track that plays in the background, along with the sentiment of Nichijou's speech, it makes for an actual touching conclusion to such a dark and unnerving game.
一切の生きとし生けるものは幸せであれ。もろもろの欲望に関する貪りを除いた人は決して再び母体に宿ることがないであろう。
Thank you for the head pats.
ナムアミダ仏、ナムアミダ仏、ナムアミダ仏。
And that's what's really striking about Cosmology of Kyoto. The combination of the historical and the supernatural, the cruelty of humanity and the goodness that exists in the majority of us, it's all juxtaposed inside this strange point-and-click adventure game. And though it may be confounding or gruesome at times, it's also brilliant and beautiful. Having seen it all and uncovered its mechanics and mysteries, I can say that it's actually not as open-ended or as indefinite as it would initially lead you to believe as you wander the dark streets, bumping into seemingly random, strange people and happenings. But it is something really special. For anyone with patience, who likes history, horror, Japanese culture, adventure games, or any of the above, it's worth checking out. It's a mind-boggling adventure with some shocking and horrific elements.
This seems like a game
one-of-a-kind
you'd just get on,
experience.
like, Steam now.
And that's it for this video. If you liked it, hit the like button. Also, leave a comment. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, go ahead and do that. I
Like
have a
that one
bunch of
other
other
video
videos
we
you can
watched
watch.
with the
I also have a
one
link to the Collection Chamber
foot
website
fetish
where you
guy.
can download this game in
It's
the
like this
description
horror
below.
foot fetish
You can
game.
also find a link to my Twitter.
That's like
and a
super
link to the
gory. It's
Patreon.
like what?
Check that out if you want to support the channel. And so, until next time, Cosmology of Kyoto. Check it out. Dungeon Chill. Out.
鬼神にもあるまじき行い、天の罰を被るぞ。出て行け。
House of Velez. That's what it was called. Or Velez? I have no idea. Apparently the characters say it differently. Okay, this video showed up on my recommended, and it reminded me. I remember seeing this game. Does anyone remember this? The game Amy?
I'm so proud of you, Amy. You did.
Horror foot fetish game. It's got a lot of gore. I can't watch it.
I love escort missions. Said no one ever. A loathe game mechanic, to say the least. Well, what happens when you make your whole game an escort mission? You end up with Amy, a game considered one of the worst ever made. On paper, Amy does sound intriguing. I saw one preview call it Eco with zombies. You can see the influence Eco has on Amy, from its navigational puzzles to its attempt at bonding with our companion. I say attempt because Amy lacks on all fronts with regard to its execution. There's a lack of polish across all fronts.
The game looks so dirty,
it's
too.
janky in a way that isn't charming but frustrating. Its navigational puzzles
Damn, that running
are
animation
slow
was
and plodding
bad.
with excessive padding even with its short runtime. Its trial and error approach combined with one of the worst checkpoint systems I've come across. Few games have frustrated me as much as Amy.
We gotta
It may very
we
well
gotta
have
play this
the
game.
worst forced stealth sequence I've ever played. The plot is a mess. Its scope far exceeds a game of this size and leaves things vague and unexplained.
Style to
where it's
should have
hard
looked.
to
I
care
know,
about
right?
what's going on when the stakes are unclear. The bonding with our companion, Amy, lacks any real weight. While she doesn't cause many issues during gameplay, beyond a couple of instances,
We do.
the bond rings hollow. This time frame of the early 2010s had notable titles using companion characters to far greater effect, The Last of Us being the most apt comparison. There are many similarities to the plot between these two games. Where The Last of Us flourished, Amy floundered. Look at lists of worst game ever, and you'll find Amy over and over. Most review outlets gave the game a score of around the 2 to 4 range. Yahtzee called it the second worst game of the 2010s, only behind Hunt Down the Freeman. Is Amy that bad? No. That said, this isn't some misunderstood, overlooked
gotta play
gem.
shitty games.
I'm not here to convince
Have you played
otherwise.
Slay the Spire
It's a
2?
bad
Everyone
game,
says it's
but I've
really
played
good. I
far
picked it
worse.
up, but I
Near
haven't
the
played it
bottom
yet.
of what I've covered on the channel, but I wouldn't consider it the worst of what I've covered. There are some decent ideas within. It has moments where things click, if but for a fleeting moment. Amy is a French game. As far as crimes the French have committed against gaming,
It's good.
there are worse. Ubisoft's output post Far Cry 3, give or take, is far more
Also
egregious.
fast? What kind of games
the
do you like?
output of David Cage is a far more unforgivable crime against gaming compared to Amy. With that, let's
Eat a
dive in
baguette
and
to
see
heal?
why
I
Amy
know.
has the reputation that it
French
does.
games.
You're such a brave girl. We're getting out of here.
To note, I'm playing the Xbox 360 version of Amy. It was a digital-only release on the 360 and PlayStation
Every
3
French
stores.
guy
Unless you bought it
I've
through
like
Xbox Live
talked
Arcade
to
back
has a
in the
big
day, it's
game,
now
though.
unavailable, lost to time on Microsoft consoles.
I don't know if that's true
From
all
what
the
I
time,
understand, with some workarounds,
but-
you can buy it off the PS3 PlayStation Store. I am using an emulator here. I tried emulating with the PS3 version first, but had some lighting issues that were a major distraction. I didn't have any major emulation bugs for the 360 version. I am also playing
Indie
its
horror?
day one
Ooh,
release,
okay.
version
Favorite indie
1.0.
horror game,
It
go.
did receive a patch a couple months after launch that addressed core issues.
Would you count
But we're going
Amnesia
for the
as
more
indie? I
authentic
think it's.
Amy
I think that
experience.
game is indie.
More on that later. I'm going to let this intro for Amy play itself out and give some thoughts on
No,
it
okay. You mean more indie than that? Okay.
Got a snowball's chance in hell of getting a call through, ma'am.
Excuse me?
Tickets, please.
Ooh, Crow Country was really good.
Here you are, sir.
Newgrounds indie, yeah.
Cold winter. I thought the planet was supposed to be heating up.
I think we have a few centuries before we'll need to be wearing shorts in December.
Now, how are you, little princess? Have you been good? Because the big red sleigh drive.
Rose Rot. Roses Rot? Never heard of it. What type of game is it? Is it like survival horror?
Challenged. She can't speak, but she's really looking forward to Christmas.
Don't they all at that age? We'll be at Silver City Station in 5 minutes. You have a good
He's nice, so he's probably gonna die.
Thank you. And Merry Christmas. Amy, don't be afraid. He was just checking on us to see if we're okay. And he was right. It's Christmas Eve. I have a present for you.
Is she just supposed to be...
It's the latest thing.
Does she got the
Even
tism?
better than the pencils and crayons you had at the Phoenix Center. Oh, Amy, it's nothing. You're never going back to the center. I promise. I'm taking you somewhere safe.
We are likely taking her back to the center.
Hello? Lana, I've been worried. Did you get out? Yes, both of us. We're in the train. We'll be there soon.
The Grace Emily kind of thing? Kinda.
She's
just shot.
I'm not sure. Same symptoms, fatigue, insomnia, but she's distant. It's getting worse.
Lana, I'm calling you from the best hospital within 1,000 kilometers. We've got everything we need to run a complete checkup. We'll figure it out. We'll know what's going on, and we can confront Professor Ray.
I'm trying to think of horror games.
She's with me now. We're not confronting anyone. He won't touch her again. I'm coming to you to help her get better. Are we clear on that?
Of course, Lana. I'm with you. When you get to the hospital, go through the parking garage. The badges I gave you won't work anywhere, but I don't want to take any chances with your...
Well, why would you draw that?
The professor has eyes that see far beyond the center.
Girl.
Security badges?
I'm here, but what? What is it, Amy?
Do you know what I wanted to be a lot better than it was?
Did you see it?
What was it? Skin Freak.
Near the Phoenix Center.
It was so set up to be good.
No, we just left. I saw something on fire just fly over us. An airplane, maybe. Ellen.
I mean, Silent Hill 2 Remake could have been better. It's still good, but could have been better. Bloody Painter Dating Sim? Wait, that sounds amazing. Booty Cheek Creek Freak? Booty Creek Cheek Freak, actually.
So, we got ourselves a Christmas game here. Well, this will be the only mention of Christmas. The game takes place Christmas Eve 2021. A little under a decade after the game's release from 2012.
Are you saying the officer?
We do find a note in Chapter 2 mentioning the year of 2021. Amy is autistic and verbally challenged. Lana's a bit ahead of the curve here in being an iPad parent to her. What's the relationship between the two?
Confirmed, Wheel, you hear that? Confirmed.
Center, staff member? What was going on there? What was this professor doing?
Why don't you want representation in a game?
And escape with her?
The fuck?
It's an awkward intro with its exposition. Now, it's a good way to build intrigue and mystery. I'm all for that. Jumping into the thick of things can work well to get the plot rolling.
Thick of it.
But in Amy, it feels like we're starting in
he's not down with. Yeah, he's not down with that.
We don't have much of a clue of what's at stake here. Are we going to get answers to these questions the intro brings up? Don't count on it. And so the game begins. Chapter 1, Exodus. Lana awakens to a crashed train at a train station in Silver City. Get used to being in train stations. Most of Amy takes place in them and their maintenance areas. Amy is nowhere to be found, so let's set off to find her. The controls of Amy are awkward, but in a different way.
That run animation is so goofy.
Horror. Like how it uses the awkward Grand Theft Auto sprinting style, where you hold one button to run and hit another rapidly to sprint. Never cared for this approach to sprinting. That said, Lana's quite the athlete. She doesn't seem to have a stamina meter. You could sprint to your heart's content. Same goes for Amy when we reunite with her. Even sprinting with her, holding her hand, there's no need to recover from sprinting. That said, sprinting was a rarity throughout my playthrough. There's a chase scene early on, but that's about it. You want to be taking your time making your way through this world. Adding to the impressive stamina of Lana is her ability to run in heels. You'd think she'd try to change her footwear in this kind of situation. She's putting herself at a great disadvantage with this approach. Whatever the case may be with her choice of footwear, she has limited options. I wouldn't try going through the world barefoot in these conditions. As well, she doesn't have many options for grabbing footwear from others or corpses. These zombie-like creatures we fight, they'll disintegrate after we kill them.
Oh. They
Combat
disintegrate?
Amy is typical janky survival horror over the shoulder. Lana's defenseless without a weapon. There are no guns for use. Only planks of wood and crowbars. Ones that break after a few uses. We have a classic 3-hit combo at our disposal.
This sounds awful.
Hit detection can be wonky. Did that second or third strike hit? Sometimes it looks and feels like it didn't, but it did as the enemy disintegrates before us. We have a dodge option with a very generous timing window. Enemy attacks have plenty of wind-up.
Yeah, this game looks like shit.
Dodge, get your hits in, rinse and repeat. Doesn't take much to take them down. Although the camera loves to act as a further adversary as it loves to zoom right into the action. There's nothing special about Amy's combat, but there's nothing too wrong with it. It serves its purpose. We do have a few more options that open up later once we reunite with Amy.
That camera angle is crazy. Like, it just randomly looks terrible. Like, what? Why is it swapping?
But before we reunite with her, we'll come across another survivor.
Psst, over.
Oh, his head looked up.
You sure look healthy, except
Oh,
maybe
he
for
looks
the
like a
cuts and
fish.
bruises. I'm okay. I'm not gonna hurt you.
I need to find a little girl. Have you seen anyone?
You're the first normal person I've seen in hours. Where did you lose her?
She was on the train with me.
That train that came crashing in here.
You know what scene still lives in my head to this day? In Resident Evil 7, when the police officer gets a shovel shoved through his head.
Her name is Amy. Help me. Or hide. I'm gonna find her.
My name's Marcello. I can help you. I was just heading to the station monitoring office. The cell network's down. But I'm sure they got some fixed lines over there we can use to call somebody. I got a pal. Or I hope I still got a pal that works there. Maybe a little girl went that
Water,
way.
I got you.
Just help me look for Amy.
Marcello won't be sticking around for long, but he's a memorable side character, if for the wrong reasons. Like that appearance of his. His character model looks like one exported from Call of Cthulhu, Dark Corners of the Earth.
I
And
want to
there's that
watch
Jersey
someone play the
accent of
original
his.
Call of
He does
Cthulhu,
mention
bitch.
being a cab driver from there, with the subtitles noting his pronunciations.
Amy, this nice lady here really wants to find you. So we can all go on and get away from all these monsters.
On the note of subtitles, Amy can have noticeable gaps between what characters say and the written subtitles, or the timing will be off. This is something they did
Hi,
fix
Zeta.
in a future patch.
Mwah.
Adding to the near future sci-fi feel, there's a genetic door lock. Good thing Marcello has a DNA cracker on hand. We'll come across a few of these throughout the game. Scan the box, look at their radar, and scan corpses to find the right match. So where did Marcello get something like this DNA cracker? Sounds like he had some mob connections.
Oh, this thing? It's a DNA synchronizer. I suppose I can tell you a secret. What with it being the end of the world and all. I wasn't always a cab driver. I mean, I always been a driver, but let's just say that, well, I used to work for some people with connections.
Marcello serves
Wild.
as a bit of
I'm
an
happy.
exposition machine. Amy forgoes many
Sorry, my
exposition
cow
tricks
lags
you
a lot
find
when
in
I'm
similar
happy.
games, like notes. Unless I missed more, I only came across two. One that gives us the year of 2021 as the game setting. And this note doesn't tell us much that we don't already know from the game's intro. Beyond Marcello here, most exposition stretches will happen between chapters. Opening the genetic lock, we'll come across a minigame. One that shows up only a couple more times afterward. You have a handful of symbols to choose from. Try out a combination. When you do, it'll tell you which ones are in the right spot, which
Hey,
ones
fam,
aren't in
dude.
the combination,
Nah, I like
and which
eating.
ones are in the wrong spot.
I just don't eat
If you're
that
thinking
much.
to yourself,
Eat like a baby
"Hey,
bird."
isn't that like Wordle? Then yes, you're correct. Although with only a handful of symbols and not the alphabet. This isn't the first game I've covered on the channel that featured a minigame like Wordle before Wordle existed. That other game being Obscure 2. The way forward unlocked.
Oh my god,
will
I wanted to
reunite
play
with
Obscure
Amy.
too.
The game doesn't waste much time doing so.
Amy! Amy, come here.
I'll be damned, there really was a little girl. You must be Amy.
It's okay, Amy.
Now we
Yeah.
get to the escorting element of Amy. At this moment, it's minimal.
Yo, why does
It
our
will
main
ramp
character
up
look
in the coming
fucking crazy
chapters.
sometimes?
If
She
we
looks like a
hold Amy's
zombie
hand, or
sometimes.
if she's nearby, we'll heal. No need for syringes. Those will come in handy in other situations. It is a bit annoying that we have to hold a button to hold Amy's hand. Not sure why they didn't go the push to hold hands like Eco does. Marcello, or
That's
Cello as
literally
he
what
goes
Fatal
by,
Frame
does
does.
his best to connect with
The new
Amy.
one.
He's got an uphill battle with that grotesque appearance of his, where you wouldn't want
You've
him within
learned
100
something new.
yards of a
What have
school
you
zone.
learned?
Hello there, Amy.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome to
My
Cult to
name's
help you enjoy your
Marcello,
stay.
But my
Mwah.
friends just call me Cello, and you can call me Cello because you's a friend. Me and the nice lady here been looking all over for you.
This guy
You's
seems
a
nice.
brave little girl.
Sure, he's a
How'd
little
you
like
manage to hide
suspect
from all these
and like a criminal,
monsters?
but like he seems to have a good heart.
The game drip feeds us Amy's capabilities, like crawling through small holes to unlock doors from the other side. Although these holes look pretty generous fit for Lana to get through. Not Marcello though, he's a bit too stout for that. Amy's also quite the whiz with computers. Give her a few moments and she'll hack the system.
She
Let's see if you can figure this out. It's just like the code game we play in the center.
When we get Amy
I'm not
to
gonna
do
say
these tasks, Lana likes to praise her efforts, which may result in the game zooming in on Amy's face acknowledging the recognition, or she may do a little victory hop.
We need to make Wheel play this game.
I'm so sorry to put you through all this, Amy. You're so brave. Thank you.
I can see what they're trying to go for here, trying to build that bond between Lana and Amy, but it comes across as silly and would take me out of the game with that momentary cutaway. That bond did ring hollow. We'll grab a radio in this gizmo to put on her back, one that makes no the contamination
Doesn't
level.
crackle
Not a
spicy air.
concern at
I know,
the
right?
moment, but we'll be starting the next chapter. So at the moment, we have our merry band of 3 misfits. Are we going to have Marcello with us long? Escorting one character is difficult enough as is. No, he'll make an exit in short order. Again, in the meantime, he does serve as further exposition. Beyond his grotesque appearance, he is memorable in his speaking mannerisms. I'll give the game credit for that. They make do with his short.
Do you guys think
screen
he'll
time.
die, or do you think he's gonna just like leave them?
Freaking doors when they left, and you can't get out. I tried all of them.
I feel like
Then
he's gonna
I heard
die.
you calling out for the little girl. I said to myself, no monster be calling out for a little girl.
This is Amy.
For chapter's end, Marcello, or Cello, tells us to hide as he goes and
Also,
talks
hi,
to some
welcome.
soldiers. I'm sure you could see where this is going. Between chapters, we'll get these comic-like cutscenes to drive the plot forward.
My name's Marcello, but my friends call me Cello. You know, like those great big violins.
Silence, please. We need to run an identity check. Caucasian, 110, 130 kilos, mid-40s. Survivor. No signs of transformation.
They're gonna shoot him. Oh no!
Roger. Targeting.
Oh, shit.
Rest in peace to the homie. Rest in peace to the homie.
Move out. In pairs. Red team lead. I want a large perimeter once we get to the gallery.
They've gone, Amy. Amy! Thank you, Marcello. I'm so sorry.
Chapter 2. Revelations. Amy beelines.
That
away
is
from
always a
Molly.
sad reality, the
Now
idea that like the
contamination
people that you
factor
think that are
comes
gonna
into
help you
play,
don't.
like avoiding these red puddles, which will kill Lana in short order. These death screens gave me a chuckle each time with how abrupt they are and how they cut off.
You are dead.
Amy hides herself in a nearby cabinet. I will note this reunion.
This looks
is
like
nice
a
little
somehow
scene
a
between
higher
Amy and
quality
Lana.
of like a
Enjoy it while it lasts,
shitty
because these bonding
Flash
moments,
game.
game player cutscene, lack bite.
Actually dead.
Amy.
She literally looks like a fucking zombie, dude.
I'm pleased I found you. Listen. Everything's gonna be okay. I promise.
Now we're introduced to another side of Amy's mechanics, stealth-based mechanics. Shouldn't it come as a shock that these are where the main frustrations of Amy resides? First, we'll have the hiding mechanic, which does receive little usage. We'll use it here to let this one-time creature pass by before continuing. The game now expands on Amy's abilities, like her carrying a light source to light up dark passages. But the more noteworthy ability are these glyphs on the wall which she draws.
Ragdoll juice? I know, right? She
Did
just
the
flipped.
professor teach you something about these? They don't look... Wait! We use simpler versions at the center to indicate the psionic words. Only this one's more elaborate, more detailed.
These glyphs unlock Amy's psychic abilities.
She's
Bringing up
psychic.
the menu for it looks like we have a handful of powers to unlock as we progress. Well, no. There's the silence ability we have here, or a shockwave to knock enemies back. I'd wager they had more in mind before cutting. This silence ability allows us to dampen the sound of shattering glass or masking our footsteps. This could lead to some interesting stealth puzzles in theory, although Amy does little with this ability.
Bro, she knows a second level spell?
These zombies aren't the only enemies we'll come across. As we saw with Cello's fate, we have soldiers to deal with. There's no way of killing them. Stealth is the only option. There's two sides to the trope coin with how these spec ops teams behave. One, they're the best in the world at what they do, or two, you wonder how they put their pants on in the morning, let alone got through the recruitment process. Can you guess how they handle an Amy? Let's take a look. There's a soldier patrolling a room we need access to, but there's a nearby payphone, because those still exist in the 2021 world of Amy, we can use as a distraction. I mistimed hiding in the cabinet here. This doesn't look good. Is he going to look over here? Gonna look down just a little bit more? I guess, is he just going to stand there menacingly? Are they that short of quality recruits these days? I sat here for
They just be
over a
hiring
minute,
everybody.
not budging an inch. Neither did they move. Do I move? What happens when I do? I don't have much space to work with. Should I let go of Amy to squeeze by? Will she brush side of him by accident? Will he move then? I'm sure you could guess how this turned out. Up until now, I haven't had many issues with Amy. Not a great game. It's left me puzzled at its reception.
Bruh.
Well, from here on in, with a few exceptions, I began to see why. As you saw there, the game's AI isn't the greatest. What about the AI of Amy as we escort her? This can make or break a game. Escort missions can be a burden as is, especially when they decide to run off and do their own thing, causing game overs. Thing is, with the game's frustrations, next to none of them revolved around her behavior. Sure, she could have the occasional AI quirk in her pathfinding, her inability to climb a ladder is puzzling, but never once did Amy die during my playthrough. Lana died plenty, but not Amy.
Interesting.
I'm not sure she can, which is understandable given her age. These zombies can stop her in her tracks and try to absorb her powers. I sat around for a good minute and a half letting them, and still no game over. We're going to have short stretches where we part ways with Amy. These stretches are the best executed moments of the game. Not because we don't have to worry about her for a time. Does help. It's where some of the game's ideas come to fruition in a halfway decent manner. Amy is immune to this unknown contamination, but Lana is not. If we hold Amy's hand or are nearby, she heals us. Not only our health, but our contamination levels. But once we stray far enough away, Lana's contamination builds. The notifier on Lana's back will change. The screen will turn red. We'll start to hear voices. Our movement will slow. I did enjoy this transition and how it shifts the game's feel. It's a nice bump to the atmosphere.
Oh, not the stupid, like, radiation Geiger counter thing. That sound. It's kind of a cool concept, though.
On the note of atmosphere in Amy, it's there. Not much to note about it. Music is
I'm so
decent,
sleepy. I didn't get any
special.
sleep.
Tension
Today's gonna
is
be a
there,
shorter
but more of
stream.
that falls on the
Sorry.
jank and
But I am
frustrating
doing an
game
extra
design.
stream for Friday.
Not much
So
for scares.
I posted
The
my
game
stream
does some
schedule on
cheap attempts
Twitch.
at jump
Or not
scares
Twitch,
with
I'm fucking
falling
dumb.
objects or
I posted
like
on Twitter. It's today, I stream tomorrow,
For these
and I stream
contamination
Friday,
stretches, it is
and then
vague when
Saturday is a
Lana will
Fansly
succumb
stream,
to the
and then Sunday
contamination
is a
and
Twitch
die.
stream.
I found that Lana could move around for far longer than I thought she would. The game will give us these stretches away from Amy that are long enough to build tension. It's such a relief to reunite with her. The marks of infection will fade from Lana, the screen returns to normal in her presence, the voices disappear. Of all the things the game does wrong, these moments of tension and relief are the game at its best.
Yeah, that's kind of a cool concept. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just really wanted to hang out. I wanted to play.
That said, it's not going to be our only option. If we take the time to look around, you'll find syringes. You could use these on Lana to reduce some of the contamination levels and restore health, which do take away from some of the tension as they are plentiful throughout. The game also lays them out for longer stretches away from Amy, where you'll want to consider using one to keep yourself from death. There's a few other roadblocks that keep us apart from Amy for a time. One main source are the environmental puzzles involving service lifts and ladders. As mentioned earlier, Amy can't climb ladders for whatever reason. Though if she could, we wouldn't need to have these puzzles. Using these service lifts, we can move Lana and Amy around to help the other
She needs the handicap
you can get Amy
elevators.
to hit a switch to activate a service lift. Or we can do that and have her go up and down a service lift. Some of these puzzles aren't bad. In fact, some give a nice sense of satisfaction upon solving, taking a moment of stepping back and planning out the route of Amy and Lana and who does what. But there's also a feeling of relief they're done with due to frustrations. These can be slow and plodding. These service lifts move at the pace of elevators from Mass Effect. Lana takes forever to climb ladders. But these environmental puzzles shatter the suspension of disbelief with these service lifts. Why aren't
Twitter
these
what?
switches on the platforms themselves?
My Twitter
Why are
account?
so many of these switches on the other side of the
My-
room?
oh.
There's one switch for a service lift in Chapter 3 that's about 100 yards away.
Yeah, my nun outfit. I can swap to it.
If workers are doing maintenance, this
Right now
requires
we're
a
in
team of
demon
two.
mode.
One to hit the service lift switch for the other to use. Well, with how slow these lifts are, one could hit the switch, run and jump up on the lift. But we ourselves can't do that here. Are there security reasons for this? I can't say I've been in many maintenance sections of train stations, but this doesn't seem efficient by any stretch of the imagination. But I get the reasoning. Navigational puzzles. Once
thank
you notice
you.
it, though, it
Thank
does
you for the
shatter
5
that
gift
immersion as
subs,
much as
babe.
the walking
Mwah.
AI can.
Mwah.
Other roadblocks between our time away from
Mwah.
Amy include combat encounters. That
I
said, the game
appreciate
will
it.
play loosey-goosey with these encounters and break some of its own
Thank you
rules.
for the 5
We'll
gift
have a wave
subs.
of
Oh,
enemies that
shit.
only take 1 hit to go down. We'll get a weapon that won't
Yeah,
break
my
for
Twitter has a lot
product.
going on.
Or in one case, we could use Amy
To
like a
best
turret
describe
to
what
deal
I
with
do,
it. But it was the
I
shock
do
mines that provided most of my frustrations.
like
These were the bane
BL,
of my
Yaoi,
existence.
and
And they're
Convoy stuff.
fields you need to
So
stealth your way through. A minimal nudge on the joystick that brings your movement speed to a trickle. Else Lana gets a nasty shock. The controls were quite finicky, where a tiny nudge more moved up Lana's speed
this is
enough
for
for a
it.
shock.
I'm glad.
If you have Amy in tow, it's fine. Hold her hand, heal up. She doesn't have to worry about damage. You can also use them to your advantage against enemies. But it's the sections away from Amy where these mines can be a pain to deal with. Especially if you don't have any syringes. Your contamination is building up, you're seeing red, you want to get back to Amy ASAP to heal up. It was oh so easy as a result to try to rush through these mines leading to death. And
That
death
is
in
really
Amy can be brutal in its punishment.
It is really
As
goofy
mentioned
because
earlier,
it's
I'm
like,
playing
okay,
its
your
initial
screen
Day
gets
1
red, but then
release,
there's
version
red
1.0
mines,
before
so it's
patch.
like,
The
oh, you
checkpoint
can't even see the
placement
mines anymore.
is horrific. Some of these deaths would send me back a good 10 to 15 minutes. Now, on replaying after death, I could get through them much faster, but then I could reach the point after death and have to slow down, in which case I could have another death and find myself back once again to that initial checkpoint. The only thing more relieving than reuniting with Amy was getting a checkpoint indicator. Now, checkpoints are a delicate juggling act. With the right placement, they hit that sweet spot of building tension but relief in placement, where if you die, you feel the punishment but it outweighs the frustration. The best stretches of FromSoft's Soulsborne titles being great examples. Most modern games tend to be a bit too generous with their checkpoint placement, where there's little tension.
Yeah,
Then you have
I
cases like Amy, where it's the
Yeah,
polar
this week it's
opposite,
only gonna
where
be a
you're begging
collab
for a
stream, which
checkpoint
I'm
with none in
excited.
sight. I can't recall a game with as
We're
bad
gonna be playing
checkpoint placement,
Helldivers
but as
too.
noted, I'm playing its 1.0 release.
But like every time
Before
I
it
shoot my
received a patch a
gun,
couple
my
months after
toy will
launch.
vibrate.
One of the major
Which I think will
changes
be
was the
funny.
addition of more checkpoints.
I might
Some
have
of
it
these
set to
stretches
my.
I died a
I
handful
wanted
of
to have it set to my
times.
fuck machine,
Not wanting
but
to go through it all over again, I'd look at a playthrough
I
on
kinda want you guys
YouTube
to control
find
it.
the best way forward. I would notice there would be
Or
a
divers,
good 2
yeah.
to 3 checkpoints where this version
Yeah.
had 1. But hey, if we're playing what's considered one of the worst games ever, might as well get the most authentic experience. Plus, I couldn't find a way to patch the game version with the emulator. As well, this 360 emulator does not have save states, so it's not like I couldn't save scum my way through these stretches. Believe me, there are fewer games I played where I wish I did have this option on hand. During this chapter, there's further world building from
Nothing
Pastor
held.
John over these
You know what's
stations
actually funny?
broadcast.
Generally speaking, usually my family streams. I know this is the one we get. I'm not next week though. But usually we're just watching videos and like porn and stuff, and just like edging.
And pass the ammunition. I think that we can all agree that it has become all too appropriate. The time is now.
Yeah, I don't really play that many games.
What a
I just prefer the chill edging.
Wrapping up chapter 2, we'll have another comic style cutscene
I'm
with
here,
Lana
yeah.
talking to Ellen, the woman she was talking on the phone.
Now,
at the
if
beginning.
you
We'll get
check
some
out my
more
Fansly,
insights
which is
into
linked
this
on my
infection.
Twitter,
This is gonna work, Amy.
you can check a VOD out, and
This is
it's
gonna work.
it's just very much we're just chilling and
Ellen? This
and
is
doing
Lana.
that.
Can you hear me?
Lana, is that you? Are you all right?
We're alive, if that counts.
Is Amy okay?
Amy is... she's... changing. But listen, Ellen, it's a nightmare here. Is
What
there
if
any way you can
what
send
if
someone to
Amy
get us?
is the one making everyone zombies?
I think Phoenix has something to do with it. The professor has sent out his army. The whole city has been contaminated.
Never mind.
We're barricaded in the hospital, trying to figure this out. It's not behaving like a virus. It's not a contagion. It's like there was some sort of spontaneous genetic mutation. The professor has something to do with it, and I just...
Ooh, ooh, the drama. Ooh, I'm intrigued. Ooh.
Get to the hospital so that I can run some tests on Amy. We stick to the same plan as before.
Ooh, what's the plan?
Trapped. The power's out and we're locked in. There are Phoenix soldiers everywhere. And they're after Amy.
Wait a minute, Lana. I've got George here. I'm gonna ask him if he can hack into the station's grid.
Stop getting carried. That's true.
Amy, it's going to be just fine. Dr. Lavinia is figuring out a way to get us some help.
Lana, We've got you on a map. There's an elevator that should take you up to the shopping galleries.
I saw that, Moko. I saw that.
Do you think you can make it to the northbound?
Welcome back.
Come on, Amy. We've got another train.
I hope it's true.
Ellen's cut off. We're cut off. There's infected zombies and trigger-happy soldiers everywhere. We're never going to... I'm sorry, Amy.
That's a wheel when we play games with frogs in it.
Overworked. I promised to take you somewhere safe.
And I have to go, good job, Amy.
Sure hope you do,
Good
Lana.
job, Wheel.
Nothing breaks like a broken promise. Chapter 3, The Promised Land. We gain access to another one of Amy's glyph powers. As brought up earlier, it looks like we get a handful. But no, Shockwave is the only other power beyond silence.
Hey,
This
you
can
should
knock
not
over
type that,
enemies or
because
break
you could
through
get banned for that,
planks.
actually. By, like, Twitch itself.
You did it! Bravo, Amy!
This is where we have the navigation puzzle where the
You
switch
did it.
to a service
Bravo,
lift is
Leo.
a good 100 yards
I'm gonna
away.
start saying
we'll
that.
get Amy to stay here and flip it as we head on over. We have to be aware
No,
of our
we were
contamination
reading a
levels, but there
thing,
are
and
place
it's like
syringes along
Twitch
the way
stores
that we can use to
all
hold them. And
moderator
of course,
messages,
more shock mines. But hey,
so
at
it
least
can't
there is a
actually be
checkpoint
deleted.
when we reach the service lift. And on the way back to fetch Amy, what better time than for zombies to show up? That said, we can use
Yeah,
the
I was like,
mines
that's
against
really
them.
funny.
And Amy's shockwave powers. She acts like a turret here. She has unlimited use of her shockwave during the stretch.
I like that there's no turning animation, she just sort of slides.
But beyond this bit,
The
we'll have to
fucking
go back to
missile.
a glyph for Amy
Which
to
is getting
draw and
crazy. Yeah,
restock her
Twitch kind of
powers.
sucks.
You get a few with each restock. This chapter's environmental puzzles bring Amy's
I am
shockwave
streaming
powers
on
into the fold.
YouTube,
And there's a couple
which
of
I don't really use
instances
my
here where it felt
YouTube, but
like
I'd
the
appreciate if you guys
developers were trolling
subscribe.
the
It's
player.
completely
You'll
free.
send Amy up a service lift to use the shockwave ability to break a plank. But the camera cuts
And on
away
Kick
right
as well.
after. Turns out
And on
there was
Twitter.
another plank right behind it, requiring another shockwave. But at this point, I was out of shockwaves. I didn't realize there was another plank until I took the service lift up. There's a glyph tucked away in the back corner of the room on the second level. So I have to get Amy back down to ground level, then send her up on the other service lift. Then I have to take Lana up the slide on the side, taking her sweet time.
Bro,
and
this
then
seems
lead Amy
annoying
to
and
the back
tedious.
to draw another glyph. Of course, you need
Twitch
to
or
gain
YouTube?
access to the ladder
I
first.
wish
There's a
so I
movable
started
object
streaming on
to
Twitch.
move it, you have to get Amy to send
So it's
Lana
I
up
got
the
more
service
followers
lift.
here.
Go down the ladder and move the
And I'm-
object from the
yeah.
other side. All at the glacier's
But I wish I
pace.
was-
Amy
it was
isn't a long
YouTube.
game, even with the long checkpoints that set me back a distance. But man, did these environmental puzzles pad its runtime. What do we have after this annoying stretch of an environmental puzzle? Another one to deal with. Help Amy up these boxes to get to the top. Use Lana to move these larger boxes to let Amy through. Shift some platforms around.
This looks so
use
annoying.
Shockwave to break planks. Once again, I found myself short of shockwave powers. That said, they did double
Should we
stack
watch
planks
something else?
back to back. But this required a trip back down, helping Amy down, finding a glyph to draw, helping Amy back up, and continuing. This one was more me, but still, what a frustrating ordeal. I could feel my blood begin to boil during these stretches, which would simmer for a time for the next chapter, but would arise soon enough once again. This is more or less it for the environmental puzzles. The end of this chapter will have a short stealth section evading a soldier, giving us a preview of what to expect with the rest of Amy's runtime. Throughout Chapter 3, Ellen will reach out to Amy over the radio. She'll give a bit more insight into what's going on here in Silver City and Amy's abilities.
Monster Hunter?
We've got this weird theory we're going over. It
Next
looks
time.
like the only people who are turning into these monsters are citizens born in Silver City. It's weird. Have you noticed anything?
Right, Ellen. I'll ask the next zombie where he was born before he bites me.
Lana, have you been developing any symptoms?
Amy's telekinetic powers are increasing, Ellen. They're more powerful than her best scores in the
Oh,
center.
shit.
By at least a magnitude.
I'll need to run a battery of tests to understand what's been done.
Yeah, I want to play it tomorrow since I didn't play it today.
No signs of infection.
No, it's the opposite. Well, she heals me every time I get sick. She's become a cure for the virus. At least for me.
Hopping onto a train at chapter's end, the professor becomes aware of our movements and hinders our progress.
Only 2 more stations and we're there, Amy. Are you counting them? It's going to be all right. Dr. Lavinia is going to help us.
Professor, the target is moving in the metro, heading north. We lost
most disappointing.
Mm.
Gather your so-called troops and get them to Golden Cross Station. They're headed for the hospital. I wonder who Lana's friends are.
Is he British?
They'll be making an unexpected
Oh, I can't tell.
Damn you to hell.
Oh.
Chapter 4, Tribulation adds another stealth mechanic. One in theory is a pretty cool idea. We don't have a weapon at the moment, so how can we snake by these zombies? Well, if Lana's contamination level is high enough and we move slow, the zombies think we're one of them. It's a bit vague at what point they'll think we're one of them. Once the screens start to turn red and Lana hears voices, that seemed to do the trick. Of course, we can't let our contamination get too high or it's game over. You have to find a syringe or a mask off a dead soldier to reduce it, and one far enough away from the zombies. I didn't mind
really
this
weird
little stretch
mechanic.
here with this approach. Great tension and a nice sense of relief of making it past the zombies and back to Amy. That said, it's only a short stretch of the chapter. For
Oh,
there's
you know
little
what was
notes of the rest of
surprisingly
it.
good?
It's a bunch of zombies making
I
a beeline
liked
at you and finding weapons to kill them.
um,
There's a short
Five
stretch
Nights
at
at
the end
Freddy's
where Amy
Secret of
goes
the
to open
Mimic.
the door and zombies descend upon Lana, in which the game breaks its rules and gives you a long-lasting crowbar that takes only a hit to take down zombies. I will note some of the advertisements we could find here, like Banana Loop. Alright then. Or this one here, with this quality Photoshop of a dog with a helmet and bazooka in tow. What that is, I have no idea. The devs having a little bit of fun? Not much fun here otherwise, that's for sure. At chapter's end, we'll hear from the professor once again over the
Crazy.
radio. The one after Amy
What
wants
should we
her back at
watch?
Phoenix Center. He gives a bit more insights into the stakes of this world and Amy's importance. That said, there's plenty still vague about it.
Ellen? Raymond is after us and he knows where we're going.
Okay, Alana, calm down. You can make it. We're on the second floor.
Once there was not, yeah.
You can't send us
Panda,
an
thanks for the
ambulance or
follow.
something?
Can call to help enjoy your stay. Mwah.
Everyone's got their hands full here. Those of us who still have hands, anyway. And I haven't heard from the last group we sent out. Lana,
We'll watch a Papa Meat video.
Lana, stop. You're making a terrible mistake. You don't have all the information.
Professor, leave us alone.
Catfishes.
Hey everyone, just want to let you know that right now I've started a toy company called Soft Meat Toys, and our first toy is Margaret. Look how beautiful this box is. You want to take home your very own personal Margaret? I
Oh
don't
my
care what
God.
you do with it. I mean, you can do whatever the hell you want. Toy means toy to different
Come
people. All
back,
I'm saying is, this is
Leo.
an amazing, amazing toy. We're very
Come
proud of
back.
it. The box is fucking awesome, and I'm very excited to keep
After
making toys,
stream,
but
if
please,
you guys
you're
want to
interested,
hang out
pick
in
up a
the
Margaret.
in
Have your very
Discord,
own. Put
I'll
it on a shelf.
probably
Put it in a jar. Anyway, Soft
I'll
Meat
probably be
Dot
sleeping.
Toys. Soft Meat Dot Toys. Hey, here's the thing: if you want a nice stocking
But we can sleep
stuffer,
together.
put a Margaret in there. You want to just wrap up the
You
box
give it a
and give it to
kiss.
somebody? Put a
Mwah.
Margaret in
I'm
there.
doing well.
Like,
How are you?
Squat on something. You could probably put this in your ass. Someone probably could. Yeah, definitely. Or if you want to put some coins, she could be a little piggy bank. Softmeat.toys. You can piss on it. You can come all over it. As soon as it's in your house, you do whatever you want with it. I don't want any pictures of what you're doing with it. You just have fun with it. This is as soon as the transaction's done. That's it. All right. And right now, like I said, softmeat.toys, baby. That's where you
Me
can
selling
get
you
this
anything.
beautiful, beautiful piece of plastic. Definitely made in China. 100% made in China. Do not try to eat this. It will not work. But you probably could put it in your ass. But for legal reasons, I don't know if I can even say that. So
Lord
there's a
have
legal
mercy, I'm
disclaimer.
about to
Here's
buzz.
Softmeat.toys. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming on sundown because today we're gonna be talking
I was
about
actually telling
catfishing. The dating world
I was actually telling Moko, I got a request by a company to make they want to make merch. And I was thinking like if I were to have merch, I'd probably have a body pillow or like charms. Or they don't sell NSFW toys, but I would get like an Anwi branded like fleshlight. Although I do have a knot that I am officially partnered with, and I want them to give me a custom color. But that's pretty cool. But if I were to get charms, I would want to make something like this. I think it's so cute. Like, look how adorable this is. Like a chibi version of me. Since I'm always sleepy, something like this. Wouldn't that be so cute? Blue raspberry, yeah. I know. No, I'm showing this because Leo's gone. Don't worry. He can't hurt us.
Already full of uncertainty. But perhaps the worst thing anyone can experience on a date is being catfished. Nick, give him a breakdown what catfishing is.
Has anyone here been catfished before? I don't think I've ever been like actually catfished. But like it could have happened when I was little and not known. Cause you know, when you're little, you're like messaging people all the fucking time. I mean, kitten fish. What the fuck does that? What does that mean? Never dated online. That's fair. I've talked about it. I don't think dating online works unless you have plans to actually meet up. That's where they use a picture of themselves when they're younger. Oh. Hi, goddess. Okay, yeah. That I would count that as a form of catfishing, yeah.
Where a man or woman pretends to be someone they're not, get your hopes up and crush your heart.
Now, is that just physical looks, or does it also go to like, well, I guess people lie about their jobs and all kinds of stuff too.
Mainly it's the physical look. That's how I see catfishing.
I feel like more men will lie about their job for like status or like financial status or whatever.
Okay,
It was a woman, and they were sending pictures of a more
I'm surprised you know this artist. Well, no, I'm not.
They're like,
They just have so many
explain,
accounts.
Like, these pictures of me aren't me. There's someone I found online. And then we did a video call, and she's like, do you still want to go on a date with me? And I was like, no, you lied to me.
Well, first off, that's a guilt trip. 1,000,000% that's someone trying to guilt trip you into going on a date with them.
That is
Did she try to
crazy.
justify, well, I have to do this because...
She just said that she does this with a bunch of guys. She likes the attention.
Oh my God, get away from me, demon.
Yeah, like
What
what?
a weird thing to say. I do this to everybody.
I do this everywhere. That's fucking crazy. I would be like, blocked, stay away, ugly, stupid bitch. Yeah, starting a date off with a lie is crazy. If you want to have, and this isn't even just romantic, but if you want to have any genuine friendships, any relationships that matter in your life with people, starting it off with a lie, not great. Let me tell you, not great.
I don't have a heart. I don't know. I just don't really think about anybody but myself. Anyways, fuck you. You know, I mean, like, what else are you supposed to say with that? You might think that catfishing is a rare occurrence, but you'd be dead wrong. With online dating becoming more and more popular alongside advancing technology, changing who you are has never been easier. In the U.S. alone,
That is
states
crazy.
like New Hampshire and Arizona lose anywhere from $7 to $43 million in romance scams a year.
In Arizona.
Reports indicate that at least 60% of all matches are catfished.
So if I ever go to India, do not open up Tinder.
That is crazy. 60%.
Options are for a bit. Do you think there are people who are like, I'm going to go to a foreign country and find my true love through Tinder?
I could see some like weeb going to Japan and be like, I'm going to find my...
Oh, well, sure. Oh, I guess it's the difference between that and like a passport bro is that they're going there specifically for that versus I wonder if people are just like, just roll the dice and see.
Maybe I get lucky and she can come in my bag and take her home with me.
We'll break her legs. We'll fit her in the bag. And when they scan, I'll do... Don't say anything. Are you okay in there, Sakura? I love you, baby.
I think after 50 pounds, you got to start paying money.
AI is only making the problem worse. Whether it's the thousands of people dating literal robots or people using programs to face swap and realistically alter their looks, people of all ages are looking to swindle on unsuspecting dates. So
That
much
is
so
crazy.
that we're even seeing cases of family members helping other family members catfish people. What? How fucking
Bitch,
weird is
what?
that? Way to lower your child's morale. You are ugly. You should pretend to be someone else because that's the only way this is going to happen.
Also, you know what that says? I think the parents were
I know,
probably
right? I'm
catfishing
just
as
trying to
well.
find
Sounds
love.
bad.
That's just our
And they
way.
be
That's the
catfishing.
Williams way.
I want to know if catfishing has ever worked.
Oh, 100%. There's got to be a guy out there where he shows up and he's like, well, you're not really what I remember, but it'll do. Read my book. How do you text with those hooves? So put on your best
That's
clothes and
crazy.
get ready to be in shock as we unmask the dark world of catfishing. Catfishing has long since been in the cultural zeitgeist. Shows like MTV's Catfish were hugely successful even back in 2012. The show's premise was simple.
Okay,
The host, Neve
the-
Schulman and
Neve
Max
Schulman
Joseph
was,
would
like,
receive an
kinda
email
hot.
for someone requesting they investigate their online love interest to see if they are who they really are. I feel like the Catfish movie is when I really knew what that term meant. Before the show, Neve did the documentary showcasing his catfish. I wonder too
God,
how
he's
much,
so hairy.
how much that documentary and how much his show actually just for
Ugh.
people were like, oh, I can do that. He just showed people being like, oh wait, you can just trick people like this? Oh, okay. You know, I guess damned if you do, damned if you don't, but you know. From there, the host would do deep dives into the other person's life, reverse image searching, and finding any information they can, which is the funniest thing ever. I love that they act like they're like forensic detectives. He's like, Max, I don't know about this. This is kind of weird. I'll like go on his Facebook and they just type in a name. That's not who that is. Whoa! And he has a camcorder. Yo! What?
I got matched up with Pokimane.
What if it was really her? Do you want me to use this as a time to say that Pokimane, if you're single and available, that you would go on a date with her?
Pokimane, if you broke up with your neighbor, I am single. I will travel to you.
You broke up with your neighbor? What are you talking about?
She's doing like a series where she's like, I'm cooking. My neighbor's such a good.
Oh my God, you actually know, like, do you watch her?
No, it's on Twitter. I see clips of it.
Stop bringing her up on the channel. God.
Oh.
Hey, we want to give a quick shout
Pokimane
out to our
sucks,
favorite sponsor,
dude.
Gamer Subs, which we have amazing energy drink called Raw Meat. You need to pick that shit up right now. It is summer in a shaker, or hopefully one day a can, because they're starting to do cans in places, and it's delicious. Raw Meat, my flavor is a beautiful cantaloupe watermelon mix that's just, oh, it's absolutely beautiful. We drink the caffeine-free version all the time. When it gets too late, because Gamer Subs gives you a little pep in your step.
Yeah, right.
Pep, pep. Also, if you like big tittied anime women, they have little tub shakers that have big, beautiful.
I want a
tittied anime
sponsorship
women
with
on
them,
it. So if you like
dude.
that, they have shakers. Pick up a big tittied anime shaker thing. They like that. You like that? I know I do. If you head over to Gamer Subs right now, you can get signed up for some free samples. They're all good flavors. There's not a single bad flavor. They're all muy caliente. Mwah. They're beautiful. They're so tasty. So please head over to Gamer Subs and use promo code PAPAME to check out, and tell them that we sent you. Right? You're gonna get a little goodie with it. I think you'll like it. Back to the video. Then they travel to meet the person and confront them about lying or to simply talk with them.
That was
The person's a
no.
catfish. They've revealed
Mine
their true
would
identity to the
be
victim
holy
either online
bathwater.
or in person. It is a captivating show. The most awkward interaction, a guy was catfishing another guy pretending to be a girl. He like walks up, he's like, we could have had everything. Or something
No.
some crazy shit. And the guy's
I
like,
wish it
on,
would be
like, a
that
park
easy.
bench, like, what the
Yeah, it'll
what
be
the
blue
fuck?
raspberry
And
flavored.
Neve has to step forward. He's like, yo,
We should watch the show?
back
Okay.
up. And then Max is the
I
background.
like this show.
They could definitely start faking it.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, I would imagine from the inception of the show, it was probably majority faked, yeah.
You think the documentary's real though? That felt.
Yeah, definitely. I think that feels more realistic. Also, for people to even be willing to be like, yes, I'm the catfish, let me come forward and reveal who I am, I don't believe it. I mean, that's the thing.
No,
about
they
the
would
internet
never.
Is that people, if you're a catfish, if you get caught, you swim away.
Only
never
one
mind.
thing holy about it,
delete my account.
exactly.
There it is. This simple yet captivating concept drew in audiences weekly and was highly rated for the ridiculous stories it aired. Sadly, as the show progressed, audiences felt it lost its original mystique because people became better at recognizing fake accounts, which made the reveals less shocking. Also, too, once people realize that catfishing's a thing, they're just like, I mean, I'm being fucking catfished. This is not who it is. It's just not as juicy. There's not the mystique
Yeah.
of people being like, wait, what? This is a thing? Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's why I require every woman to send me their
Uglier
driver's
version of
license
myself
and
so I can reveal the glow.
social security number.
Yeah.
You have to, and a blood sample. Just to make sure you are who you say you are, sweetie. I'm trying to protect both of us. Kiss me. However, many of the show's former contestants and viral moments carry on its legacy in other online communities. One AMA on Reddit.
Mine
hosted
is
by
You Got Me
Neve,
There.
who answered many common questions about the show and reminisced with the fans about their favorite moments. In a very short AMA, a person claimed to be a paid actor playing the person being scammed and said the majority of the show was scripted, though they were told some of them were 100% real, which I believe that one out of everything. One, I don't even think it's the showrunners. It's definitely the network
makes
also
sense.
being like, this needs to be way crazier. We're gonna get some actors in there. We're gonna fabricate some shit. How many times can you have some fucking weird person that's just like, I just didn't know how to say this to you. I'm sorry. You know?
Also, if I was getting catfished, I don't want
Hi,
people
Jeremy.
to
Welcome back.
know what I said
Nah.
to them. What?
No shit. Did you send this dick pic and you said that your mommy was hard? That she wanted her milk? I wish you didn't read that, but yeah, I said that. If someone approached you with this, would you just think that this is
I
a
could
moment to
easily
get on
catfish
TV? You're like,
Moko by
I
just
gotta get on TV.
showing a picture of
Or do you think
Leon.
this is an actual way of being like, well, how romantic is it that it'll be
This shitty
filmed
AI
and it'll
voice.
be caught on television that she accepts me for who I am, or they accept me for who I am?
How do you get self-esteem by being shown on the show? That would
You don't.
destroy my.
You don't. That's also why, once again, I'm actor. Fans also brought up the numerous insane stories, like in season 5, when a man named Spencer Foley believed he was dating Katy Perry. During their quote-unquote relationship, she shared unreleased music and even planned to propose to her with his great-grandma's emerald ring. However, the host revealed that the woman he was talking to was a woman in England named Harriet. When Spencer heard the news, he didn't believe it, even after the host flew him to England to meet the woman. And there's no way. You're not Katie. He's like, not, like, I could see also people not understand the situation. No, Katie, she's not dating you. This is who's actually been talking to you. That's not Katy Perry. Oh no, I've been lying to you.
I was gonna say, she's not ugly though, so this is kind of weird.
Another episode that season featured a man named Lucas, whose real name was Zach, who was actively leading on 3 different women. God damn. After some digging, the host discovered that he had an extensive history of catfishing, allegedly involving around 400 women. Now this has become an addiction. It's like a little dopamine hit every day, you know?
Okay, you know what? There are probably people that still do this catfishing shit
I've never
today,
catfished, but I can assume
where
that
they
this is
just love the
exactly what happened.
attention.
And this is exactly how I would do it.
They love the beginning of a relationship
Like
feeling.
an acting role. I get to play this character.
Oh yeah, well you get to escape who you are. I get to be the every better version
They're
of myself.
fucked in the
or
head,
sometimes
dude.
a worse version of myself. Probably the most insane story came from the show was released in season 2. A woman named Carmen contacted Neve and Max with a concern
remember
about her
this.
cousin Antoine's love interest. According to her, the man her cousin was in contact with was named Tony, and he refused to talk on the phone or send a photo throughout their entire 3-year relationship. How do you go 3 years, Antoine? Come on now. Despite this, Antoine is not fazed because he is in love with Tony for his voice. The investigation took them to Cincinnati, where they used an old phone number to locate Tony. It turned out that the phone number led them to an address of a convinced criminal, Anthony Thomas. Because of this, the host believed Tony never sent any photos because he was actually calling from jail. So they continued searching around the city, but found nothing. Feeling defeated, they returned to inform Carmen and Antoine that Tony is likely not a real person, when out of nowhere, Carmen admits to being Tony. For 3 years, Carmen catfished her cousin Antoine because years earlier, he called her fat ass Kelly Price. And she was so offended that she faked a multi-year relationship. This is an evil thing to do. For a fat Kelly Price, get over it. That's not that bad. Fat ass Kelly Price, that's not bad. For a multi-year emotional terrorism, okay. As it continued to question Carmen about why she did it, she admitted she loved catfishing and saw nothing wrong with what she had done. It's also so weird too that you're role-playing probably sexual conversations with your cousin and stuff, doing all that weird shit.
I didn't even think about that.
Got hard or wet too.
She definitely got hard. Her clit looked like a nerd rope.
Ew. Ew. Oh my god.
Catfishing stories come in all shapes and sizes. Strangely enough, many people have been scammed after believing that they were in a romantic relationship with Elon Musk. Who would want to date Elon? Can you actually imagine going on a date with Elon? There's the money, but still, I mean, like, listen, I get that of, oh, well, he's the richest man in the world. I'll tell you what, at the same time, if you can find a guy that makes like 150 grand, you get just about a similar thing. Honestly, who wants to go? Can I buy a yacht? When have you ever actually thought about that in your
exactly.
life, right? Imagine going on a date with Elon at whatever fucking cryptic hellhole he takes you to, and then later, yeah, he courts you. I was actually going to see if you wanted to come up. Okay. Score.
I have Starlink upstairs. We could play
Starlink. We play Diablo 2. One older woman, Hilda Holland, supposedly met with him on Threads. Yeah, right. On Threads? God, would this happen last year? Supposedly met with him on Threads and started video chatting. Also, the competitor. She met with him on a competitive platform. In reality, this was an AI deepfake that also used a fake Elon voice to lure her in. God, that would make me run away. Come sit on Papa's lap. Hilda, I'm going to take you to Morocco. Hilda was told to send him money through gift cards, but to not redeem. After $60,000 worth of cards were sent, stores like Home Depot started refusing to sell her more. Good! At what point do you not know?
Also, the richest man in the world needs Home Depot gift cards.
The richest? No shit.
Yeah.
Richest man. You have to go, Hilda. You have to go to Home Depot.
My money's all tied up in stocks.
It's all tied up in stocks and bonds. I'm not able to make it home from Morocco. She believed the fake Elon Musk when he told her she would receive a Tesla car and stacks of cash in return for her help. Hilda was then told the FedEx vehicle delivering the money crashed and that she would have to pay $1,500 to repair it.
Jesus.
I like how she could have also literally just put a down payment on a Tesla and got it herself. There's no way to go beat around the bush. Like getting $60,000 worth of Home Depot gift cards.
That is crazy.
Elon and a goddamn Tesla what are we thinking? A lot of people will be like, I'm afraid for my safety. So then they do these demands that they think that these people have power over them that they don't actually have. I feel bad. I do feel bad, but this is just a woman who's just like, she's fucking like a soggy diaper down there. You know what I mean? It's just fucking, she's just like, Elon's gonna come tap Hilda. Man, will you stop referring to yourself?
Elon's gonna hit it from the back.
Horny. In the Home Depot line, splish splash, I was taking a bath, baby.
That's definitely what happened at Home Depot. She came in so often, like, why are you buying so many cards? They're like, oh,
Elon's gonna rail me. Yeah, I gotta get Elon home from Morocco, so he's gonna send me a Tesla, and he's gonna let it fucking clap. I bet you anything, the staff was just like, I hate this woman. And then after a while, one person had a heart, and they were like, we can't let you anymore. I refuse. I cannot let you do this anymore. One poor 80-year-old woman from Washington dodged mortgage payments for 10 months so she could instead send her love, Elon Musk, the money. After over $50,000 was spent via Apple gift cards, her daughter stepped in to investigate. She looked through her phone and saw that a fake Elon Musk convinced her that he would soon be whisking her away in a private jet and taking her to an island resort. That's very sad. Once again, it's just the old people, man. Also, too, that old people are still that ready. I feel like at 80, I'm gonna be like, I don't care. You know, if some like beautiful woman was like, oh, we could run away together, so I'd be like, no, I'm good. At 80, because also it's just saying get whisking your way to an island resort. I mean, probably to get fucking pounded by Elon. In one of the most catastrophic Elon scams, an elderly woman from Texas dropped as much as $600,000 after meeting a man posting as the billionaire. She was convinced that investing into his company would give amazing returns, but she'd have to give the money to him directly. Instead, this money was going directly into Moynihan's
I know, like,
business,
why would a
was soon
billionaire
caught
need
and
your
arrested
money?
by
Why would
police.
the
I feel
richest
like a lot of
person in the
people do
world need your
targeted
fucking
scams like
money?
that, or targeted catfishing towards like rich elderly people. Well, elderly people, just because it's like they have the retirement, they have excess funds, they don't know what the fuck's going on. What? Well, you're gonna take me where? That kind of thing. If I had a relative that was like kind of well off, they were living in retirement, I'd be like, who are these people that are like you're interacting with every day? Like even like the person you like, oh, I go to my water aerobics.
I mean, this has nothing to do with actually Elon. It's more like these people are literally being fooled by promises, and it's just like it doesn't make sense because you're like you have people going like, well, not people. You have these old people going like, oh, well, Elon needs me to give him money. It's like, why would Elon need you to do that? Why would anyone rich need you to do that? They're like, I'm stuck in Morocco. Like, what?
The teacher. How do I know that guy isn't also just like, hey, I have this great.
Yeah, like, how do they
cool
believe
thing.
that?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't trust anybody. Sometimes the person catfishing is closer to you than you realize. For one woman named Olivia Fenton, she was tricked into pursuing a man that was secretly her boss in disguise. Olivia's female manager convinced her to go on a date with one of her best male friends. She agreed, and after some conversation, they decided to plan something together. He never showed up to the date. They tried for a second one, but he failed to pull through again. This time, due to non-stop meetings. The third date was to take place at a bar. Olivia arrived, only to get a text saying that he wasn't able to find her, so he left. She convinced him to come back, but apparently his train got stuck underground and he couldn't. After telling her manager that the guy she set her up with wasn't working out, she just so happened to get a message from him asking for one final chance. So they planned a dinner, but he claimed to have gotten into a car crash and was unable to make it. From there, she started to put things together. The flowers he once sent to her home just so happened to have a similar writing to her manager's. And in the end, it turned out her manager was using a burner phone and pretending to be this imaginary man using photos of random person from Georgia. It was suspected that she was secretly gay and was struggling to come to terms with her sexuality, so she tried using a fake man to pursue a relationship with Olivia. Regardless, she went to HR and got fired. She also found out that this was not the first time she'd done this to a female coworker.
Good. Get fired.
How did the HR? All right, one time, we'll let it slide. But two,
Yeah.
you're fired. One of the most recent examples of a humiliating catfish encounter takes place just recently within the Reddit r/anti-meme community. This community is dedicated to making anti-jokes, but this story focuses specifically on two moderators, RioBox and Course Mediocre 7899, who have been dating for a few months. Out of nowhere, Course stopped communicating with Rio for 48 hours.
Yeah, people are
causing him
crazy.
to assume that she was in grave danger. He immediately made a post desperately asking anyone who's seen her active online to reach out to him. Attached was a missing person graphic that included her profile picture, which was a photo of the actress Rachel Brosnahan with a heart filter over it. Made a goddamn missing poster. Reddit, okay?
What?
The missing person photo graphic had a heart filter over it to really emphasize how truly serious this situation is. 18 hours after that, he announced that she was dead and poured his heart out over his heavy feelings of pain and personal guilt. Apparently, her brother reached out to him via Discord to announce that she took her own life in what is now an infamous string of Discord messages. The way he announced her death was by telling him, quote, "She's no more." Real response saying, "No!" He would later admit that he typed this as he was physically screaming, "No!"
What?
This post included a new graphic, the same edited photo of her profile picture, this time in black and white, and slapped onto a stock photo of a headstone. There's no way this is real.
This is actually happening on Reddit.
The post would end with Rio threatening to ban anyone that speaks ill, of course, as she was seen as a controversial mod in the community. Some made jokes, but many saw the entire situation as incredibly suspicious. Redditors started digging through Course's account to find that they were undoubtedly a young boy from India pretending to be a 26-year-old woman. This is pretty clear, seeing as they had posts talking about living in India and even speaking Hindi. They even found the Xbox gamer tag and saw that he was playing Minecraft Mobile after her supposed death. The story ends with Rio admitting that he jumped the gun on all the frantic posts and that he was very likely catfished. He is now taking a hiatus from the subreddit, and the line, "She's no more," cemented itself as a meme within the community.
They were dating for 3 months.
That is weird as
calling
fuck.
each other husband and wife. And
3
he was
months?
freaking out because he only had her Reddit account and nothing else. So he didn't have her phone number or anything. So it sounds like this Indian guy.
Can I be real with you? The one time I dated someone online was it was another VTuber. It was when I first started. It was they were fucking crazy. So like I don't really do online dating because them bitches crazy. If someone wants to date me, we gotta meet up in person. No, we're not doing no long distance. And I ain't fucking like y'all can't even like the gates, the holy gates of my pussy. I'm just kidding. The pearly gates, they're locked until we meet up. The fuck?
I got in too deep.
This Indian child.
Indian child.
Yeah.
Got in too deep. So he hit the nuclear option, just killed her off.
She's no more is so good. Can you send photos on Reddit?
Yeah, you can send photos.
Do you think that he sent him a picture and the kid was like, "I have gone too far.
Yeah.
I have gone too far."
He was probably talking about like marriage and stuff.
Oh my god. Could you imagine the guy sends a dick pic and the kid literally is like, "I've gone too far. There is too much danger now." That is crazy.
You know, we could be real husband and wife.
No, that's cool. I don't think I want that. And then bam, hog. Oh, I have to become no more.
I had someone something similar happen. No, hold on. Oh, hold on. There was some... Hold on. No.
This is what okay. Moko literally tells me stories like this. It's fucking crazy.
There was some. I had someone.
Oh, I have
Just
to
like this.
become no more.
I had someone something similar happen. No, hold on. Oh, hold on. There was some... Hold on. No, get back here. There was someone I was talking to, and then for months we stopped talking, and then I messaged them back, like just with a hey, and then on their account, the said, "Hey, I'm so-and-so's brother. I have some bad news. She died."
That is crazy.
But then after reading this, I was like, oh, fuck.
Let me ask you this. Did you send any dirty pics to this number?
Okay, I'm actually curious. Who here has never sent a nude? Like, ever? And then I want to know why. Is it like you haven't met anyone that you want to send it to, or you refuse to send nudes? You're like, fuck that, I don't do that. People on Reddit are eager to send dick pics. Yeah, I mean, I love dick pics. I love getting nudes sent to me, don't get me wrong. More stories from Mocha. I know Mocha's crazy. Never. Because I'm always curious as to like the people that have never sent a nude. Why not? You're more. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
There's a child out there that has your photos, Nick.
You know what? Unrelated, but speaking of nudes, I want to get a video of someone coming on my face. I don't actually have a video of that. I feel like there are guys that like plenty of guys would be into doing that. You know what I mean? So I need to get a video of that. Yeah, it'll be Patreon exclusive content. Okay, it's not gonna be Patreon because fuck Patreon. I don't actually know. I don't know why I haven't done it, but I need to get it. But I don't know if I'm doing if let's say I post it on Fansly, right? Maybe it'll be just for the people in the Super Sim squad. It'll be for everyone that's ever gotten it before. But my thing was if I were to post it on Fansly, would it's annoying because then I have to send the person an agreement, then they have to sign it and send it to Fansly. It's so fucking annoying. Like they have to make an account and prove that they're them. Like it's like fucking dumb. Besides, oh yeah, no, I'm me too, Moko. Subs to fans, yeah. Can I hold for the mouth? You know what? You could just comment on a picture of me and I'd be perfectly happy.
How do we know this child isn't watching us now?
Oh, I don't know. This was years ago, so.
You want to come make a public statement to this person?
Oh, you want me to?
Might as well on camera.
Fuck you
For
for
guys
breaking
thinking,
my
yeah.
heart.
I will say, as I am a total whore, and I love cum tributes. I love them. Some of my favorite things that you guys have ever sent me is I've had people send me pictures of like them, like jerking off, and like you can see my Fansly stream on in the background, or they're like coming while like watching a video of mine. Amazing, love it.
I think all people being catfish felt your pain right there, Nick. Being catfish doesn't fall under a simple tax bracket. In fact, the rich and famous are just as susceptible for being catfished. In 2022, AMC Theater CEO Adam Aaron began messaging and eventually sexting a ballet dancer named Mia, whom he believed to have had a relationship with in the past. Can I just put an announcement out real quick? Adam Aaron, hey, do we need 7 AMC commercials before the movie? I know where I'm at. We went and saw Nirvana, the band, the show, the movie. 7 AMC commercials. That fucking one with
I just like what I like,
there's
okay?
The Coke one. There's the goddamn AMC. Like, who cares about the laser technology?
Got someone? Yeah, you got someone now.
That? Who gives a fuck? And it's always that fucking deep ass lights. This is laser magic. You're like, shut the fuck up. I hope this ends bad for him.
You know what? I need someone to make a cum tribute and then be okay and tell me it's okay that I can watch it on stream with everyone and then we can all edge to it together. It would be so meta. It would be like I'm streaming me watching someone jerk off to my stream. Like, you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't that be so cool? Yeah, jerk stuff, exactly. But I've had people say it's okay to share it, but I've never had anyone say that it's okay to like stream or show it on stream. You know what I mean? Because I feel like it's okay to not okay. I feel like it's one of those things where I'd want to be sure that they're okay with me showing it on stream rather than just to the people they want me to show it to. You know what I mean? He wasn't even here.
After a week of messaging and using other fake identities such as an ex-boyfriend, Mia revealed her true intentions and demanded hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Imagine
from
how
Adam.
great it would be if we could get like a jerking off like compilation of like everyone that sent me a cum tribute, just everyone just compiling it. I get to compile it all together and we can just like edge to it. That would be amazing. Wouldn't that be so fun? Oh, anyways.
Otherwise, she would leak his lewd photos. Would you give a fuck? I'm the AMC CEO.
Unless you had a little tiny cock.
Even then, if your little pig dick was out there, it is what it is. Now you know. Guess what? I'm still hundreds of thousands of dollars richer. Why would I care?
Ego. These guys have huge egos. Small P and P.
Well, they probably have to have egos with having the 7 AMC commercials before a movie after I just watched 45 minutes of trailers. So this hour-and-a-half long movie has now turned into a 3.5-hour long excursion because of this. Thankfully, Adam didn't give in and immediately contacted the FBI, which led to the person playing Mia to get arrested. 35-year-old Sequoia Blackwood was charged with cyberstalking, extortion, and interstate communications with intent to extort. Catfishes sometimes target more than one person. In another case, a catfish was able to trick a long list of celebrities into performing for their dying daughter. In 2013, Hope Jackson reached out to a bunch of celebrities, including the musical group The Little Big Town, Kate Gosselin, and Brad Paisley, posing as the mother looking to fulfill her daughter's dying wishes of meeting celebrities, aka this definitely big old girl was looking for country music artists to come play for her.
Wouldn't it?
You take me home. I want to be Mrs. Paisley. Feeling sympathetic, most of the celebrities reached out and began regularly talking with Hope and her daughter. Both Brad Paisley and his wife were extremely involved with the young girl, constantly texting her over 10 days, even singing Amazing Grace over the phone. Not long after meeting her, Hope said that her daughter died. Multiple celebrities reached out for an address to send flowers, but Hope refused to do so. The celebrities also asked for pictures, which she refused to provide, and this is where people started to get suspicious. Word? I can't have one photo of your daughter? You know what you could try to do though if this happens, Nick? For when you eventually catfish someone,
that is crazy.
Exact thing, you should say this, or she should have said this: was I can't take a photo because it steals a piece of her soul. That because people believe that. So be like, she's on her death's door, and I can't. All of her needs to go to heaven.
Religious angle.
The police were called and soon discovered the whole thing was a hoax. She was charged with 1 count of theft of services for making Brad sing over the phone for free and was sentenced to 5 years of probation and mental health treatment. Here's what I gotta say. Okay, Brad, singing Amazing Grace over the phone? Well, we gotta charge her for that, right? That's just not free. I'd let that slide, but I'd say we're gonna put you in a fucking nut house. You had all these people wrapped on your finger, didn't once ask for money, which to me also shows it wasn't malicious. It's just some person who was just wanted to meet their celebrity in a very creepy way, mind you. I would say, okay, well, that was odd, but we're gonna help you out.
Yeah, I would agree saying like, oh, services, like, bitch, she sang a song over the phone. It's like a 3-minute song. Fucking relax.
Oh, most catfish either blow their cover, give up, or get what they wanted before things get too crazy. However, there are a few extreme cases that can destroy people's lives. One young woman convinced her friend to catfish her own father. Why? The two friends in their 20s were bored one day and decided to prank their dad, who was plagued with tons of bad breakups and experiences with gold diggers.
What? Oh my God!
This man.
Why would you? What?
One woman suggested that her friend find her father on a date.
God damn it, Moko!
Catfish him as a prank. Her friend made an account posing as a 50-year-old woman and quickly found her father and began messaging. What started out as a completely harmless chat soon turned into full-on sexting. One day, the two women were on a hike when the friend handed her phone to the woman while she went to the bathroom. She saw that her phone was being blown up by her friend's father with extremely lewd messages. When her friend returned, she called her out, and her friend got angry and stormed off, saying she wasn't doing anything wrong. Now the friend has gone practically no contact and blames the woman for even suggesting the idea of catfishing her dad, even though she has continued to do it for 2 months straight. Sounds like she just wants to fuck the dad.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
See, that once again, is that not a good catfish? Hey.
Yeah, it seems like a long ploy for her to catfish, or to like want to fuck the dad. Like, I feel like in her head, she's like, oh, well, now I get to enjoy sexing him without. You know what I mean? That's so weird, dude. That's so weird. Thing is, I get it. Like, they're all technically adults, but it's the lying. You know what I mean? It's the lying. Like, they're all technically adults. So, like, the daughter's friend could just be like, hey, Mr. Blank, I'm, like, into you. Like, no, it's not even the crazy part is it's not the daughter. The daughter just went on to make a joke, and they like weirdly had a joke catfish, but then the friend started just actually full on sexting the dad. So it's technically not incest or anything because she's just a friend of them. but the way they did it is so creepy and weird.
So actually, it's me. What?
Yeah, like it's weird.
You're a 28-year-old. Oh my God. Some catfishing tales even end in brutal murder. Like a big story that took place in 2007 between a former Marine and a supposed 18-year-old girl. Thomas Montgomery was a 47-year-old former Marine and married father of 2, and was struggling in a sexless marriage. After being introduced to the gambling site Pogo, he meets a woman in a chat room who calls herself Tall Hot Blonde, which of course the guy's like 2007 ex-Marine being like, oh my God, that's hot. That's just her username. Whoa. The woman admitted to being 18, causing Thomas, whose username was Marine Sniper, to pretend to be 18 as well, despite U.S. Marine records showing he was never a sniper, nor did he see any action during his time in the military.
No.
I digress. It turned out she was a high school softball player named Jessie from West Virginia, and very soon they started to flirt and the relationship started to develop. She would send provocative pics, and in return, he sent pics of himself when he was much younger in his military uniform.
No.
They became in love with each other, sending gifts, love letters, and having phone calls, and even having cyber sex behind his wife's back. Thomas started becoming obsessed, writing notes to himself like one that read, quote, go ahead, Nick.
On January 2nd, 2006, Tom Montgomery, 46 years old, ceased to exist and is replaced by an 18-year-old battle-scarred Marine. He's moving to West Virginia to be with his love of his life.
Catfish meets catfish. I know, right?
Coworkers were hearing him openly brag about dating a teenager. One of them, 22-year-old Brian Barrett, would even get involved as well. At one point, Thomas's wife would intercept a package from Jessie that included love letters and red panties. She was disgusted and felt horrible for the young woman, so he wrote back explaining that he was a middle-aged father and not the man she thought he was. She also gave Jessie the contact for Brian Barrett, who was closer to her age. Jessie wanted revenge after being catfished, so she started chatting up Brian, moving into yet another romantic relationship. This rivalry between Thomas and Brian would lead to a tragic event. Thomas was fed up with Brian, so he brought a rifle with him and confronted Brian as he was sitting in his car after work, shooting him 3 times and killing him. His body was found 2 days later, and Thomas was arrested on top of being hit with a truly shocking discovery. It turns out that Jessie was a middle-aged mother named Mary Sheeler pretending to be an 18-year-old girl in order to flirt with men online. The most depraved part was that the mother's daughter was named Jessie. She was posing as her own daughter and sending photos of her to Thomas. This included more than casual photos. In fact, she was taking creep shots of her as well. Creepy! Ugh! Thomas was thrown in prison for 20 years, but Mary was able to walk free because catfishing is not a crime.
She needs to be put down. That is insane that she gets no, like, at least she has to be part of second-degree murder, right? Or is it third? That is crazy.
Millions of people each year get catfished, falling in love with someone only to find out that they wasted a large chunk of their life. It's safe to say for anyone currently in the dating game, you need to know what catfishing is.
Yeah, like that's
suspicious
so
of behavior.
creepy.
So make sure you spot the warning signs before you get duped.
Her own
into
fucking
wasting
daughter,
your
dude.
Time, impossible life. Yeah, just wasting a little bit of your time. Probably not your life, but still, it is annoying. Nick, how many times have you been catfished?
Most of them are like, you know, because I swipe on the Asians, like...
Why do you like Asian women so much? Because you're cruel.
I'm cruel.
If a woman is not Asian, you do not give them the time of day.
True. That is not true.
That is
so funny.
True. Every time you date an Asian girl, you're like, oh, I don't know this and that. I could let this slide. And then God forbid any other girl does anything wrong. Well, I stopped talking to her.
That is so funny. That it's not. No. It was one time. It was one time. Okay. Ooh. I'm like getting hot. Hi, Kana. Mwah. How are you? Well, let me put on a video while I be right back. I don't want it to be too long. Ah. What she said? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. Um, what do we watch? Oh, here's an interesting one. Disturbing games based on true events. I don't think we've watched this.
Most disturbing games
I will be
follow
right
the
back
same
super
formula.
quick, okay?
Jump scare, a chase scene, then repeat. But these ones are different because they actually
One
happened.
second.
These are disturbing games based on true events. In Town of Light, you play as Renee, a 16-year-old girl exploring the ruins of a long-abandoned psychiatric hospital. She's trying to piece together her own past. Her memories are scattered and fragmented, and as you walk through the empty halls, you'll start to uncover the truth of what really happened. But as you might have guessed, Town of Light isn't just telling Renee's story. It's telling the story of a real place and the people who are locked inside it. This is Volterra Psychiatric Hospital, the real-life location that Town of Light is based on. Unlike most horror games that create fictional settings, this one places you in a world that once existed, a place where real people lived, suffered, and in many cases, never left. Volterra was one of Italy's most well-known asylums. It was built in the late 1800s during a time when mental illness was widely misunderstood. At its peak, it held over 6,000 patients, a staggering number for a single facility. But Volterra wasn't just a hospital, it was a place of isolation, where people society didn't understand were locked away. Many of the people sent to Volterra weren't exactly what we would consider mentally ill today. Some people were put there for conditions like depression, anxiety, epilepsy, or even something as simple as just being a little bit different from the norm. Women in particular were often institutionalized for being too emotional or difficult to control. Others ended up there simply because their families didn't want them anymore. And once you were admitted, there was very little hope of leaving. Over the years, the hospital developed a reputation for its cruel treatments. Patients were subjected to electroshock therapy, often without anesthesia, and in some cases, doctors performed lobotomies, procedures that left patients in a zombie-like state, while others were simply locked in dark, cramped rooms for days or weeks at a time. One of the most disturbing moments in Town of Light is when Renee recalls being restrained and sedated. This wasn't exaggerated for effect. It was standard practice within the real hospital. Patients who resisted treatment were often tied to their beds for days, injected with high doses of sedatives to keep them docile, or locked in isolation rooms with no explanation. These treatments certainly weren't meant to help, they were more meant to control. Once inside Volterra, leaving was nearly impossible. The very nature of psychiatric commitment laws meant that the patients had no real voice. They were labeled as insane, and anything they said in their defense was dismissed as delusional. Families often relinquished all legal control, leaving the hospital's administrators with absolute power over their lives. Some patients spent decades institutionalized for conditions that modern medicine would very easily treat, while others never left at all. But perhaps the most haunting detail is what happened when Volterra finally closed. In 1978, Italy passed a law shutting down many psychiatric hospitals, including Volterra. But when the doors closed, many patients were left abandoned. They had nowhere to go, no families to return to, as some just took to wandering the streets, being homeless and forgotten. In the Town of Light, you see this desolation firsthand. The game doesn't fill the hospital with ghosts or supernatural creatures. It doesn't really need to. The actual horror lies in what actually happened, what was allowed to happen for decades. In 2010, a German game developer named Jens Stober created a video game that almost no one would think to make. It wasn't about a haunted house or being chased by monsters. It was something much more real. Something still fresh in the minds of those who lived through it. The game was called 1,378 Kilometers, named after the exact length of the border that once divided East and West Germany during the Cold War. But this wasn't just a history lesson. To understand why this game caused so much outrage, you need to know that after World War II, Germany was split in half. The western side became a democracy backed by the US, UK, and its allies, while the eastern side became a communist state controlled by the Soviet Union. The problem being was that life in the East was miserable. The government controlled nearly every aspect of daily life, and people weren't allowed to leave. By the late 1950s, millions had already fled to the West in search of a better life. The solution, according to East German leaders, was simple: build a wall. In 1961, the Berlin Wall was constructed, a deadly barrier stretching across Germany, trapping millions of people inside the communist-controlled East. And it wasn't just a wall, it was a killing zone. Border guards were ordered to shoot anyone who tried to escape, and over the years, hundreds of desperate people were gunned down trying to cross it. Fast forward to 2010, and this is exactly what the game recreated, as you have the option to play as one of these border guards, and your job was to stop defectors from escaping. And stopping them didn't just mean blocking their path, it meant you had the option to shoot them. That was the moment the game crossed the line for many. Survivors of the Berlin Wall era, many of whom had lost family members to the border shootings, were horrified. News outlets called the game disgusting and offensive. Many saw it as an insult to those who had died trying to escape. Chris Geffroy, one of the last people shot while trying to flee to the West, was gunned down.
Rest in peace, he was hot as fuck.
For attempting to escape a life he never chose. Was this game
Am I
really
crazy for saying that? He's hot as fuck.
Experience, as the developer claimed, or was it something worse? A simulation of murder wrapped
That shit
in the excuse of
crazy.
history. The backlash was so strong that just days before its official release, the game was pulled. Jens Stober defended his work, saying that he never meant to glorify violence. Instead, he wanted players to understand the weight of history. But to many, that wasn't enough. With tensions escalating, the game's planned release date, October 3rd, 2010, was supposed to be symbolic. It fell on Germany
It needs a Ouija board to
national
stop.
holiday celebrating the reunification of East and
contact my
West Germany.
hubby.
But instead of serving as a moment of reflection, as the developer would have hoped, the timing only added fuel to the fire. Critics saw it as an insult, almost like a slap in the face to those who had suffered under the Berlin Wall. Jens didn't cancel it entirely, but he postponed its release indefinitely, saying he needed to rethink how it was going to be presented. He insisted that he never meant to offend anyone and that his goal was to only educate. But many thought the damage had already been done. Even with its eventual quiet release, the controversy never fully faded. Today, 1,378 Kilometers remains an obscure game, mostly discussed rather than played. This video is sponsored by Aura. Right now,
That's an
your
interesting
personal
idea.
data, your name,
Do you
address,
think
and even
that
financial
that
info
game
could
should
for
be
sale
allowed
on
or
the dark
nah?
web. And the worst part is, it probably got there without you ever knowing.
Sorry,
Companies
we were
get
making
hacked all the
a
time.
peanut butter
Your
sandwich.
data leaks and scammers and
Is your
identity
boy
thieves
a little
scoop it
hungry?
up, but the
I kind of want
companies
something sweet,
involved
but
never face any consequences. That's why I use Aura. Aura scans data broker sites and the dark web for your personal info. It sends opt-out requests automatically and alerts you if you've been a typical wartime thriller, sneaking through
I
enemy
remember
bases,
this
taking
game.
down high-ranking
I didn't play it, but I
officers,
wanted to because you play as like a hot
operations.
chick.
But what most players might not realize is that Velvet Assassin is directly inspired by a real-life secret agent. But her story is based on Violette Sabo, a British spy who operated in Nazi-occupied France. Sabo wasn't just any soldier. She was part of the Special Operations Executive, or SOE for short. It was a covert British group that sent agents behind enemy lines during World War II. These weren't just standard soldiers, they were saboteurs, intelligence gatherers, and assassins, trained to fight and disrupt the enemy from within. Velvet Assassin places you in similar high-stakes missions, sneaking through dark corridors, hiding in shadows, and eliminating officers with silenced weapons. But what Velvet Assassin doesn't tell you is that the real Violet's story had no Hollywood ending. She didn't have the luxury of a health bar or checkpoints. The game might be inspired by her story, but it leaves out the most chilling details. And what happened to the real spy was far more disturbing than anything you see in game. The real Violette was born in France in 1921, but
Oh,
grew up
wow.
in London. When World War II broke out, she married a French Foreign Legionnaire named Etienne Sabot, who later died in battle. His death fueled her determination to fight back against the Nazis, and in 1943, she was picked up by the SOE. Sabot was sent on her first mission to France in April of 1944, just 2 months before the D-Day
Imagine how
invasion.
scary that would
Her
be
job
being
was
a
to gather
spy.
intelligence, coordinate
You get caught, you
sabotage
fucking
operations,
get
and arm local
killed.
resistance fighters. She completed the mission successfully and returned to England. But
No,
the
that's
fight
kinda crazy.
wasn't quite over yet. Her second mission would be her last. In June of 1944, just after D-Day, Sabot parachuted back into France. Her new mission was to help organize resistance fighters and disrupt
Finally, an
German
innocent true.
reinforcements moving towards Normandy. But before she could fully
Very
complete
cool
her
model.
objective,
Thank you.
she and
I
her
appreciate
team
it.
were ambushed by Nazi soldiers at a roadblock near the town of Salon-la-Tour. The Velvet Assassin version of this moment would likely show our spy fighting her way out, escaping into the night. But in reality, Sabot had no such luck. With no way out, she covered for her comrades, holding off the enemy with a Sten gun while they escaped. She fought until she ran out of ammunition, and then she was captured. At first, she was taken to Limoges, where she endured brutal interrogations at the hands of the Gestapo. But despite their torture, she refused to give up any information. Instead of breaking, she responded with sarcasm, even mocking her captors. This defiance only made things worse for her. From Limoges, she was transferred to Fresnes prison in Paris, where she was held in solitary confinement. Then, in August of 1944, as the Allies pushed further into France, she was sent to Ravensbrück concentration camp in Germany. This is where her story took its most tragic turn. Ravensbrück wasn't just a prison, it was a nightmare. A brutal women's concentration camp where thousands were worked to death, tortured, or executed. It was here that Violette Sabot spent months enduring forced labor, starvation, and unimaginable cruelty. Then, in early 1945, just a few months before the war would end, she was taken to an execution site inside the camp. Along with 2 other captured SOE agents, she was forced to kneel and was subsequently shot. She was only 23 years old. The world would only learn what happened to her after the war, when the survivors from the concentration camp told the horrifying truth. The game Velvet Assassin may honor her memory with a fearless protagonist, but it stopped short of telling her full story.
I don't think everything needs to be... I think it can be inspired by...
a Taiwanese urban legend, but that's not why it's in this video.
I know,
the
rest
first
in
game
peace
took
to a
place at
baddie.
Tonghai University, a real school
I actually wanted to play
in
this
Taiwan,
game. They
where
had a
approaches said to be
sequel.
cursed by a spirit. According to the legend, if you try to cross it at night, you might find yourself walking in circles, unable to escape. Some say the ghost of a woman appears, trapping those who disturb her. The second game builds on that fear, but this time it introduces something even more unsettling. A mysterious girl, a haunted elevator, and a sense that something unnatural is at play. The game's main character find themselves in a situation that feels terrifyingly familiar. The game's setting is a university, but it doesn't feel like one.
I don't know if it's
The halls
good.
are too empty, the shadows move when you aren't looking, and worst of all, you're being watched. The protagonist doesn't know how or why they got here, but they know they need to get out. Players must piece together clues, navigate through dimly lit hallways, and avoid an unseen force that's always lurking nearby. One of the most unnerving parts of the game happens in an elevator. It seems simple at first. You watch a woman through a security camera, waiting for the doors to close and expecting to reach another floor. But things don't seem quite right. The woman moves strangely, jumping out the elevator and clinging to its walls. For some players, this scene was unsettling for a reason they couldn't quite explain. Then it clicked. This wasn't just another horror game trope. It felt eerily similar to something they had seen before.
I know this
Something
one.
Real. A security camera recording of a young woman in an elevator, pressing buttons, stepping in and out, and looking as if something was following her. That woman was Elisa Lam, and her story remains one of the most disturbing unsolved mysteries. In February of 2013, the Los Angeles Police Department released a strange surveillance video to the public. It was grainy, taken from an old security camera inside an elevator at the Cecil Hotel. At first glance, it may not seem out of the ordinary, but the longer you watch, the more unsettling it became. Elisa Lam, the woman in the footage, was a 21-year-old student from Canada who had been traveling alone through California. She was supposed to check out the hotel that day, but she never did. Her parents, who had been in constant contact with her, stopped hearing from her entirely. Concerned, They reported her missing, prompting a police investigation. At the time, no one knew what had happened to Elisa. All investigators had was this bizarre elevator footage recorded shortly before she vanished. The video shows Elisa stepping into the elevator and immediately pressing multiple buttons, as if she's unsure where she wants to go. The doors, however, don't close. Seconds pass. She leans out and looks down the hallway, quickly pulling back as if she had seen something or someone. Then she hesitates, stepping in and out the elevator, glancing nervously in both directions.
This is a scary, weird story.
More disturbing. At one point, she presses herself against the wall as if she's hiding. Her body language suggests panic, but there's no visible threat. Eventually, she steps out of view entirely. The elevator doors, which have remained open for far too long, suddenly close. But by then, Elisa is no longer inside. The footage ends. The video went viral almost immediately. People were disturbed by how unnatural her behavior seemed, and tons of theories began to spread. Some believed she was hiding from someone, a stalker, a hotel employee, maybe even an unseen attacker just outside the camera's view.
Because we still don't know what happened, right?
Drugs, experiencing paranoia or hallucinations.
I don't think she was on drugs.
She later revealed that there were no traces of drugs
and
or
I don't
alcohol in her system, apart from small traces of her prescribed drugs.
I don't think she
bipolar disorder. There was also a more
was like schizophrenic or anything.
The Cecil Hotel had a long and infamous history of murders and sinister guests, including serial killers like Richard Ramirez. Some believed Elisa wasn't alone in that elevator, that something from the hotel's dark past had been watching her. Regardless of the theory, the biggest question remained the same. Where did Elisa go after stepping out that elevator? That question wouldn't be answered until nearly 3 weeks later, when hotel guests began complaining about foul-smelling, discolored water coming from their taps. What happened next would turn this from a missing persons case into one of the most infamous mysteries.
Imagine, like, you know, someone drank a bit
another
of
eerie
that.
connection begins to surface. The presence of water. In horror stories, water is often linked to spirits, particularly in Asian folklore, where drowning victims are said to become restless ghosts. In real life, Elisa's body was found in the rooftop water tank of the Cecil Hotel weeks after she had disappeared.
See, that's my thing, is like, how would she get in there?
So strange that even the authorities still don't understand how she got there. The developers have never confirmed that they were inspired by Elisa's case, but the similarities are undeniable.
Like, there's no, like, you would need to know how to get in there.
Stretching as far as the eye can see. Your only guide is a flickering flashlight in the distance.
Like, I don't normally believe in ghosts, but like, there's something.
The loneliness, the
something weird about that.
Overwhelming sense that you're not alone. This is Kolot, a horror game unlike any other. There are no monsters lurking in the dark, no jump scares every few minutes. Instead, the terror comes from the emptiness, from the feeling that something terrible happened here and that it could happen again. But this isn't just another survival horror game. It's based on a real event, one of the most disturbing and mysterious cases in modern history. A story so chilling, so unexplainable that it has haunted investigators.
That's why I don't joke with nobody. Don't joke with nobody.
Conspiracy theorists for over 60
What is
years.
it? Play stupid game, win stupid prizes.
9 hikers
That's how I
vanished
treat
in the rural
everything.
mountains of Soviet Russia. Their bodies were discovered weeks later, scattered across the snow in ways that defied logic. Their tent was found ripped open. Some were found barefoot, half dressed in the freezing cold, with some of their bodies covered in strange injuries, broken bones without external wounds, missing eyes, and one of them had a missing tongue, and no one could explain why. The deeper we go, the stranger this mystery becomes. One of Kolot's greatest strengths is how accurately it recreates the brutal conditions of the Ural Mountains. In real life, the group was trekking towards a peak called Kolat Circle, which translates to Dead Mountain in the local Mansi language. The game's title is obviously a direct reference. The game's environment captures the harshness of the terrain.
I need to paint my nails again. Should we put on our nail cam this week and do our nails again?
At night. In real life, the hikers had to battle temperatures dropping as low as -30 degrees Celsius, and the unpredictable weather likely made survival even more difficult. However, in
last
the
time
game,
we
the
did like a
landscape is
sparkly
even
gold.
emptier than in reality.
Then we did my blue, blue and black.
In the area, though none close enough to
we could do just like a matte black again.
Completely, amplifying the horror. In Kolot, you don't start inside the hiker's tent. You're already out in the cold.
Buzzy, thank you for lurking, babe.
What happened. But in the real case, the tent itself became one of the biggest mysteries. Rescuers found it still standing, but with a crucial brutal detail. It had been slashed open from the inside, implying that the hikers had been so desperate to escape that they couldn't even have used the tent's entrance. They cut their way out and ran half-dressed into the freezing night. The real horror of the incident lies in how the bodies were discovered. Some were found nearly a mile away from the tent.
Yeah, I like
wearing
matte
little
black
clothing,
over
as if they
shiny
had
black,
fled
but I
in
know a lot of
pure
people like shiny
terror.
black.
3 had massive internal
When? I'm
injuries,
thinking maybe
broken ribs and crushed
tomorrow. It
skulls,
usually
and
takes
0
me a while.
external wounds, leading investigators to compare
But I
it to the
usually put
force of
on
a
the
car
camera
crash.
for you guys.
One victim, Ludmila Dubinina, was found without her tongue and parts of her face. A few had traces
Can't
of
go wrong with black,
radiation on their
true.
clothes too. In Kholat, there's a constant feeling that something is out there watching you, but in reality, no evidence of an attacker, human or otherwise, was ever found. However, the way Kholat presents its world mirrors the hiker's disorientated movements. The game forces you to navigate with only a map, compass, and coordinates. Obviously
need to get
similar
someone
to
to
the
play this
real-life
game.
expedition's methods. It's easy to get lost, panic, and end up somewhere you shouldn't be, just like the real hikers. The game leans heavily into the supernatural, hinting at shadowy figures, glowing entities, and forces beyond human understanding. While the real case is surrounded in mystery, most theories focus on natural or man-made explanations. Some believe a small, delayed avalanche forced hikers to flee in panic. However, there was no evidence of an avalanche at the site, and it doesn't explain some of the severe injuries found on some of the bodies. Others suggest the hikers accidentally stumbled upon a secret weapons test.
I actually have no idea.
Taps into this idea with references to classified
That's like an interesting
Soviet
idea.
documents and a cover-up.
You gonna play this
also
game? I'm
provides a
down.
lesson. It's an
I'm down to
experience
watch.
designed to
The
make
game
you
is
feel
creepy
the
as
same
fuck.
fear and confusion the hikers
Especially because I don't know anything about it.
The sense of isolation and disorientation reflects what the hikers likely went through, and the paranoia and dread capture the emotion surrounding the Dyatlov mystery.
Hi, Spec.
Even if the game's
How are
glowing
you?
entities of fiction. Kholat doesn't try to solve the case. Instead, it keeps the mystery alive, leaving you wandering the frozen wasteland, searching for answers, just like investigators have done for over 60 years. Every now and then, a game
That or the Poppy
unintentionally
Playtime
mirrors
game.
reality in ways that are hard to ignore. This is one such
They
case.
suck.
Released in 2017, Granny
Oh,
became one
God.
of the most popular mobile horror games of its time.
I didn't know he was talking about Granny, dude. Oh my god.
Locked inside by a grey-skinned, hollow-eyed woman. She's old, frail-looking, but don't let that fool you, because Granny patrols the house, reacting to every sound. If you knock over
God
a table,
damn it.
she hears it. If you
God
step on a
damn it.
creaky floorboard, she's already on her way. She moves at an unnatural speed,
Don't laugh at me,
chasing
Kana.
after you the moment you make a mistake. If she catches you, she knocks you unconscious with her bat. You have 5 days, 5 chances to find your way out before something terrible happens. So what if something like this actually happened? A real-life case so eerily similar that I think the game definitely draws inspiration.
That got me for some
St.
reason.
Petersburg, Russia, 2015.
I don't
An
know.
elderly woman is spotted on a security camera, casually walking near her apartment building. Nothing unusual, except for the fact that she's carrying a large plastic bag, a heavy one. A few hours later, police receive a report. A disjointed torso.
I don't know who that
found
is.
near a pond. No head, no arms, no legs,
But-
just a torso. It doesn't take long for authorities to track down a suspect, and when they knock on her apartment door,
But
they
good luck
find
with that.
Tamara Samsonova, a 68-year-old woman sitting calmly in her chair like nothing had happened. But when police search her apartment, they uncover something out of a nightmare. Dozens of handwritten diaries filled with detailed notes about murder. Casual entries describing how
crazy.
and when she murdered people as if it were a routine part of her life. They found plastic bags filled with rotten flesh hidden around the building.
I think
Some
I remember the
reports even
rotten flesh.
suggest that she may have
remember
even
slighted.
eaten parts of her victims. One diary entry dated September 2003.
What if she was just writing a
reads,
story?
I killed my tenant Volodya, put the pieces of his body in plastic bags, and threw them away in different parts of Ruzensky district. Another entry
Did they find
from
it?
March 2015 details the murder of Valentina Ulanova, a 79-year-old woman she'd been living with at the time of her arrest. Valentina had been her friend, but according to Tamara's diary, she had become too difficult to live with. Tamara's solution to the little problem was to crush a handful of sleeping pills into her food, wait for her to lose consciousness, grab a hacksaw, and I think you can imagine the rest. When questioned by the police, Tamara never showed any remorse. At times, she smiled and even laughed when describing what she had done. The media quickly gave her the name
Bundy,
Granny
thanks
Ripper,
for
a woman who had
checking in.
spent years
Mwah.
luring people into her home and making sure they never left. I personally think the similarities between Granny and the Granny Ripper are too bizarre to ignore. Both are old women living alone in decaying homes with something
That is
deeply wrong
crazy.
beneath the surface. Both trap people in inside their own homes, one trapping victims in the game, the other in real life. The video game Granny keeps a crossbow in her house.
Good night,
A
we'll
small
go.
but crucial tool that players can use to fire tranquilizer darts at her. If you manage to hit her, she collapses and stays unconscious for 2 minutes, giving you a chance to escape. In real life, Tamara Samsonova didn't need a crossbow. She allegedly dosed her victims in much the same way, sedating them so they couldn't fight back. Just like the game's tranquilizer, her method didn't kill immediately. It only made her victims helpless, ensuring they had
That is
no
terrifying.
chance to run. Then there's the most unsettling part, the unnatural quality they both share. In the game, Granny moves with disturbing speed and aggression, something that you wouldn't expect for someone so old. And yet in real life, Tamara Samsonova was much the same. Despite her age, she carried and disposed of bodies without any help. Unlike most serial killers, Samsonova was never sent to prison. After a psychiatric evaluation, she was declared legally insane and sentenced to an indefinite detention in a high-security psychiatric hospital. During her trial, she made disturbing comments, at one point begging the judge to let her go so she could continue killing. Her words in court were, "I knew you would come. It's such a disgrace for me. All this publicity. I am guilty and deserve to be punished. I've been preparing for this trial for 10 years. It is all deliberate. There is no way to live. With this last murder, I closed the chapter." She was committed to Kazangut Psychiatric
crazy.
Hospital in 2015, where she remains to this day. You're looking at a digital city from above. The streets are filled with people, some just walking around, others moving with purpose. At first glance, everything might seem peaceful, but hidden
is it not
amongst the
already
crowd
set to
are
that?
terrorists, figures marked by the game as threats. Your job is very simple: stop them. September 12th, A Toy World presents you with one tool, a missile launcher. There's no score, no levels, no game over screen. You just click to fire, and your missile strikes the target. But the explosion doesn't just hit the terrorist, it spreads. Buildings crumble, and worst of all, civilians get caught in the blast. As their tiny figures collapse, the remaining people in the city react. They stop what they're doing, some run away, while others stand still, mourning the loss of those who were just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
At least
Then
she's old,
something
yeah.
strange happens. Those mourning civilians begin to change. Their outfits darken, and they transformed
Oh
into
yeah,
the
everything's
very thing you were
late.
trying
For
to
some reason my
eliminate.
stream's
More terrorists
late.
appear, blending into the crowd. The problem doesn't get smaller, it grows. And the more missiles you launch, the more civilians you lose, and the cycle repeats. At first, it might just feel like you're not playing well enough. Maybe if you time your shots better, aim more carefully, or fire less often, you'll eventually wipe out all the threats. But that's the trick. There is no winning. No matter what you do, the violence continues. Every action you take feeds into the never-ending loop. September 12th isn't a game in the traditional sense. It's more like a simulation. Not because it's hyper-realistic, but because it's meant to make you think. It doesn't tell you what's right and wrong. It simply lets you play and watch as the consequences unfold. You might already realize what this game is trying to say. Studies have shown that when civilians are harmed during counter-terrorism operations, it can increase anger towards those responsible. Family members and friends of the deceased may seek revenge, becoming radicalized themselves. This creates a sort of cycle, violence breeding more violence, just like in the game.
Hot, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Cult. I'm Jerry State.
Conflicts in the Middle East, particularly in Iraq and
We're just
Afghanistan,
kinda watching
have
this.
acknowledged that
It's
civilian
interesting.
casualties can have a direct impact on radicalization. One report from the RAND Corporation described how groups like Al-Qaeda use civilian deaths as propaganda, turning public outrage into recruitment opportunities. Leaked military documents and intelligence reports, like the 2012 joint report by Stanford and NYU titled Living Under Drones, highlighted a familiar cycle. For every terrorist killed, civilians caught in the crossfire can fuel resentment, therefore potentially leading to new recruits joining extremist groups. Studies have found that airstrikes, whilst eliminating immediate threats, can sometimes increase long-term radicalization. The same concept plays out in September 12th. Each terrorist you eliminate only leads to more emerging from the grieving crowd. Even the game's name, September 12th, obviously hints at a real-world inspiration. It refers to the day after the Twin Towers was struck, when the United States and its allies faced a critical decision. How should they respond? The invasion of Afghanistan soon followed, marking the beginning of the War on Terror, a war that decades later still impacts global politics.
Sorry, I just gotta Got a message and
Chernobylite takes place in one of the most unusual and
stressed.
dangerous
I'm trying to
places
be
on Earth,
unstressed.
the Chernobyl exclusion zone. This is an 100 square mile area in northern Ukraine that was evacuated after a major nuclear accident in 1986. But to understand why this area is so significant, you first need to know what happened at Chernobyl. On April 26, 1986, a routine safety test at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant went horribly wrong. Reactor 4, one of the plant's 4 nuclear reactors, exploded due to a combination of design flaws and human error. The explosion released massive amounts of radiation into the air, contaminating large parts of Ukraine, Belarus, and even reaching other countries in Europe. I probably don't need to tell you that radiation is dangerous because it damages the human body at a microscopic level. In high doses, it can cause severe burns, organ failure, and even death. In the days following the explosion, people in the nearby town of Pripyat, where most of the plant's workers lived, were told nothing was wrong. Many went about their daily lives unaware that they were being exposed to deadly levels of radiation. It wasn't until 36 hours later that authorities finally ordered an evacuation, but by then, it was too late for many. Over the following months and years, thousands of people developed radiation-related illnesses, and a vast area surrounding the plant was deemed too dangerous for human life. Then, the exclusion zone was created, a permanent no-go area stretching for miles around the ruined reactor. All the buildings were left abandoned, nature slowly took over, and time seemed to stand still.
Can people
in the
go there
remains
now?
of the town. What's even more eerie is that some of the places in the game no longer exist in reality. Over time, many of Chernobyl's buildings have collapsed due to weather, neglect, and radiation damage. In Chernobylite, they remain frozen in time, offering a look into the past that is slowly disappearing. The exclusion zone may seem like an abandoned wasteland, but it still has life. Over the years, nature has reclaimed
but they can
much
take
of the
drones
area,
in, which
and a
is
small number
kinda
of
good.
self-settlers, people who refused to leave or later returned, continue to live there. Creating a game set in the Chernobyl exclusion zone is one thing, but actually going there is another. But for the team behind Chernobylite, accuracy was everything. They didn't just want to imagine what the zone looked like, they wanted to capture it exactly as it is. So instead of relying on old photos or satellite imagery, they went in themselves, bringing with them cutting-edge technology and a mission to recreate the real Chernobyl like never before. To achieve their goal, the developers used 3D photogrammetry, a technique that allows them to scan real-world objects and environments to create incredibly detailed digital models. They walked through the ruins of Pripyat, abandoned villages, and even the remains of the power plant
Forgot
itself,
about it.
taking
Yeah, it's
thousands of
pretty cool.
photos from every
Like, it's a
angle.
cool
These
concept.
images were then processed to build one-to-one digital recreations of actual locations, making Chernobylite one of the most visually accurate portrayals of the exclusion zone ever made. But this wasn't just about making the game look good, it was about preservation. Some parts of Chernobyl are rapidly deteriorating. By scanning these locations, the developers were able to digitally freeze them in time, allowing players to explore places that may no longer exist in the future. Entering the exclusion
Is this just
zone
like an
isn't as simple as
exploration
just
game, or
walking
is it
in.
like a
Radiation
horror
levels vary
game?
across
Like,
the
is it an
area, with
action
some
game? Like, what
places
is this?
still dangerously contaminated, while certain parts
Like, I don't
of the
actually
zone
know
have
what this
lower
is.
radiation levels and are safe for short visits. Others, like the Red Forest, one of the most radioactive areas in the world,
It's
can
action
be
horror?
deadly. The
Okay.
developers had to follow strict safety protocols to avoid exposure. They wore dosimeters, which are devices that measure radiation, to monitor their levels at all times. Some areas were off limits, while others could only be visited for a few minutes before radiation levels became unsafe. Even so, they were able to scan key locations, including the
Do you think
Pripyat
they were getting
amusement
sick
park,
from
home
it?
to the famous
Like, to this
rusted
day?
Ferris
Or do
wheel
you
that
think,
never
like, how
officially
does
opened,
radiation
and the
sickness
ruins
work?
of Reactor 4, now sealed under a massive steel sarcophagus to contain the radiation. Though one of the biggest challenges wasn't just radiation, it was the feeling of the place itself. Even decades after the disaster, Chernobyl doesn't feel empty. There are obviously no crowds and no bustling streets, but the silence itself feels unnatural. The developers described an eerie atmosphere, and they weren't alone in this feeling. Many visitors to Chernobyl report a similar feeling of a deep sense of unease, especially in areas where people once lived. Fears to
That is
Fathom
crazy.
is different. Unlike games that adapt well-known cases or urban legends,
played
Fears
this
to
one.
Fathom builds
Or
its
these, all of
episodes
these.
from real-life accounts submitted by ordinary people. These aren't
This has
famous
some minor
cases
effects.
from
That's what I'm
history,
thinking. Like,
and they're
that
not
can't
the
have
kind
been
of
safe
stories
to
that make
go.
national news. Instead, they're personal experiences, moments of
Dead
terror that
man
people have
walking,
lived
still
through
self-dividing,
and have
never
never
rotting while still bleeding.
forgotten.
That's
Some of
crazy.
these stories were first posted on forums, Reddit threads, or YouTube channels dedicated to real horror stories, like Mr. Nightmare. The first episode, Home Alone, is the perfect example. The story follows a 14-year-old boy named Miles, left alone for the night while
Miles.
his mother is away. At first, everything seems fine. He follows his usual routine, grabbing food, watching telly, and chatting with a friend online. But then, something feels off. A strange figure appears outside. A knock at the door interrupts the silence. Then, Miles receives a text from his mother. Their neighbor, Paula, has just sent her a photo of a man standing outside the house. The message is clear: lock all the doors and wait for the police. At this point, the unease shifts into full-on panic. Suddenly, his own house, the place that should feel most secure, becomes a prison, as danger could be lurking just outside. Or worse, is already inside.
That's crazy.
As Miles
What?
hides under his bed,
I have to
he
look
hears
up
the
that.
sound of a window shattering from the master bedroom. Then the doorbell rings. It's Paula, but something isn't right. Miles is initially hesitant to go to the door, though when he eventually investigates, he can see the intruder's shadow near his parents' bedroom. At this point, he knows running is no longer an option. All he can do is hide and hope the police arrive in time. The story was directly inspired by a submission featured on Mr. Nightmare's channel, where a person recorded real
Oh.
experience of staying home alone,
Is it real?
realizing someone was watching them. 1979 Revolution, Black Friday, developed by Ink Stories, isn't just about playing a character, it's about experiencing history firsthand. You step into the shoes of Reza Shirazi, a young photojournalist returning home to Iran, only to find himself caught in the middle of a revolution. Armed with just a camera, you navigate the streets of Tehran, capturing the protests, the fear, and the violence unfolding around you. But in a world where taking the wrong photo can mean imprisonment or worse, every decision you make carries real weight. The entire game is based on real events from 1978 to 79, when the people of Iran rose up against their ruler, the Shah of Iran. The game's creator, Navid Khonsari, isn't just some random developer
Oh,
trying
it's
to
a
tell
real,
a political
real?
story.
That's
He actually
crazy.
lived through the Iranian Revolution as a child. His first-hand memories, combined with interviews from over 40 real-life survivors, activists, and former prisoners, help shape the game's brutal realism. Unlike other games based on historical events, Black Friday doesn't just reference the past, it recreates it. What makes it more unique is its gameplay. Instead of combat, the game focuses on choice-based storytelling, similar to Telltale games like The Walking
I was gonna say,
Dead. Dialogue trees force you to
Telltale
make
games?
split-second decisions, lie to a soldier and risk it in court, or tell the truth and betray your friends. Every action has consequence, and often there's no right answer. But despite its focus on personal decisions, the game never lets you forget the bigger picture. The world around you is deeply immersive, built on real historical details. Protesters chant slogans that were actually shouted in 1979. Government propaganda plays over radios, echoing the Shah's desperate attempts to maintain control, and the photographs you take in-game are based on real images captured during the revolution, bringing history to life in a way textbooks never could. For many players, this is probably their first real introduction to what happened in Iran, and for others, especially those who lived through it, the game was almost too real. In fact, it was so powerful that the Iranian government outright banned it. But what made it so controversial, and why was this revolution so dangerous to talk about, even decades later? On September 8th, 1978, the streets of Tehran were filled with hope and fear. Thousands of Iranians had gathered in Jaleh Square to protest against the rule of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, demanding the end to his dictatorship. They were unarmed, chanting slogans, holding banners, and standing together in defiance of a government they believed was corrupt and oppressive. What they didn't know was that they were about to walk into a massacre, one that would change the course of history. The Shah had already declared martial law the night before.
Yo, why
Public
did
demonstrations
he
had
do
been
that?
outlawed,
That
and
thing?
anyone who defied the ban would be dealt with by force. But the people still came. Protesters filled the square in the early morning hours, believing they had the right to speak out. The Iranian military was already waiting for them. Soldiers blocked the exits,
And that's the
surrounding
thing,
crowd.
right?
Then
That's the thing. A lot of people that protest often forget that there are governments that do not care about rights, because to them, they control those rights. So, like, that phrase he said, where they believe they had the right to do that, when you're in a dangerous country, that isn't a right. And to get that confused is the first like when you have really, really bad government like that, crazy.
Order came. Open fire. Machine guns tore through the crowd, sending protesters screaming and running in every direction. People collapsed in the streets, bodies piling up as bullets rained down. Witnesses recalled seeing soldiers shooting indiscriminately, gunning down men, women, and even children. Some tried to flee, but the military had already sealed off escape routes, trapping them in a killing zone. Estimates vary, but historians believe between 88 and 300 people were killed that day, with hundreds more injured.
This is why I don't
The
fuck with
Iranian
anything in the Middle East,
initially
baby.
tried to downplay the violence, claiming only a handful of
Do I want to visit
casualties,
Egypt?
but the truth
No.
was impossible to hide.
I want to
Survivors
visit
shared
anywhere
their
there.
stories,
Anywhere in the Middle
photojournalists
East. I'm
risking their lives, captured images of the bodies left in the streets. This was the moment that changed everything. Up until this point, the revolution had been gaining momentum, but it still felt like there was a chance for reform, a way to negotiate with the government. Black Friday erased that hope. For many Iranians, it was proof that the Shah would rather kill his own people than listen to them. The massacre radicalized the revolution. Protests became larger, angrier, and even more restless. People who had once supported the Shah turned against him overnight. Even members of the military, shaken
That's
by
the thing.
what
It's
they'd
a
been
government
ordered to do,
problem.
began
It's
to
a
defect.
it's a
In just
government
few months, the
and
Iranian government would be on
yeah.
the verge of collapse. In 1979
I mean,
revolution, Black Friday, the
yeah.
horrific
I mean,
event
the
plays out
government
in
a lot
chilling
of times in
detail
a lot
as
of
Reza
those places
Shirazi,
are
the
it's like
player,
Sharia
is
law
thrown into
stuff,
the
and I don't
middle
fuck
of
with
the
that.
massacre, forced to dodge bullets, capture the chaos with their camera, and witness the horror firsthand. The game doesn't exaggerate what happened. If anything, it tones it down compared to the real thing. But one thing is certain: Black Friday was no accident. The Iranian government saw the protest
It's
as
like,
a direct threat.
you know, they say
responded
don't
with brute
mix
force.
religion
Whether it
and
was an
government.
international
Both of those
massacre or a
things can
desperate
be
act to
very
retain
bad because they
control,
are
it
easy to
backfired.
abuse.
Instead of stopping the
So
revolution, it fueled it.
when
Many
you
of the
have
photos
countries
taken
that
in the
are
game
that
are based on
literally
real historical images, and the game
link
even shows
religion
side-by-side
and government together,
comparisons
it's
of
the
Reza's
worst.
photos with their real-life
Always,
counterparts.
always. It
Journalists
never
in
works.
1979 were monitored, arrested, and even killed for their work. The game doesn't shy away from showing this reality, forcing players to face the consequences of their choices, just as the photojournalists had to do at the time. One of the most terrifying aspects of 1979 revolution is its depiction of SADGE, the Shah's secret police. They are everywhere, watching, listening, waiting for any excuse to detain and interrogate you. And this wasn't an exaggeration. SADGE was very real, and it was one of the most feared intelligence agencies of its time. Established with the help of the CIA and Mossad, SADGE specialized in surveillance, censorship, and brutal interrogation techniques.
And that's the
Thousands
scary
of
thing is
political
like
prisoners
they
suffered at their
they,
hands.
they
The game's
you know
depiction of
it's
torture,
and I
imprisonment,
often
and forced
will describe a lot of it is like there's a scene in Kill Bill. This is a weird connection. But so if you don't know the story of Kill Bill, the main character, also known as the bride, she's killed by her lover, Bill. Bill shoots her in the head. And she doesn't die. She just suffers a brain injury, but after a coma, she awakens, right? And she vows revenge on him. And when she finally confronts him, he like shoots like a dart into her leg, and it numbs her leg, so she can't walk, right? And they start talking, and he tells her, "You knew I was a killer. You knew I was an assassin, so you should have expected me to do this." And she says, "I knew you did that, but I knew you killed people, but I didn't think you'd try to kill me." You know, she says something along those lines. And with a lot of people that really love something or really believe in something, a lot of the times they overlook certain things, certain aspects that they would normally be like, yo, I gotta stay away from this. And that it's that exact same belief of like, I know you did that. I just didn't think you'd do it to me. So the Iranian government has always been, they've always been crazy. But when people were in support of it, when the people were in support of it, they were, you know, it was like us against the world type idea. But then suddenly you're excluded from that. And then that government says, well, you're not a part of us anymore. Therefore, we can do whatever is necessary because that's what we did before. We believed in doing whatever was necessary to push our agenda. And now that you don't agree with us, we still want to push our agenda. You're just in the way now. It always works like that.
Confessions is based on survivor testimonies, some of which describe conditions far worse than what the game allows players to witness. Many Iranians during this time lived in constant fear of being reported to SADGE. A casual conversation could be twisted into an act of treason, and once someone was taken in for questioning, there was no guarantee that they would ever be seen again. The game's most haunting sequence is its depiction of Black Friday itself, the day the Iranian soldiers opened fire on the protesters in Jaleh Square. Everything from the layout of the square to the way the crowd moves and reacts was designed to resemble real footage and survivor accounts. The gunfire, the screams, the people running in panic. It was all recreated based on descriptions from those who had been there. The game makes it clear that the player is powerless in this moment. You don't get to change history. You don't get to stop the massacre. All you can do is witness it. Just
Yeah,
as
we're watching
1978. From the moment the
disturbing
game was
games
released, it was met with widespread praise. Critics
that
called
are
it one of the
real.
most powerful and unique historical games ever made. Players who had never learned about the Iranian Revolution were suddenly immersed in its brutal reality. For many, it was an eye-opening experience. But in Iran, the game wasn't just controversial, it was dangerous. The Iranian government didn't take long to respond. Shortly after its release in 2016, 1979 Revolution was officially banned in Iran. The government accused the game of spreading anti-regime propaganda, distorting history, and fueling Western narratives about the revolution. To them, it wasn't a game, it was a direct attack. Iran's National Foundation for Computer Games, the country's top regulatory body for video games, issued a statement condemning 1979 Revolution.
Naturally.
They claimed that the game was developed as part of a wider effort to damage the country's image and misrepresent the past. According to them, the revolution was a people's movement, not the chaotic and brutal struggle depicted in the game. The government-controlled media called the game hostile and branded its creator, Navid Konsari, a traitor. The ban wasn't just about protecting the government's version of events, it was part of a much larger pattern of censorship in Iran. Since the revolution, the government has strictly controlled how history is taught and remembered. Certain events like Black Friday are rarely discussed in detail. Stories about human rights abuses under the Shah's rule are well documented, but the darker sides of the revolution itself, the mass executions, the political purges, are often left out of state-approved history. Konsari, the creator of the game, who had worked on massive franchises like GTA and Max Payne, suddenly found himself on the Iranian government's blacklist, and as a result, he has been unable to return to Iran. He expressed concerns about the potential dangers he might face if he were to go back, citing Iran's record of arresting individuals without clear cause, particularly journalists. Konsari has been advised against traveling to Iran due to these risks. And that concludes today's video. If you want something else to watch,
But I mean, that's the thing that I know that they do is that if you have something that is like viral like that, and like you have family in Iran, apparently the government will sometimes go after the people that know the person that did it, even if they don't live in Iran anymore, which is crazy. It's like no government should have that level of power. Crazy. Oh, apparently about that girl, they said, the girl that got caught, the elevator girl, she's known to have manic episodes, and at the time of the video, she hadn't been taking the medication that helps with her episodes. Most likely, the way she'd gotten onto the roof was through a fire escape. Most likely, had to try to hide in the water tank for safety for whatever she believed was after her, and got trapped. Her autopsy reveals that she was technically under-medicated. Her family told them that she has had hallucinations and tried to get away from them and hide. That's exactly what she did. The person who found her told investigators the hatch door was open. The dog tractor sent from a public access window that led to a fire escape to the roof. It's completely solved according to the police database. Everything checks out. Nothing to debate. Interesting. Sleepy, thanks for the follow. Can the call to have enjoy your stay. Mwah. That's interesting. That's interesting. Well, at least we know solves that. Well, actually, so can you get hallucinations from being bipolar? Is that like I thought that was schizophrenia. Is that different? Like, I mean, obviously, I know they're different, but like, I thought that was like exclusive to, like what I mean, like schizophrenia. Well, because like if she doesn't have, so she's apparently not diagnosed with schizophrenia. She's diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Does bipolar disorder sometimes cause hallucinations? It's different, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm pretty sure they're different, but I didn't know that they could get hallucinations. Not sure about oh my god, I can't. I've tried to be friends with people with bipolar. They always end up not taking their meds at some point, and it gets crazy. It's really hard. It's really difficult to deal with, and if they're not family, it's even harder to justify dealing with it because there's no connection other than like this person is just like wanting to be my friend. $50? Why is it so long? I wanted to watch it, but then what's that one game? We get messages if you're manning you like you still killing far out like it's just yeah. Nah, I'm like that. I'm just a bitch. No, but it would be stuff like, "Oh, you're not spending enough time with me. I'm mad." And it's like, "Well, I have my own fucking life." Or like, "Oh, you said you gave too much attention to this person. You said like, you were too nice to them. I'm jealous." And you're not even like you're like, "We're not dating." Not that it would make it better, but it's like there's no reason you would even be acting like this. Crazy. It was crazy. So try. That's nice. I've tried and they ended up being the ones to walk, and then I realized in that moment, okay, we not doing that again. Most disturbing footage caught on camera. Oh. Okay. If Let's see if this is good. As I go and ghost them. Yeah.
23 videos, 7 levels. I spent countless hours reviewing footage to bring you the most haunting moments ever caught. We'll begin with tragic accidents and descend into incidents so disturbing they'll stay with you long after watching. So, let's start at the tip of this iceberg.
He sounds like
Level
AI.
1. Plane incident in Mexico. A private jet known as the Cessna Citation 3 was barely 3 kilometers away from Toluca Airport where it was supposed to land. But what happened next would leave emergency crews battling a disaster no one could have predicted. The jet was carrying 10 passengers, and
I'm glad you guys have a way to
going smoothly
monitor it at
until they
least.
began
You know, like
their final
you guys
approach.
know.
As the Cessna
It's tough when you don't
toward
really
the
know someone
airport,
well enough, so you don't want to
went
speak out of turn.
Footage captures the jet dropping through the sky, descending far faster than a normal approach. Within seconds, what looked like a routine maneuver turned catastrophic. The nose dipped sharply and the aircraft began to spin mid-air. A local who witnessed it said it looked like a fan breaking loose. Directly in its path sat a warehouse, one that happened to be storing fuel and gas tanks. And before anyone could process what was happening, the Cessna slammed straight into its roof. The impact tore through metal and concrete, triggering an immediate explosion.
Damn.
Flames burst into the air as thick black smoke blanketed the entire area, and the
Thick and
shockwave
black.
rattled vehicles from hundreds of meters away. All 10 people on board lost their lives on impact. Emergency crews arrived to find nothing but wreckage and flames. The Attorney General's office launched an investigation into what caused the Cessna to lose control just moments before landing, but no conclusions were ever made public. 3 kilometers from safety, 10 lives were lost, and the answers remain buried in the debris. Oil tanker disaster.
Black there, yeah.
It's 7:30 a.m. on December 24th, 2022 in Boksburg, South Africa. A group gathered to watch firefighters battle a fuel tanker fire. Little did they know, it was a ticking time bomb. The tanker had been hauling 60,000 liters of liquefied petroleum gas when the driver suddenly made a wrong turn. He wedged his truck under a low railway bridge, and the friction from scraping against the concrete had sparked flames. The driver immediately called the fire service. But as firefighters worked to contain it, the blaze drew crowds of onlookers, people who thought they were simply watching a routine fire being handled. What none of them knew was that the heat was building pressure inside the tanker. 60,000 liters of gas slowly cooking under the morning sun. And before anyone could react, the tanker erupted into a massive fireball.
Yeah, but that, like, to be honest, why the fuck would you sit and watch?
Across the street in an instant,
You know what I
blasting
mean?
upward and outward with such force that witnesses later describe it as feeling like a 6.5 magnitude earthquake. What made it worse was that the explosion reached the nearby hospital, damaging it so badly that sections of the roof collapsed. Staff had to evacuate patients while the building itself became part of the disaster. Footage from the aftermath showed people wandering in shock, some barely recognizable from their burns. At the end of the day, 41 people lost their lives, 23 members of the public and 11 healthcare workers. The driver survived and initially faced charges of culpable, but 6 months later they were dropped due to lack of evidence.
Why would they charge him? Like, it's clearly an accident. Like, that was clearly an accident.
Those same people becoming casualties. Hungary highway pileup. On the 11th of March 2023, dash cam
I feel like that's kind of
footage from
cry to
Hungary's
try to be
M1
like,
motorway
watch from a
captured
distance.
the
Yeah,
moment
like, why
a
would you be
regular
close to it?
drive turned into something no one saw coming. Traffic was moving at full speed along the M1 near Harskalom, about 25 kilometers west of Budapest. Suddenly, a localized dust storm swept across the road and visibility dropped to nothing. Drivers couldn't even see 5 feet ahead, but the strange thing was, nobody slowed down. The footage shows vehicle after vehicle barreling straight into the cloud at full speed, not a single one hitting its brakes. Before anyone could process what was happening, the first impact came. One car slammed speedily into another, and soon the chain reaction started pulling everyone in. Drivers behind had no idea what was waiting inside that wall of dust, and by the time they saw the wreckage, it was already too late. In the space of mere seconds, 41 vehicles piled into each other.
Holy shit.
The entire stretch of highway turned into a junkyard of twisted metal and shattered glass. And if that wasn't enough, fires broke out almost immediately, trapping people inside crushed vehicles as smoke mixed with the dust still
I
hanging
appreciate
in
it.
the air.
Mwah.
When emergency
If you do
services
feel like it, I
arrived,
appreciate it
they
if
were
you
shocked by the gravity
subscribe
of
to my
the
YouTube channel. It's
situation.
completely free.
It
I
was
post clips
a
there.
mass casualty event. About 39 people had to be pulled from the wreckage. 12 were reported in serious condition, and 2 were on the brink of death.
I also have Twitter. You can check out my Twitter.
There.
We recently hit
Next morning,
140K, which is actually
rescuers
fucking
found a
insane.
44-year-old man's body buried
I need
under
to
the
I need to get
charred
people from
remains
Twitter to
of a
start watching me
burnt-out
here.
car. He'd been there
I'll
the
stream on
entire
Fansly
time while crews worked
Saturday.
around him. That's why this recording stuck with people. It wasn't reckless driving or a single
Oh, nice.
decision.
Wait, what video? What video made
Like
you
the
follow?
road itself
I gotta
flipped a
know.
switch, and in the space of one dust cloud, dozens
Amateur.
of drivers went from cruising normally
Thanks for the follow,
to
Nicole.
being
I hope you enjoy your
trapped
stay.
inside a
Mwah.
disaster they couldn't even see coming. Level 2. Man versus Whirlpool. A photographer
scary.
named Jacob Cockle set out to capture
He
footage
looks
of a rare
not
whirlpool.
real.
This was supposed to be just another addition to his collection of extreme stunts. Except this
Be
time,
safe. Mwah.
things didn't go according to
Oh, you guys
plan.
gotta tell me. You guys gotta show me, like,
Jacob arrived
how,
at Carsman
what
Pool and
video
got
you liked,
straight to
or picture, or
For
whatever
over
it
20
was.
minutes, he dove in and out of the whirlpool without any trouble. The current pulled and twisted, but Jacob kept working the angles, coming up and going back down. At some point, he put on a horse mask. to
Oh, he
make this more
probably drowned.
entertaining, like
He
this was
probably
just
drowned.
Another wild story he'd tell later. Eventually, he handed the camera to his friend David so he could capture the action from the outside while Jacob kept swimming. Everything looked fine. However, around the 25-minute mark, when David told him they had enough footage, Jacob didn't listen. And not long after, the camera captured something unexpected. Jacob nearly got sucked under. You'd think that would have been the moment to stop, but he still carried on. David
Bruh.
tried calling Jacob back again, as if he could sense that things were about to get worse, but Jacob waved him off again. So moments later, he dove back in, but this time, he never came back up.
You don't want to say
Jacob was
no.
only
You're in good
28
hands.
and was known for chasing risky shots, but he wasn't careless.
You could
in
also
the way
DM it to
people
me on
assume.
Fansly or
He could swim
Discord.
and easily handle rough water before. That's part of what made this so unsettling. His funeral was so crowded that the building couldn't even hold everyone. And what was meant to be a rare, beautiful shot turned out to be the last thing
That is
he ever
crazy.
filmed.
I mean, you know,
A busy day.
you're
Ivan
playing in
Lester
dangerous
McGuire was
dangerous
doing what
games.
he'd done
Dangerous
over
games.
800
Cannot be
times
surprised.
before, skydiving. But this time, he would make a brutal mistake. It was April 1988, and he was filming a training jump for the Franklin County Sport Parachute Center. The plan was simple. The instructor and a student would exit together, and McGuire would capture the moment from the outside. When the plane reached 10,500 feet, McGuire leapt from the back while filming the pair as they jumped from the front. All three of them fell together at first, then the student and instructor pulled their ripcords. Their parachutes snapped open and they started drifting away from view. McGuire kept filming, still in free fall, the wind screaming past him as he dropped. He had roughly 60 seconds before he needed to pull his own chute. At first, nothing looked wrong. The camera stayed focused, but then his hand went back, reaching for the ripcord like he'd done 1,000 times. And that's when he realized there was nothing there. His hands went frantic, searching, grasping at air. He tilted the camera downward toward the ground, rushing up at him. Seconds later, Ivan McGuire hit the ground. The reason for this disaster was painfully simple. He'd been so focused on filming that he grabbed the wrong bag before the jump. The pack on his back wasn't a parachute, it was his camera equipment. The two bags weighed about the same, and in the rush on a busy day, he didn't notice until he was already falling. It was his third jump that day.
You should
had felt
tell me.
routine right up to the second
that is
it
crazy.
wasn't.
Isn't that why you go in pairs? So there's most.
What survived became infamous because it captured the exact moment when 800 jumps of experience still weren't enough to undo one small but fatal oversight.
This is why bruh.
Overtake. This holiday trip to Nigeria was supposed to be a break for Anthony Joshua and his family. But
I wouldn't do
what
shit like
he
this.
got was a moment that would haunt him forever. With him were his strength coach, Sinagami, his personal trainer, Latif Ayadele, and his driver. They were traveling along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway in a Lexus SUV when the driver attempted to overtake another vehicle. And that was when everything went catastrophically wrong. The footage shows the aftermath. The Lexus SUV was twisted beyond recognition. The front of the vehicle crumpled into something barely resembling a car. A small crowd gathers as Joshua is being helped out of the wreck, his face twisting in pain. Sinagami and Latif Ayadele didn't make it out. Both were pronounced dead at the scene. Just hours earlier, Ayadele had been playing ping pong with Joshua in a video posted to Instagram. They were on holiday, enjoying themselves, and then in an instant, it was over. That's how fast life turned. Joshua walked away with minor bruises and was taken to a nearby hospital where
Hi,
he
Alex.
recovered.
Also, welcome. Thanks for the
Reports
follow.
later revealed
Welcome to
that
the Cult of Heaven
passenger
Jersey.
side tire had blown out. At that speed, the driver lost control, and the SUV veered
Think it was a
straight
murder?
into a stationary lorry that had been illegally parked on the hard shoulder. The driver was later charged with 4 counts, including dangerous driving
Anything could
resulting
be.
in
You
death
never know.
and driving without a valid license. Corporate revenge. Brian Thompson, a 50-year-old CEO, stepped out of his hotel at around 6:45 a.m. to attend a meeting, unaware that someone was waiting for him.
Wait.
The CCTV captured the moment a
Is
hooded
that-
figure appeared from behind while Thompson kept walking in front. The man raised a
Is this
suppressed gun
Luigi?
and fired at Thompson from point-blank range. The shots hit him in the back and leg, and you can see him struggling.
You like
brief
cannons?
second,
Like the
gun
band? I
jammed, but the
love
shooter
that
pivoted
band.
quickly and kept firing until
Bass.
Thompson collapsed on
Bass.
the sidewalk. To avoid getting caught, he got on an e-bike and disappeared towards Central Park. It took a while before the police got there and rushed Thompson to the hospital, but unfortunately, he didn't make it. Upon viewing the CCTV footage, the police were able to link the shooter's movements to earlier that day. They obtained footage of him from the CCTV footage from a hotel, released it publicly, and launched a massive manhunt. They put out wanted posters and offered
SADGE.
rewards of up to $50,000. Finally, on December
Maybe someone
9th,
will know.
a McDonald's employee in Pennsylvania recognized someone matching the description. Police immediately arrived on scene and arrested 26-year-old Luigi Mangione, sitting alone with a laptop, and in his backpack they found a ghost gun, fake IDs, and a handwritten note attacking the healthcare system for putting profits over people. See, Brian Thompson ran United Healthcare, one of America's biggest health insurance companies, but they were notorious for one thing: denying claims. It had made a lot of people angry, but apparently Thompson himself had no idea that that rage would one day cost him his life. Church tragedy. A church is meant to be a place of solace. However, for worshippers gathered in Iruku, Nigeria, it would become an unforgettable nightmare. It was
Well,
a normal Sunday service
that
at the
would be
Christ
scary.
Apostolic Church. Congregants filled the pews. Some elderly women were seated near the front, and others were spread throughout the sanctuary. A live stream was running as usual, broadcasting the service to those who couldn't make it in person. However, just a few seconds later, the sound of gunfire cracked through the space. In an instant, the sanctuary erupted into chaos. Worshippers scrambled from their seats, desperately searching for somewhere to hide.
Meter?
The poor
Okay.
elderly women could
Okay.
barely move fast enough, while others dived behind pews, rushed towards side
Hi,
rooms,
Meter.
anywhere that might offer safety. Then, armed men stormed into frame.
Now we can talk about
some
you
of them
watching me getting
carrying
fucked.
rifles. They moved through the sanctuary, grabbing bags left on the pews, taking whatever they wanted. The shooting continued in the background, constant and relentless. You couldn't tell what they were firing at, but the sound didn't stop. The live stream didn't stop either.
That's crazy.
It kept capturing the confusion, the sudden emptiness where people had been sitting just moments
That is
earlier.
crazy.
Near the end of the footage, the device being used to record started ringing. A man appeared briefly on camera, and then the feed cut out. When it was over, at least 2 worshippers had lost their lives. Several
Damn.
others were injured, and 38 people had been abducted, dragged out of the church by the attackers. In response, the government ordered churches across the region to close temporarily. And a week later, officials launched a rescue operation and were eventually able
But
to
why?
recover all 38 victims.
Like, what was the point?
But despite the rescue, the trauma remains. Nothing would ever replace the sense of safety that was stolen from them that day.
Yeah,
If you thought
I'd be
the
afraid to
stories
go
so
out.
far were hard to watch, I need to warn you, the footage in the next levels is a whole new league.
I might eat a white rabbit candy.
So hit that subscribe button.
My
let's
mouth's
dive
gonna be a little full. Alright, oh, nice.
Level 3.
What kind of stuff do you draw?
Christmas Eve stream.
I just got art. I'm getting fought by
Braden
minotaurs.
Peters, better known online as Clavicular,
Good.
was live streaming on Kick from his Tesla Cybertruck. His content was mostly focused on looks and aesthetics, but on this Christmas Eve, his stream was about to take a different turn. Clavicular was driving through what looked like a parking lot when someone jumped onto the hood of his Cybertruck. The guy wagging his tongue and holding up his phone like he's recording. He's a stream sniper, which is someone who tracks down streamers in real life to mess with them. However, the next moment, Clavicular does something that would shock millions of viewers. He drove his Cybertruck forward and ran over the stalker. You can see the exact moment the man gets hit. A female voice in the car screams. She's practically hyperventilating, but Clavicular looks calm, unbothered even. He keeps driving like nothing happened. Seconds later, he asks,
"Is he dead?"
And then adds the chilling word, hopefully. That single moment set the internet on fire. People
I'm not gonna
couldn't
lie.
decide if this was self.
I've seen this story. I'm sorry. I don't feel bad for a fucking stalker. He was obstructing their vehicle. He was stalking them. He was harassing him. And he also threatened them. That is what I've heard. Why would I feel bad for a fucking stalker? No. It's easy to say, well, that stalker was still a person. Imagine you're the one being stalked. You wouldn't be saying that when... And it's like, at what point, when do you... When you're being stalked, when do you get to defend yourself? At what point? When they actually finally attack you? When they keep saying they're going to attack you, are you allowed to finally defend yourself? When they've actually already attacked you? No, like if someone threatens to attack you, you need to take that seriously. Take all threats seriously. Like, what are we talking about? That's ridiculous.
Defense or something else. Some argue that the guy jumping on the hood was threatening enough to justify Clavicular's reaction, especially if others were around the car. Online rumors started circulating that he was dead. People were convinced they just watched someone die on a live stream. But later reports confirmed he was alive and well, though details about any charges against him for harassing the streamer never surfaced. Others pointed out that Clavicular could have reversed or called the cops. He could have literally done anything other than drive forward and run someone over. However, Clavicular wasn't done yet. He went on X and posted an AI-generated image showing himself behind the wheel of a cycle, running over someone in a hoodie. The caption read, "Play stupid games, win stupid prizes." As if that wasn't enough, he posted another video on TikTok, shirtless, posing in front of a camera with the same tagline. Kick immediately suspended Clavicular's account, but according to TMZ and reports from the Miami Sheriff's Department, no criminal charges were filed against him. He walked away from the whole thing without facing any legal consequences.
I don't agree with Baldy here.
Immigration crisis.
Like, I hate this idea that we're just ignoring the fact that the guy was confirmed a stalker. Like, what? Like, that... I'm gonna tell you this. Would you have this same feeling if it was a girl being stalked? If a guy was stalking a chick, would that bother you? Because that would still bother me. I don't think anybody should get stalked. I'm just saying.
CCTV footage of a young woman called Laken Riley going on a run like she did every other day, completely unaware that someone had been watching her. In the footage, she's seen moving past the camera and disappearing down the trail. That was the morning of February 22nd, 2024. And by noon, she still hadn't come back, so her roommate worryingly called campus police. After hours of searching, they eventually found her lifeless body in the woods behind Lake Herrick. The coroner determined she'd suffered blunt force trauma likely inflicted during her run, and whoever did it had dragged her into the woods to hide
That's horrifying.
what happened. Evidence collected from under her right fingernails was sent to the crime lab. The results came back with a DNA match, but at that point, investigators still didn't know who it belonged to. They immediately began pulling surveillance footage from cameras around the area, piecing together her last movements and scanning every angle for anyone who might have crossed her path that morning. What they found led them to an apartment complex about a mile from where her body was discovered. Ring doorbell footage from one of the units captured a man returning home with what appeared to be bloody clothes shortly after the time Laken went missing. That man was Jose Antonio Ibarra, a 26-year-old Venezuelan national living illegally in the U.S. When they ran his DNA against the sample found under Laken's fingernails, it was a match. Documents later revealed the attack had been brutal. He used a heavy object and tried to stop her from calling 911 during the struggle. Ibarra was arrested and charged with multiple offenses.
What the
In November 2024, he was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to life in prison without parole. The incident sparked protests and debates about immigration policy. It also led to the signing of the Laken Riley Act, which requires federal authorities to detain undocumented immigrants charged with certain crimes.
That is crazy.
Russian general. When you're the head of Russia's nuclear, biological, and chemical defense forces, you know you've got enemies. What Igor Krylov didn't know, though, was how far those enemies were willing to go. On the morning of December 17th, 2024, dashcam footage from a nearby car captured him and his assistant stepping out of their apartment building on Ryazansky Prospect. It was early morning, just another routine day. What they didn't know was that Ukrainian agents had planted an explosive device right outside the building. It was hidden underneath an electric scooter loaded with the equivalent of 300 grams of TNT. So the moment Krylov stepped into range, the bomb went off. The blast was so powerful it shattered windows several floors up and blew the front door off its hinges. Both Krylov and his assistant lost their lives instantly. He became the highest-ranking Russian military official to be assassinated outside a war zone since 2022. The most interesting part is that Ukraine's security service didn't deny their involvement. In fact, they took credit.
What?
One Ukrainian official called it a really filigree job. He praised the special forces who pulled it off, making it clear that Ukraine has already built an extensive network inside Russia specifically for operations like these. Level 4. Man visits Blue Hole. This is Yuri Lipsky. All he wanted was to capture stunning footage of one of the world's most beautiful dive sites. But what his camera recorded instead was something no one was prepared to see. Lipsky's descent into the Daha Blue Hole started out normally. The water was clear, visibility was good, and everything looked under control. But as he sank deeper, the movements became less precise. The calm pace began to turn into small, frantic adjustments, like he was trying to correct something that wasn't responding the way it should. His breathing got heavier, and the deeper he went, the darker it got, and the more disoriented he seemed. Whatever Yuri was experiencing, it looked like he realized too late that he'd lost control. The camera kept rolling as he drifted further into the blackness. It didn't stop recording until his final moments faded into the abyss at 115 meters, far beyond what most recreational divers would ever attempt. What made the story more heartbreaking was that this could have been prevented. Before the dive, Lipsky had met with Tarek Omar, a local technical diver who specialized in the Blue Hole. Omar told him he
I got a
needed
blue
at
hole
least
for ya.
2 weeks of training before attempting a dive like that. But Lipsky didn't have 2 weeks. He had just a weekend. And as a diving instructor himself, he believed he could handle it without assistance. So he turned down the offer and went in alone with his camera strapped
Went in
to his
alone.
helmet.
Crazy.
Ironically, Tarek Omar was the one who recovered Lipsky's body the next morning. The camera was still working despite being designed to only withstand 75 meters. Omar played the footage back with Lipsky's mother standing right there and later said he wished he'd destroyed it. Because some things a mother should never have to see. Factory
That is crazy. The mom
Most
watched
people
it.
clock into work expecting
Of course
to
they
go
do.
home the same way they came
Of course
in.
I like it.
But for this factory worker in Ohio, a routine afternoon shift turned into a fight for survival. That day, workers were
God.
moving heavy industrial
no.
materials like they'd done countless times before. One of them was positioned near a massive galvanized steel coil, the kind used for roofing materials and fabrication, weighing as much as a small car. These coils are stored vertically, and when they're stable, they're perfectly safe. But something went wrong.
Oh, God.
The coil tipped, and before anyone could react, it was falling. The workers below didn't have time to move. The steel ring came down and slammed directly onto his lower body, pinning him in an instant. His coworkers immediately rushed toward him and tried to lift it, but this thing was massive. There was nothing they could do but wait for emergency help to arrive with equipment strong enough to move it. The worker was eventually rushed to the hospital with severe injuries to his leg. He survived, but the incident became a reminder that even in controlled
Oh, he lived.
environments,
Okay.
one moment of instability can turn an ordinary workday into a fight for survival. Bear attack.
Yeah, like I don't want to see
Started
stuff like
as a
live
cute
videos.
video
Like, that's
of a
horrifying.
dog playing with a bear cub, but it ended in a way that no one watching could have predicted. A group
Really?
of construction
A
workers in
bear? I could have
Sakhalin,
predicted
Russia,
that
was
shit.
on their break at a remote site far from any populated areas. Their dog was running around with them when a bear cub wandered into view. At first, it seemed harmless. The cub and the dog started chasing each other back and forth in what looked like a playful standoff. The workers were laughing, one of them filming the whole thing on his phone. None of them seemed concerned yet, but then the cub kept moving closer, and that's when the mother bear appeared. The dog moved, probably just reacting instinctually, but for the mother bear, that one movement was all the confirmation she needed. This group was a threat to her cub, so in a blink, she charged straight at them. The video cuts off abruptly as she closes the distance, but what happened next was anything but unclear. Search teams arrived at the site the following
Hope
day
the bear dies.
and found the bodies of 3 construction workers scattered across the area. Russian media reported they'd been torn apart, and the dog didn't survive either. 2 other workers were hospitalized in critical condition, barely clinging to life after the attack. The remoteness of the location had made a timely rescue nearly impossible. Inside a tiger enclosure.
Yeah, no.
Maskoud was a 20-year-old factory
Like, what did
worker
you
who
expect?
decided to visit the Delhi Zoo on 23rd of September 2014. Everything was going well until around 1:30 p.m. when
Yeah,
people
like, what did you
nearby
expect?
heard
It's a
loud
fucking bear.
screams that
Like, you think a
alerted
cub's
them
just gonna
to
be
the
alone?
horror unfolding. Maskoud was inside the tiger enclosure. Despite repeated warnings not to get too close to the outer enclosure, he'd climbed over a knee-high
Okay.
fence and jumped down
Okay.
18 feet into a protective moat.
Okay.
He's crouched against the wall, frozen in terror. The tiger stands a few feet away, just watching him. At first, it looks almost curious, like it's trying to figure out what he's doing in its space. For a moment, there's even hope that the animal will lose interest and walk away. At this point, people in the crowd start screaming. Some throw sticks and stones at the tiger, probably trying to scare it off.
It grabbed him
That's
by
when
the neck.
everything shifts. The tiger's demeanor changes. Maskoud is panicking now, praying, his hands moving frantically in front of him.
Yeah, like, what did you
Then
expect?
The tiger reaches out and swipes at him. Before anyone can process what's happening, it grabs him by the neck and picks him up like he weighs nothing. Just lifts him clean off the ground and drags him away. The police arrived as soon as they could, but by then it was already too late. People who watched the footage later were torn between horror and disbelief.
Why would you watch
Some
it?
said Maskoud's movements and visible fear likely made things worse because big cats react to sudden motion. Others said the crowd screaming and throwing things only agitated the tiger more. But whatever the reason was, Maskoud didn't live to tell the story. And the most disturbing part wasn't just the speed of it, it was the helplessness. A man trapped with a predator while dozens of people stood on the other side of a fence that was built to make sure something like that never happened.
Yeah, it's like,
Level 5.
I can't even feel bad because,
Alawite
like, you literally
protesters
chose to do this.
Thousands of people gathered in Latakia demanding one thing: stop ending our lives. But the response they got made it clear that asking for safety was more dangerous. It started as a peaceful protest. Thousands of Alawites holding signs,
I don't know what
chanting
this is
for
about.
justice, filling the roads with their voices. But things escalated when the pro-government counter-protesters arrived. People who didn't want federalism and saw the Alawite demands as a threat to Syria's fragile unity. So before anyone could prepare, the pros began to shoot sporadically
cats?
at the
Yeah.
unarmed protesters. People scattered in every direction, screaming, running from the shots ringing out through the crowd. When it was over, 4 people had lost their lives. Dozens more were injured, some critically. Syria's interior minister later dismissed the protests as attempts to create chaos, but the footage told a different story. People asking for protection got shot in broad daylight, and the government's response was to blame them for it. Machete attack. In Taiwan, commuters were going about their day in the Taipei metro when an unexpected incident unfolded on the subway platforms. It was Friday evening rush hour. Taipei's main station was absolutely packed with people heading home from work, when suddenly smoke started filling the platforms. People looked around, probably thinking it was some kind of technical issue, but when they saw a man in black with a baseball cap casually walking through the crowd and tossing smoke bombs, nobody knew what to make of it at first. Was this a protest? Some
They still
kind of a
have the
stunt?
instincts on. Oh,
The confusion
absolutely. Like,
lasted just long enough for him
Hi,
to
Hound.
create
Mwah.
complete chaos. He ran straight through the underground shopping center toward Zhongshan Station, about 800 meters away. What people didn't know was that he made a pit stop at a nearby hotel to grab a large knife. Then he
Jesus.
headed back out to the street outside Zhongshan Station, where he set off even more smoke bombs. That's when he started stabbing people.
Jesus.
Just going through the crowd, attacking anyone in reach. Videos from the scene show people screaming and running in every direction, trying to get away. He kept attacking, cutting through the shopping district until he ducked into a department store. The police cornered him inside the building. Whatever went through his head in those final moments, nobody knows, but he ended up falling from the multi-story structure. He died at the hospital shortly after. When police checked his identity through the records, they identified him as Chang Wen, a 27-year-old man from a northern county in Taiwan. But with his death, died any explanation for why he did what he did. To this day, officers still don't know what drove him to carry
That is
out the
crazy.
attack. At the end of the day, 3 people lost their lives and 9 were injured. For a county like Taiwan, where violent crime is incredibly rare, this was almost unthinkable. Level 6.
That is scary.
Bondi Beach Attack. It was Hanukkah 2025 in Australia. Bondi Beach, which is one of Sydney's most iconic spots, was packed with people celebrating the holiday. But that celebration didn't last long.
Ozzy, yeah.
2 men, later identified as Sajid Akram, 50 years old, and his son Naveed, 24,
Oh God, are they gonna
arrived
blow someone
carrying
up?
firearms. They opened fire directly into the crowd, and the beach
Jesus.
erupted into chaos instantly. Everyone tried to get as far away as possible while shots rang out across the sand. The footage shows both men firing indiscriminately, aiming straight at families who had nowhere to hide. Just when all hope seemed lost, something incredible happened. A man named Ahmed Al-Ahmed suddenly charges at Naveed, the younger shooter in the white trousers. He tackles him to the ground and wrestles the gun right out of Naveed's hands. People who watched the footage couldn't believe what they were seeing. Viewers online were calling Ahmed a hero, saying he absolutely saved lives by stopping that shooter before more damage could be done. The struggle only lasted seconds, but in that moment, Ahmed likely
That is
prevented
crazy.
even more people from getting hurt.
It's so
Police
scary when you have
arrived
people that
within
just like
minutes and
hurting random
engaged in a
people.
firefight with the shooters. Sajid was taken down at the scene. Naveed survived with critical injuries and was placed under police guard at a hospital. By the time it was over, 15 people had lost their lives. 27 others were rushed to hospitals with serious injuries, including 2 police officers. Australian authorities later confirmed both men had pledged allegiance to the Islamic State group.
There it is.
They found 2 IS
I was
flags
like,
in their
is it gonna
vehicle
be a
along
religious
with
thing?
improvised explosive devices. Thus, a day meant for celebration became one of Australia's worst mass casualty events.
Because I was like, he brought up Hanukkah.
Jewish prisoners in World War II. March 18th, 1942, the Jewish residents of Bełchatów, Poland,
I mean,
were
religion
forced
is-
out of their homes and marched to
scary.
the town square to witness something haunting. The footage shows 10 men being paraded toward the gallows, their hands bound behind their backs as they walked in a line while the entire town watched. Nooses
Happened
were
last year,
placed around their
damn.
necks one by one. Soldiers surrounded the crowd with machine guns ready to fire if anyone tried to look away or intervene. This wasn't just an execution. It was a public display designed to break the community. Life under German occupation had already been brutal for months. The Jewish community in Bełchatów lived
Okay, this
in
is really
constant
far
fear,
away.
never
Like, I want
knowing
something more
when the next
recent.
event. It marked the beginning of one community was for a resort bar in Switzerland. It marked the beginning of
Don't
one
go
of
off
the
insane.
deadliest nights in the country's history. It was January 1st, 2026. The Constellation Bar was packed wall to wall with people celebrating.
I haven't heard this.
Everyone was in high spirits after counting down to midnight with music blasting and drinks flowing. But then someone brought out champagne bottles with sparklers attached, a common celebratory thing you might see at any New Year's party. However, the moment they lifted those bottles up, the sparklers got too close to the ceiling. Flames caught on the ceiling material, and within seconds, the fire spread across the entire roof as if it had been doused in gasoline. People were still partying, but when realization hit, they frantically scrambled to escape.
I know,
Smoke starts
right? I don't
pouring
want it to be
down,
that
and the fire
recent,
spreads
Jesus.
faster by the second. The bar's underground layout turns it into a death trap, with people pushing, shoving, trying to get to the exits while flames engulf everything above them. Outside, witnesses describe pure chaos. Victims stumbling out with burnt clothing, barely hanging on, some collapsing in the streets. One witness said he saw people on the ground not moving and tried dragging them into nearby bars. Another described seeing people with their skin completely burned. Eventually, emergency services flooded the area with helicopters and ambulances. Reports stated that 40 people lost their lives while over 100 were injured, many critically. And when investigators dug into the bar's safety records, they found something even worse. The venue hadn't been inspected in 5 years, meaning there were no safety checks, no oversight, just a packed underground bar with no fire suppression system adequate enough to stop what happened that night.
Terrifying.
Level 7, Uber driver. In February 2022, a dash cam in Pittsburgh captured a woman begging for her life.
I've seen this
The
one.
person sitting behind her showed no intention of letting go. Christina Spicuzza was a 38-year-old mother of 4 who worked nights as an Uber driver to make ends meet. On this particular night, she received a ride request and picked up 25-year-old Calvin Crew. He had used his girlfriend's phone to call the ride. The moment he got into her silver Nissan Sentra, something felt off, but Christina just kept driving.
That was her
Though
first
it didn't
mistake.
take long for things to go sideways.
That was her first mistake.
The dashcam footage showed Crew pulling out a gun and pointing it directly at Christina's head. She was calm at first, trying to reason with him. The shaken mother tried to comply with whatever he wanted, pleading with him and telling him she had kids. But Crew didn't listen. He forced her to drive and demanded her money and bank pins. Christina did everything he said, hoping compliance would save her life. Yet the only thing Crew did was reach up and disable the dash cam. After that, the camera went dark, and what happened next was exactly what Christina feared most. Her body was found the next day in a wooded area near Rosecrest Drive in Monroeville. She'd been shot, and her silver Nissan was discovered abandoned in Pitcairn. Investigators eventually tracked down Calvin Crew shortly after. When the footage surfaced online, people couldn't wrap their heads around it. In the end, Calvin Crew was sentenced to life in prison. Surprisingly, he still maintains his innocence despite the dashcam footage showing exactly what he did. Sociopath in a cop's car.
Crazy.
If you get arrested by the police, you'd
Socio?
probably be terrified
I've never heard
to
anyone
ask for a lawyer.
say socio.
But this teen boy did something completely unexpected. He opened his phone and began
Ads are mean.
filming
Yeah, ads
on
suck.
Snapchat. In the video, he's in the back of the cop car, grinning at the camera, completely unbothered. "We're having fun in a car," he yells, laughing as if it's some sort of joyride. Shortly after, he posted a selfie with the caption, "Hey guys, has anybody seen Tristan lately?" Now, if you didn't know the context, it almost looked like a teenager being dumb online. But Tristan wasn't some random name he threw out for jokes. She was the young girl whose life he'd just ended. And
What?
while detectives were still processing her body, he was in the back of that cruiser.
That is
joking about it.
crazy.
That morning, on May 9th, 2021, Tristan Bailey had
But, like,
plans to surprise
why?
her mom with breakfast. Instead, her family woke up to find her missing. Her parents searched the house, checked with friends, but Tristan was nowhere to be found. By evening, volunteers began combing through the wooded areas near their neighborhood, hoping they'd find her safe. Instead, they found her body in a wooded area near a retention pond. She'd been attacked 114 times. 49 of those wounds were on her arms and hands, indicating that she fought back as hard as she could. Police were able to trace the crime to Aiden Fuji, her classmate. They immediately arrested him that same evening. People who saw the videos couldn't process what they were watching. Experts later described it as a complete emotional disconnection, someone for whom remorse or guilt didn't even exist. And that became clear when he claimed that there was no particular reason behind his actions. Aiden was ultimately charged with first-degree homicide after police found the weapon that matched.
It's so bad.
Tristan's
Yeah,
wounds.
I'd believe it.
2 years later, he pled guilty and was sentenced to life in prison.
Good. Don't fucking cry.
Carjacking caught on CCTV.
They should shave his head,
Hannah
too.
Cornelius was dropping off her friend Cheslin Marsh after a night out in Stellenbosch, South Africa. But her act of kindness led to something horrifying.
Crazy.
Hannah pulled up near Cheslin's place at 3:23 a.m. They were saying their goodbyes when suddenly 4 men walked past them on the road. The pair didn't notice them at the time, but those men circled back and surrounded the vehicle. Before the duo could call for help, the men forced the door open and pressed a screwdriver and a flip knife against their bodies. Hannah quickly got shoved between the front seats while Cheslin got pinned in the back. And just like that, at 3:40 a.m., Hannah's Volkswagen drove away with all 6 people inside. That was the last time the car was seen for over an hour. The men forced Cheslin into the trunk and drove to a petrol station. Surveillance caught one of them attempting to withdraw money using Cheslin's stolen card. They kept driving around while Hannah remained trapped in the front seat. Later, they pulled Cheslin from the trunk and attacked him with bricks before leaving him on the side of the road. Hannah
Jesus.
was then driven to a vineyard where they forced themselves on her and ultimately took her life.
Jesus.
Hours later, Cheslin regained consciousness. Dazed, bloodied, and deaf in one ear from the attack, he stumbled to a nearby home screaming for help. The guy described the attackers, the car, and everything he could remember. That same morning, 2 borehole pump technicians arrived at a farm in Stellenbosch to repair a pump. When they got there, they noticed that a rock they'd placed over the borehole the day before had been moved. As they got closer to investigate, they realized there was a body lying on the ground. They immediately called the police, who arrived and identified the body
Jesus.
as Hannah's. After that, police immediately launched a manhunt for the blue Volkswagen.
Where was this?
Stupidly enough, the men were still driving around in it, committing more robberies. Surveillance eventually captured them at another petrol station. Around 2 p.m., undercover officers spotted the car and a high-speed chase ensued. The footage shows the Volkswagen speeding into a private farm driveway before hitting a security gate. The men fled on foot, one jumping into a river, but officers closed in fast. They were finally arrested within minutes. All 4 were charged, 3 received life sentences, while the 4th got 22 years.
22?
During the trial,
That's it?
even the judge called it one of the cruelest acts of violence she'd ever seen. Most of these clips uncovered heinous crimes. And if you want to see disasters unfolding in real time, watch the most disturbing theme park accidents.
That is crazy that that's it. Okay, I'm gonna end stream here. I'm tired and I'm still a little stressed from all the stuff today, so I think I need to sleep. Yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I need to relax my brain. I need to relax my brain. That's what I need to do. Not worry. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll see you guys later. Follow me on Twitter. Join Discord. Uh, Follow my Kick. It's free. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's free. I really appreciate it. Okay. Bye. Mwah. Mwah. Mwah.